In the world where he lived, new dungeons were constantly appearing. Some of them were called caves and were inhabited by various creatures. Others of them were called labyrinths, and their inhabitants were quite unpredictable. Once upon a time, a dungeon called the Trial Tower was created. It was also called the Great Dungeon World. Each dungeon contained many treasures. It was the adventurers and the next dungeon that gained wealth and fame. However, becoming an adventurer was not given to everyone, and only a select few could get such a chance, and this guy managed to get it. He walked along the path and carried a huge bag on his shoulders. The guy was heading to another dungeon that he wanted to explore. His bag was tightly tied so that nothing could fall out along the way, and on the bag itself was visible a distinctive emblem. After walking forward a little, the guy met a guard who looked at him with great suspicion. Without greeting, the guard warned that there was a dungeon in front of the guy, and entry was only allowed to those who had received the appropriate permission. The guard asked the guy who he was, and his gaze immediately fell on the medallion hanging around the guy's neck. The guard immediately guessed that there was a courier in front of him and decided to check it out just in case. Sleep did not smile and clarified that he was a dungeon courier and had a porcelain rank. The guard was surprised by the circumstances and thoughtfully scratched the back of his head. He sighed heavily and, looking at the wanderers sitting around the fire, began to complain about the times when the courier arrived later than the adventurers and about the fact that the youth had become completely lazy. The boy apologized and explained that he had gotten lost. The guard asked in response why the courier was alone. The other porters were not visible, and besides he had to pay 50 gold to the courier association to follow him into the dungeon. An awkward smile appeared on the courier's face, and he asked to be allowed to introduce himself and said that he was the courier for 50 gold a day. The guard applauded the fact that there was only one porter and for such a sum. When the guard finished applauding, he loudly shouted that he was being taken for a fool. He repeated that this dungeon was such that at least 4 or 5 couriers were needed, and the guy himself could not carry everything. The guard waited for an explanation of how the guy was going to drag the loot from the dungeon alone. He crossed his arms in front of him and looked menacingly at the courier. He was sure that the courier would not be enough even for one of their loads, and the guy was definitely cheating him somewhere. He didn't give the courier a chance to justify himself, asked him not to bother anyone, and to return to the association for his friends, threatening that he would make the association answer for this. The courier looked thoughtfully at the cargo and was surprised that as many as 4 couriers were laying claim to it, but the guard repeated that the boy himself would not carry it. The boy thought about you that such a reaction from adventurers was a common thing because it's not every day that you meet a courier who takes 5 times more than usual. He grabbed the strap of his shoulder bag, realizing that in situations like this there was no point in explaining. It was much easier for him to show what he was capable of, and he threw his bag on the ground. He immediately began to load all the cargo offered to the guards into his bag. He didn't miss a single thing, filling his backpack to the top with a wide smile. No one could utter a word and simply watched him in bewilderment. One of the wanderers stood up and hissed with obvious teeth, asking what the boy was doing. The courier, not paying any attention to his irritated look, shouldered the bag, indicating that everything was ready, and asked if the wanderer was being asked about his magic bag. The boy was immediately surrounded and began to pester him with questions about his bag. Everyone was interested in whether the boy was heavy and how comfortable it was to carry the entire load, openly envying his thing. The courier laughed, apologized, explained that it was a unique bag and no one else could use it, and then expressed hope that now they should have no doubts about its capabilities. One of the men asked the others not to cause a fuss and to calm down. He was slightly indignant that his partners were acting as if they had never seen bottomless bags. The men immediately began to apologize to Mr. Jeffin. Jeffnam was a swordsman and leader of the Dawn Wolves. He handed the courier a paper and said that he was accepted. Flexing his fists, he indicated that he would accept the courier only on one condition. He served in hand and pointed out that the courier must justify his price. If he cannot work for 5, he will answer for it. The courier looked at him with disdain, thinking to himself that this guy was the leader of this whole team of adventurers who were nearby and looked quite stern. Jeffnam commanded his squad to prepare their equipment and get ready to leave soon. The courier smiled, thinking that the leader's strictness was even for the best. The courier considered himself a professional and thought that nothing would bother him, also such strictness from a stranger. The squad of Dawn Wolves moved forward into the dungeon, and the boy courier trudged after them. The boy was sure that the squad members would really like his abilities and bottomless bag. Entering the dungeon, the boys had to light torches. The boy received much more money than other couriers, but the reason was not only his abilities. It was all about the adventurer's satisfaction rate, and he was confident that this expedition would also be top-notch for him. Adventurers clearing dungeons faced many dangers. The traps that could appear at any moment were well hidden, and this was worth taking into account when setting out on such a campaign. Also very dangerous were sudden attacks by the inhabitants of the dungeons. The Dawn Wolf squad also had to deal with some less than hospitable creatures. Jeffnam was very brave and led his squad into fights, knowing that victory would be on their side. The men who were weak-willed obeyed him and gave it their all. Despite the belligerence of the underground peoples, you managed to repel their attacks. The dungeon's toothpick required preparation for many surprises, and Jeffnam tried to live up to it. He was angry because no matter how you look at it, it was a huge stress. He was indignant at the members of the detachment. I remind you that he asked them not to lose their vigilance and called them names in every possible way for not being prepared when they were attacked. The men began to argue among themselves, blaming each other for being scolded by the leader. The courier watched them silently but did not interfere. He had his own opinion and his own plan of action from which he did not deviate. After waiting for the right moment, he smiled broadly and addressed the squad. The boy dropped his bag on the floor and began to untie the knot on it. He noted that everyone must be hungry from the constant fighting and suggested that they take time to have a snack. They looked at the guy with distrust as he rummaged through his backpack. They were able to immediately understand what exactly he was taking out of the bag. Well, the smell around was amazing. The boy took a plate of cooked meat and vegetables out of his bag, and the men were very surprised where he got such rich food. The courier stood silently and smiling, holding meat dishes in his hands. As if by a snap of the fingers, a table set with various dishes appeared in the middle of the cave. This was one of the courier's special skills. The men immediately pounced on the food greedily, as if they hadn't eaten for several days. They stuffed their mouths and were surprised that not only was there a lot of food, but it was also hot, as if it had just been prepared, and even the salad was fresh. One of the men noted that after a week of crackers and dried meat, this table was simply magnificent, and tears appeared in his eyes. Another was surprised that the boy's bag kept food so fresh, and another joked that he assumed it didn't have a built-in cooking function. Curio laughed and noted that in fact it was something in between what was stated, and pointed out that it was too early to be surprised. He ran back to his bag and started rummaging around. His hands sank deep into the bag as if into an abyss. It seemed as if the bag was filled to the brim with water like a portable lake. He took a hose out of his bag and hot water immediately began to flow. This was another one of this guy's skills. Baths appeared nearby in which, as if by a snap of the fingers, all the members of the squad found themselves. The men felt better than ever, having eaten a delicious and hearty meal, and found themselves in a hot bath in the middle of the cave. Before them, it was comparable to a resort. They felt like they were in a hot spring in the middle of a snowy landscape. Although the view was actually different and the ledges were spread out before their eyes, they really wanted to dream. But the leader of the congregation, Jeffnam, did not appreciate such an act and only became angry. He cursed and shouted that everyone was making fun of him because they were in a dungeon and there was no point in fooling around here. But feeling relaxed by the hot water, he quickly calmed down and justified his words that after all the goods could not be wasted and they should have bathed. Leaning back on the edge of the bathtub, Jeffnam said out loud that at this rate, they wouldn't even have anything to complain about because the boy was pleasantly surprising them. He admitted that they wanted to screw the association, but few were able to provide decent services for 50 gold. He thought they wouldn't be able to return the money and all that, but now it seemed to him that 50 gold was even cheap for the service they had provided. Meanwhile, the courier sat down near the fire and warmed his hands. He joked in response to the leader's words that if they had to clear the dungeon, then only in comfort. He went on to say that outsiders thought that the difficulty of the dungeon depended on the strong monsters, but in fact the most common cause of failure was stress and unexpected factors throughout the process. He cited the example of poor nutrition, which could lead to indigestion, as well as lack of sleep, due to which one might not notice an attack and dodge, and noted that such stories are heard quite often. The boy then went on to say that the courier in the dungeon essentially depended on the adventurers, and in order to get the adventurers' money they had to successfully clear the dungeon. As a result, he smiled and noted that he was doing everything possible to help adventurers, although he did not consider his abilities to be that outstanding. One of the squad members lying in the bathtub caught his breath, which was knocked out by the hot water. He turned to the boy and said that calling such abilities insignificant was excessive modesty because such service is difficult to obtain even from the outside, and noted that this was something new for him. After such care, he felt a surge of energy and seemed able to cope with any enemy. The boy only smiled modestly in response to these words, glad that he was able to please them. The man got up from the bathroom, pointing out that no one should worry about clearing the dungeon. The boy Ailish managed to turn away so as not to see him naked. As promised, clearing the dungeon went very smoothly. Initially, it was an experienced team, so they quickly dealt with monsters. But the problem was with the boss. The beads were always unpredictable and difficult to handle, even if they didn't look so harmless from the outside. Jeffnam, as soon as his squad reached that very boss, drew his sword again, and his face expressed annoyance. I started my opponent, he swore. Let's note how difficult the boss was. He shouted to his men not to give this monster a second's breath and to attack him. It was a huge lizard. Its size was tens of times larger than that of an ordinary person. He had a lot of strength, and with just one touch he could knock down any of the squad. He was attacked with swords and a bow, trying all possible options. Having released another arrow, the man threw a net on the monster, beautifully special with skill like an archer. The monster did not expect this from her enemy, and was at a loss for a second. The monster tried to get out of the web of the net. Well, once the urine with its tail and paws in different directions. The squad tried to hold on and defend with their shields, not allowing the monster to knock anyone off their feet. The leader of the squad, having gotten as close as possible to the monster, swung his blade, wanting to cut the monster down and gain victory. But despite the fact that Jeffney managed to cut off part of the monster's tail, it did not retreat and continued to fight. Having lost his tail, the lizard only became more angry, and fire began to burst from his mouth. A wall of fire fell upon the squad, whose members immediately scattered to the sides. Leader Jeffnam was unhappy that the lizard had not yet fallen dead from his wounds, but continued to fight for his treasures. The courier did not get involved in the fight, but tried to stay away, hiding behind one of the huge stones. He immediately realized that the boss was the Zarkum lizard and had an 8th difficulty level. The courier thought that judging by the skill of the adventurers, the probability of clearing this dungeon exceeded 80%. Well, even with such reliable chances, the remaining 20 could not be ignored. He understood that if the adventurers died, he as a courier would receive nothing and would be in a dangerous position, and therefore defeat was unacceptable. With these thoughts, he decided to help the squad and began to rummage through his bag looking for something. He tried to feel around in his backpack for what he needed among the huge number of different objects that he carried with him everywhere. Soon he finally managed to find what he needed, and he exclaimed joyfully. Holding the unusual mushroom in his hand, the courier thought that the adventurers had enough attack power. If they created an opportunity for an attack, it would help them in the cleanup. The courier looked at the mushroom and remembered how expensive this smoking mushroom was, and he even felt sorry to waste it. But he had no choice, as the priority was to clear out, and he began to swing the mushroom, gaining the necessary speed for the throw, and all he had to do was hit the target. He watched the lizard closely as it continued to dart from side to side in an attempt to get rid of the robbers. Jeff Nam took most of the responsibility upon himself and was closer to the lizard than anyone else. The courier rushed forward towards the monster and the leader of his squad. The boys only had to catch the moment when the lizard attacked the adventurers to do their job. And choosing the right moment, he threw the smoking mushroom at the lizard. The mushroom came very close to the monster and exploded, enveloping the monster in a huge cloud of smoke. The lizard began to cough very hard, and the squad began to surround him using the courier's help. Jeff Nam turned around and called out to the boy. The courier held something else in his hand, and the leader gave the command that it was high time to use it. Jeff Nam smiled excitedly at the courier, already anticipating their victory. Hearing that the courier understood everything, Jeff Nam began to climb up the lizard. Climbing up the paws onto the tail, and from there onto the back, Jeff Nam approached the head of the monster, which could no longer resist. Jeff Nam jumped high and swung his sword. None of the squad members felt pity for the creature that was crying from pain and insults. When the lizard felt someone running along his back, he froze, but he could no longer do anything. Jeff Nam acted very quickly, demonstrating his professionalism and skills to the maximum. He plunged his blade into the lizard's face, and it fell dead to the ground. Jeff Nam remained in the same place for some time. I want to make sure that the lizard was really finished. After which he stood up and, smiling at his squad, thanked them for their good work and asked them to take the loot. Clearing the dungeon went without any problems, but the joy from it was short-lived. The courier felt how tense the atmosphere had become, and the reason was that the reward was pitiful. The boss should have dropped at least 20 B-class magic stones, but only 5 fell out, and the rest were useless things considered junk. In addition, the dungeon was filled with ordinary goblins whose presence made it very difficult to move forward and could not lift the mood. In other words, if you compare the costs of the cleanup with the rewards received, there were many reasons to be upset. This dungeon expedition turned out to be a complete failure, as it did not at all pay off the time, effort, and coin costs. On top of everything else, the reward received had to be divided among 4 people. It was for this reason that the atmosphere became very tense in a matter of seconds, as everyone began to think about competition and personal gain. The joy of the cleanup disappeared. The situation became tense. The squad members began to argue among themselves, as each wanted to receive the reward more than his partners. When it came to dividing up the spoils, the spirit of camaraderie immediately disappeared. The courier, watching the squad's arguments, smiled broadly at the moment. He believed that the adventurers' problems did not concern him, because couriers received a fixed payment no matter how much they earned. He decided that before the situation became completely heated, it was time to finish, and calling out to the men, he took out 2 bottles of drinks. He noted that they had worked very hard and were probably thirsty, and offered them a glass of the drink. It became very quiet in the cave, and all the members of the squad stared at the boy. Jeffney liked this proposal, and he noted that even in such a situation, the courier continued to take care of them. He approached the courier and started talking about the smoke bomb he had thrown at the boss, and admitted that the biggest success in this dungeon was meeting him. The boy was embarrassed and replied that he was probably being overpraised. He said that he had only helped a little with his modest skills, not wanting to brag too much. Another member of the squad approached them, expressed surprise that the boy called his skills modest, and pointed out that the more they looked, the more amazed they were by his strength. What amazed him most was that so many amazing things came out of the courier's bag, which came in very handy. Jeff Nam smiled very strangely, noting that the courier's bag probably contained much more treasure than the dungeon. They believed that the boy had managed to accumulate quite a decent fortune and was trying to hide it. They didn't care that the boy was just a porter who received 50 gold pieces. The whole squad began to surround the boy. I repeat that the greatest success in this dungeon was meeting him. It was not difficult to guess that they all wanted to rob the boy, having made sure that there were a lot of interesting things hidden in his bag. The courier of the crepe clutched the bottles and tried to hide his excitement, but did not hide the fact that the atmosphere was becoming stranger to his feelings. Suddenly, one of the bottles was knocked out of his hand. Turning back to see what had caused it, he found an arrow sticking out of a pile of underground rock, which had knocked the bottle out of his hands, although it was more likely that the man who had fired it had simply missed. Another arrow followed, and the courier no longer had any reason to hide his fear. He miraculously managed to dodge it. He was saved by only a few millimeters, which was enough for the arrow to fly past without hitting him. Having lost his balance, the boy fell to the ground. Seeing that a rifleman from the detachment was approaching him, he began to loudly complain about what these villagers were doing to him. The shooter, through his bestial grin, instead of a smile, ironically apologized. She didn't explain further that she wanted to shoot him in the head, so that he wouldn't suffer, but she just scared him, thereby ruining everything. The whole group approached the courier. I note that adventurer was a profession. It was not worth risking life. It was unfair to pay for such a risk only with garbage. Another man from the squad noted that they had no extra motives for this robbery, but if they do not repay their debt to another person, they will get into big trouble. The entire squad stood up and advanced on the courier, convincing him that he didn't need so many things anyway, and that they would be of more use to them. The courier realized that they would not be able to part ways amicably, and that he would have to protect you. He began to rise to his feet, knowing exactly what his next steps would be. The work of porters in the dungeons was also associated with the constant risk of death. If the squad members kill him and say that it was the work of goblins, then no one will even think to suspect anything strange. No matter how much the courier tried to help the adventurers, they still perceived him as a tool and nothing more. And those who had previously appreciated his efforts a moment later looked at him as prey. But the courier was used to it, so he was no longer surprised by this and did not lose his composure. He understood perfectly well that in his world such behavior was commonplace. In such a world, your class was determined from birth. Couriers were the lowest of the classes and were always perceived as such. This has been the case since time immemorial and has remained so to this day. But something changed and even made this boy's life harder. Gaining his ability to carry anything on his shoulders became a burden for him. He was always haunted by looks of complete contempt. What ability couldn't the courier register as an adventurer, since it was only intended for logistics? If a person wanted to participate in clearing the dungeons, he had to register only as a courier. Many times the boy was refused to become an adventurer and was only sent to the dungeon as a porter. The world made it clear to him that becoming an adventurer would not work and branded him as a courier. And now these people from the detachment most likely thought the same way as everyone else he managed to meet. He was ordered to empty his bag and was not even given any hope of survival. They attacked him again with weapons and a desire to take away everything he had. The courier was not to blame for this, but rather the evil souls of people who craved too much. And each time he had no choice but to defend himself. And once again he reached into his bag without taking it off his shoulders for something that could help him. Another brief moment and the adventurer would have pierced him with his spear, but the courier managed to draw his sword in time and block the blow. The adventurer could not have expected this at all and was very surprised that the boy was able to stop his spear. The courier quickly rose to his feet and rushed at the adventurer. He didn't waste a single second of his time, taking his sword out of his bag right in the middle of the jump. The last thing the adventurer saw in front of him was the hilt of a sword, which he had not even hoped to see. Despite the fact that the members of the adventurer squad underestimated their rapist, he managed to quickly deal with one of them. The archer, seeing this, cursed and loaded his crossbow. The courier ran straight towards him, and as he approached, he took an axe out of his bag. The axe flying towards him made the archer confused. The video arrows could not help him in any way. The axe that the courier threw pierced the adventurer's crossbow, smashing it into pieces. The squad leader and the other adventurers stared at the broken crossbow and were just as confused as its owner. Leader Jeffnam did not understand what was happening and was expecting a completely different development of events. He couldn't believe that Dolph, who was the first to rush at the boy, was defeated, and now their courier was a real threat. This angered the squad leader, and a real grin appeared on his face, which showed his true emotions. He cursed at his subordinates and ordered them to kill the boy, being unhappy that they were simply standing there. At that moment, the boy pulled out a hose with water from his bag. A strong stream of water at his offenders, not sparing a drop. Of course, the water was very hot and burned the adventurer's skin. They began to jump and fuss, trying to dodge such an unexpected rain. Having splashed his opponents with water, the courier continued to run towards them, continuing to take out his bag, sword, and other weapons. For him, there was no other choice but to kill his offenders and leave this dungeon unharmed. The bearer's sword flashed in the air, and the adventurer's cries rang out. It was an unplanned but very quick victory. The boy felt no pity and had no doubt whatsoever about what he was doing when he struck down his enemies. He was very good with a gun, although no one would have guessed it by looking at him. His eyes were filled with hatred, and the thirst for justice clouded all his thoughts. Jeffnam did not run to help his friends, but only watched in fear as they died. He couldn't believe his eyes because he considered his subjects to be very good warriors. He couldn't understand how a boy could deal with 3 adventurers who lived by fighting different monsters. It was impossible for him because the boy only had a porcelain rank and could not have such skills. Seeing how many different weapons were sticking out of the rapist's bag, he couldn't resist asking who he really was. The boy only grinned at this question, realizing how much he had impressed the squad leader. Turning to him and smiling broadly, the boy replied that he was just a dungeon courier. The courier stood at the entrance to the dungeons. The members of the squad lay next to him, leaning against each other. The courier was waiting for someone, and when he heard some sound, he froze, listened, and began to peer at the road. Soon a cart appeared on the road. The sound of wheels knocking on the stones grew louder, and soon the sound of braking was heard. The courier shouted joyfully and began waving his arms, calling her to him. The carriage stopped near the boy. The doors opened and a girl jumped to the ground. She asked if the boy was the courier she needed for Nagi and explained that the guild had sent her because of a report of a crime. When the squad members saw the dungeon inspector Petra from the porcelain rank, they huddled close to each other because before that they considered their actions to be unpunished. The dungeon inspector asked the courier why the adventurers around him were tied up and so battered. The girl started to swear and asked what could have happened in the dungeon, but the courier, smiling and rummaging through his bag, replied that he wanted the girl to hear something. From the bag, groans and shouts began to be heard, and soon it was possible to make out a dialogue. The inspector heard the voices of the adventurers, who ordered the courier to dump everything out of the bag, convincing him that he didn't need so many things anyway, and threats were also clearly audible. The dungeon inspector was amazed by such a device in the boy and also by what the adventurers allowed themselves to do to him. After listening to everything, the girl commented that a voice recorder in the form of a bag is a completely ineffective design, to which the courier corrected her, noting that it was more likely a bag with a voice recorder function. The inspector left the adventurers and pointed out that it was clear to her in any case that they were trying to kill Mr. Nagi, and it didn't matter what format the voice recorder was in. However, she was interested in something else. The girl asked how a courier like him could defeat 4 adventurers. She was especially interested in the fact that all the adventurers, moreover, were sent with ash mushrooms. The courier was pleased with this because he did not expect the inspector to know about such mushrooms. The inspector noted that she knew perfectly well that these mushrooms were found in this region, and that their consumption caused muscle cramps, dizziness, and a purple tint to the face. The courier smiled and, pointing out that everything was becoming clear, said that it turned out that the guys accidentally ate the mushroom stew. He went on to say that it was just at that moment when they were about to attack him and all the symptoms began to appear, and he was lucky because otherwise he as an ordinary courier would not have been able to tie up the adventurers. The courier approached one of the men and asked if his words were true. Mr. Nagi hoped that the inspector would believe his words. The girl looked at the courier and then carefully studied the adventurers' faces again. The leader of the squad immediately stated that these words were a lie. He confirmed that they had indeed eaten poisonous mushrooms, but they had not done so of their own free will, and had fallen into the courier's trap before the battle had even begun. After hearing this, the courier began to take his sword out of his bag, and approaching him, he asked whether the leader was really a gold-ranked adventurer and not a porcelain one. A sword fight began between them. Even though the adventurers were definitely guilty, their leader tried to prove otherwise and shift the blame onto the courier and punish him. Thanks to this fight, it was clear that the courier was a coincidence because it was clear how well he handled a weapon. Suddenly, Nagi's courier crouched down right in front of the leader Jeffnam, and sparks began to fly from his bag, as if an explosion was about to occur. Jeffnam was angry and cursed to himself because he believed that if his squad spent most of their strength on the middle ones with the boss, then some courier still couldn't defeat them. He tried to understand how this was possible and where this boy got such fighting skills from. Everything seemed strange and unreal, but it was still true, and Jeffnam had some suggestions on this matter and wanted to find out everything as it was. The courier openly laughed at him, calling him very slow and wondering how Jeffney managed to survive against that goblin. Jeffnam felt humiliated because of losing to some porter and wanted to believe that he just got them mad and took advantage of the confusion. He shouted at him, chasing him away with his bag. But the courier did not retreat, and his strength was simply amazing, but more and more questions arose about its origin. Having made a very strong blow, Jeffnam became even more angry because the courier jumped back and moreover continued to joke about him. He joked even when it seemed that he was a hair's breadth away from the deadly blade of his now enemy. Their swords burned like the sun but cut only air. Leader Jeffnam used a sword that was blazing with fire and turned out to be just like a blazing hurricane. He ran forward towards his enemy but quickly discovered that the courier was no longer in front of him. The courier giggled behind him, having managed to deftly jump away and outwit such a seemingly strong warrior. This only made Jeffnam even more angry. He turned around, cursed, and was ready to rush at the boy again. But this again did not produce any results, as the courier was able to dodge the sword blade again by crouching low to the ground. Jeffnam kept replaying their battle in the dungeon and began to guess why his squad had failed in the fight with the porter. This thought horrified him. He considered himself one of the best adventurers warriors and could not admit his weakness. Looking at the courier Nagi, he thought that the reason was not that the young man was strong, but that he was weak. His body simply did not give in to him as before, and the reason for this was already in this strange porter. Jeffnam felt very unwell, but he could not understand what was happening to him. The leader felt like he was going to vomit for a moment, and he bent over the ground and was forced to stop participating in the fight. The courier didn't rush at him, but simply stood and watched the suffering. The courier smiled, pretending that he had forgotten to say something. He pointed out that all the adventurers had been sent away, and that the first symptoms were beginning to appear. Nagi explained that the tree they had all recently eaten contained ash fungus, which is considered poisonous. The mushroom not only improved the taste of the dish, but also served as a kind of insurance against such parasites as adventurers. But the adventurers didn't even suspect anything bad, and devoured the dishes with this mushroom with both cheeks, and were very pleased. Turning purple from the effects of the mushroom poison and from anger, Jeffnam looked at his porter. He began to growl with anger and tried to threaten to kill if the poisoning turned out to be true. He shouted that the courier had intended to hand them over from the very beginning and was apparently just waiting for the right moment. Nagi briefly confirmed that this was true. He went on to explain that it was dangerous for him, a fragile courier, to trust wily adventurers like them, but the mushrooms were just insurance, not a specific goal to get rid of them. The young man noted that whether he would poison them or not depended only on their own actions, and in that situation he used a catalyst so that the effect of the poison would manifest itself faster. The courier admitted that after completing the task he planned to give them a drink to completely neutralize the poison, but everything went wrong. One of the adventurers ruined everything himself, and now everyone had to suffer. He took out 2 bottles from his bag which contained the antidote, but one of them was destroyed by the arrow that was fired at the courier, and he had to change his mind about giving them the antidote. Jeffnam, hearing this, began to shake from the anger and despair that filled him. Nagi smiled as he looked at him and noted that he still had one left. And indeed, Jeffnam remembered that the young man had another bottle in his hands when they were in the dungeon. Jeffnam thought that if he told the inspector straight away that the young man had poisoned them, it would hardly sound plausible, so he agreed with him out loud. He started to cry on display and say that he and other adventurers accidentally ate soup with such dangerous mushrooms. The adventurers could not admit that they had been defeated by the courier, and all supporting their leader began to shout, regretting the poisoned food they had eaten. The inspector glanced at them, lost her chin, and after thinking for a second exhaled a little with some relief. She glanced at Jeffnam and noted that the whole situation was clear to her, and that all the criminals would have to be transported to another place for punishment and assistance. The courier smiled and adjusted his bag on his shoulder, asking if he could go since the situation had been resolved and was about to disappear from the scene. The emperor asked him not to hurry and offered to give him a ride to the city if he was going there, and pointed to the cart. Nagi stopped and turned around, freezing for a second. He asked if it was free because he really wanted to take advantage of such an offer. The adventurers were loaded into the cart, and the inspector and the courier sat down immediately behind the driver and set off on their journey. The girl, not wanting to sit in awkward silence, noted that she was sorry that the courier had to face such an unpleasant incident, having barely arrived in their city. The inspector apologized on behalf of the Adventurers Guild. It was obvious that this situation had upset her very much, and she was trying to somehow fix it. Mr. Nagi, once again looking for something in his bag, smiled at this and asked not to worry, pointing out that couriers like him encountered similar things every day. Watching sideways as the courier almost completely reached into his backpack, trying to get something out, the inspector drew attention to the fact that Nagi should have known, even though what happened was not his fault. Looking at the tied-up adventurers with particular anger, the inspector regretfully shared that it was unlikely that anyone would understand such things. The adventurers captured by Lord Nager belonged to the Zarya Guild. This guild was known for its high commercial behavior in their region. If the guild members were offended, they would always pay with revenge. Having explained this, the girl asked the courier to be more careful for some time until the guild calms down. Having said this, the girl looked at the young man and was a little taken aback. Seeing that he was already hugging some animal that had crawled halfway out of his backpack and seemed to want to eat him, the girl asked if the courier was even listening to her and received an affirmative answer. The animal spat irritably in the young man's face and began to try to climb back into the bag. Nagi turned to his furry friend named Gluttony with displeasure, reminding him of his request not to show himself to her in public because everyone was scared at the sight of her. The animal was indignant, noting that he was hungry. The inspector stepped back, asking what that thing was, and immediately began to write down a note in her notebook about the strange creature in the bag. The courier laughed and asked not to worry, introduced Gluttony, and explained that at some point he began to live in his bag and now brought a lot of use helping to sort things in the bag. Before he appeared, his bag was a mess, but with the appearance of this creature, it was much easier to find something. But in exchange for this, Gluttony ate a bunch of magic stones and brazenly begged for another portion, and at that moment, the courier noted that after everything that happened in that dungeon, the creature probably had a lot to do and was very hungry. Nagi thought out loud, pointing out that the spoils from the dungeon were originally supposed to be divided between 4 people. Well, for the incident that happened, the entire reward went to him alone. This fact could not but please because the courier still had earnings and his assistant did not go hungry. Nagi took out the magic stones and handed them to Gluttony, delighting him that this time he would get twice as much as usual. The little animal began to chew its treats with great pleasure and became incredibly cute in appearance. The inspector timidly looked out from behind the courier and looked at the animal, noting that she had never seen creatures that fed on magic stones before, and the courier replied that, to tell the truth, Gluttony was the first one he had ever met. Well, since he hadn't caused any harm, the courier considered it a mutually beneficial relationship. The inspector was very much surprised by this, but what was most striking was the courier's bag, which could even accommodate such a creature. Suddenly their path was interrupted. The horse stood above you and neighed loudly, refusing to go forward. The driver tried to calm the horses and make them move on, but it was very strange why the animals were so excited. The inspector asked about it. Well, actually, I didn't know. It was obvious that the horses were very scared of something. Well, at first glance, everything was calm. The courier froze. A strange sensation washed over him, and he concentrated on it completely. He began to look around. His face changed greatly. He was overwhelmed with many different feelings, and he tried to understand what they were warning about. He soon realized that this premonition indicated a breakthrough of another dungeon, but he did not understand why it happened in that particular place, and turned to the inspector. He pointed to one side to attract the girl's attention and indicated that behind the mountain a dungeon breakthrough could be felt. And indeed, a very bright glow was proudly carried about. It could not be compared with the sun, which seemed much dimmer than this color. The inspector, hearing this, became even more agitated and asked again if she had really heard what she had heard. The girl noted that in this case things were bad and asked how the courier could have found out about this, asking directly if he had any magical devices for detecting such things. The courier, without taking his eyes off the horizon, said that he simply had a peculiar intuition and that magical devices were of no use. The dungeon inspector was even more surprised by this. The courier, ignoring his surprise, grabbed the armrest and noticed that they had very little time left. Gritting his teeth, he pointed out that they should hurry to avoid possible casualties. The inspector looked at him with some bewilderment. I doubted whether to trust the words of some young man with an incomprehensible intuition. She too, as an inspector, was unable to sense anything, and relying on someone's intuition was clearly absurd. Nagi, practically exploding from a storm of emotions, hissed that the words were true, and there really was a breakthrough in the dungeon. Gluttony, who also looked beyond the horizon, spoke about his own. He loved magic stones very much and said that he felt a huge number of them behind the mountain. For him, it was an incredibly delicious smell, and he spoke openly about it. The inspector doubted for some time whether it was worth trusting her unusual companions and whether it was really worth hurrying. Well, I decided to accept it as the truth, and the cart was driven towards the mountain. Dungeons that existed for too long sooner or later began to change. Over time, such dungeons entered a state of so-called breakthrough, and monsters from within burst out, dreams of chaos and death. It was for this reason that people were obliged to clear the dungeons in their world. Quite quickly the carriage reached the designated place, and the inspector saw with her own eyes that the young man had not lied. Looking at the huge cloud of energy, which was a portal for the release of creatures, the inspector concluded that the dungeon had been maturing for a long time and was about to burst. Don't turn your head, the girl looked at the courier and asked again how he could feel this from a distance. The courier did not open his eyes from the maturing portal and was ready for battle. He was filled with anger, and he said that he would not be able to forget such a feeling as breaking through the dungeon. At the very least, he believed that such a feeling simply could not be forgotten and was transported far into the past to the moment when the dungeon burst. Real demons began to burst in from the earth. During each of the breakthroughs, a real hell arose on the earth. The inspector looked at the young man and began to guess that, to his great regret, he had experienced a breakthrough. Well, even if he had survived it, the girl couldn't understand how he could feel what was happening. Her thoughts were interrupted by the courier, who noted that something still didn't add up. He looked around and said that if the dungeon was located so close to the village, the adventurers simply couldn't help but clear it out. The inspector looked at her notebook and confirmed that her notes indicated that this dungeon had been taken into work, and the courier asked if she could clarify who exactly had cleared it. The inspector indicated that the D-rank dungeon was ordered by 1 mithril-ranked adventurer and 2 copper-ranked adventurers. The Nagi found this very suspicious, because why would a mithril adventurer decide to go into a normal D-class dungeon? There was clearly something wrong with the whole situation, and it was worth sorting it all out. He turned to the inspector and said that he was going down to the village to check something and offered to go with him. The girl timidly asked if he suspected the same thing because she herself had thought the same thing. The inspector turned to the driver and asked if he could escort the criminals to prison instead of her. She pointed out that as the dungeon inspector, she was simply obliged to go with the courier and check what they suspected. Carefully skirting the opening portal of the collapsing dungeon, they headed towards the trees at the bottom of the mountainside. The village was surprisingly quiet. They didn't meet a single local resident on the street. Walking deeper into the village, some discovered that all the inhabitants were huddled together. It seemed that everyone was very excited about something. It wasn't hard to guess that something really did happen. People were indignant that a lot of time had passed since then, and the adventurers were supposed to clean everything up, but the cart was still there. They demanded an explanation of what the adventurers would do if a breakthrough occurred. They turned to the guy and girl, who tried to avoid this conversation by explaining that they didn't know anything and that they should have asked the raid leader questions, not them. The guy shouted that they couldn't do anything because the leader of the raid had just disappeared and no one could find him. People found these excuses unsuccessful, and the residents' indignation grew. The courier stood behind the crowd and listened to what people were talking about and realized that, judging by the situation, his assumptions were correct. Raid cancellations mostly happened when the raid leader's level was higher than the dungeon's level. They would register a request for a low-level dungeon, but if they found a more profitable dungeon, they would simply ignore the lower one. In this case, adventurers are no longer interested in anything, and they give in to their greed and do not fulfill the contract. The inspector noted that the guild is usually fined for such negligence in carrying out the promised work. The courier noted that this punishment was still too lenient, and the inspector immediately agreed with him. Nagi understood the anger of the inhabitants perfectly well, because at any moment they could lose everything they had. Meanwhile, the adventurer who intended to allow such a situation to happen will simply get off with a fine. The dungeon that was located near this village could break through already this very night. Even if we ask for help from the Adventurers Guild, by the time they arrive, this village will already be turned into ruins. Even in such a situation, the adventurers waved it off and talked nonsense to the people. I don't want to admit my mistakes. They shouted that they had also suffered because the leader of their raid had disappeared and they were left with nothing, and now breaking through the dungeon was no longer a concern and people had to do whatever they could with it, but on their own. The adventurer told one of the residents, who was apparently the manager, that if he had any complaints, they should file an official complaint with the guild. They were not responsible for this and were not obliged to listen to nastiness. It was already possible to guess that the adventurers were not heroes or defenders. These were mostly people without high morals and cared only about their own benefit. But despite this, in this situation, it was the strength of the adventurers that was needed, since only they were able to prevent the breakthrough of the dungeon. At times like these, Nagi really regretted that his class was only to be a courier. The inspector thought for a moment and noted that she was very sorry. Well, the residents would have to be evacuated. Saving their lives was a priority. The courier twirled his medallion in his hands and asked the inspector if she thought these people could really be saved. The girl was a little indignant. I don't understand what the courier means. Nagi asked to listen to him and noted that winter would soon begin. If all these people lost their homes, there was little chance that they would survive such a long winter. It was obvious that Nagi was very angry. He was overcome with helplessness. He fought with himself, wishing with all his being to change the situation with his own hands, because there were no people nearby who could do it. The thought was spinning in his head that the one this village needed was definitely not a courier. Well, apart from him, apparently no one else was worried about this situation. Suddenly, he started laughing loudly, which attracted some attention. He started talking about some kind of luck that had fallen on their heads. He spoke loudly on purpose, and coming closer to the adventurers, noted that he had gone into the village for a short while, and then there was a breakthrough into the dungeons. He turned to the inspector and asked if it would be possible to collect the reward without any fees if the dungeon breach was repaired. The girl confirmed this, but did not quite understand the purpose of the question. The courier began to laugh even louder, noting that it was simply a gift from fate. The adventurers turned their attention to him. They were perplexed that some boy was going to clear the dungeon on his own. Then they noticed the color of his badge and were shocked. Nashi had a badge on his neck indicating that he was a gold-ranked adventurer, in which case clearing the dungeon was entirely possible. Nagi ruffled his hair and asked the tourists if they wanted to join him, and he proposed to divide the reward in a ratio of 9 parts to 1. Nagi decided to change the situation and become an adventurer for a while. He approached the inspector and asked what the fine was for illegally appropriating the title of adventurer. The girl replied that fines started at 1,000 gold for such a violation, which confused Nagi a little, but there was nowhere to go. The portal led into the very abyss comparable to real hell for an ordinary person. The portal leading to the unknown dimension was a dungeon recommended only for adventurers of at least gold rank. Regular dungeons, no matter how difficult they were, ultimately boiled down to killing monsters. The monsters were destroyed, all the treasures were taken away, and the dungeon could no longer be dangerous for the cities and villages with their inhabitants. But in the abyss, the enemy was space itself, and even an experienced adventurer could not predict the conditions for completing the dungeon before entering it. This greatly increased the risk of disappearance or death, so people tried to avoid such a dungeon. Moreover, in the case of the Naga courier, the dungeon had to be completed within a certain time, which made the task even more difficult. As the group approached the portal, the inspector noted that judging by the magical limit, in an hour the dungeon would begin to collapse and there was no more time. Everyone understood that it would be very difficult to cope with any tests in 1 hour, especially in the abyss. Nagi emphasized that they would have to hope that they would only find an easy dungeon. Saying that they had not a second to lose, the courier took the first step. He went into the portal and everyone followed him. The portal gladly accepted them and led them into the dungeon. The first thing the adventurers saw was the bright sun. The sun was blinding the eyes and everything seemed fine, but the first signs of destruction were already noticeable. The inspector was a little surprised and began to look around. There were chunks of rocks hanging right in the air. The whole group decided to take a good look around and assess the situation before moving on. The adventurer from the failed raid was delighted that it was broad daylight inside the dungeon, although it was night above. Her partner noted that this was how the historic first clearing of the dungeon of the Rising Star Banadeshtar began, while the girl emphasized that they must show everyone from the guild what they are capable of. The guy agreed, because when the guild sees what they were able to do, their jaws will drop and respect and admiration will appear. The inspector turned to Nagi, noting that being ignorant was indeed bliss. She thought that they were finished as soon as she saw what was happening, but in reality everything turned out to be more or less bearable. Nagi looked around properly and replied that the situation they had gotten into was not very successful in itself. On one of the largest overhanging rocks at the top, some kind of fortress was visible and everything seemed very strange. Nagi noted that the entire environment spoke to them and welcomed them to hell. The inspector looked at the visible fortress and once again clarified the time it would take him to reach the end of the dungeon. And then the girl asked the courier why he lied to them and noted that since his intentions were good, she would not tell anyone. Nagi smiled and asked if they had any other choice in what to do. Nagi emphasized that if he had asked them by posing as a courier, the adventurers would hardly have helped them. Well, he pretended to be a gold-ranked adventurer who was difficult to refuse. He believed that even though everything was far-fetched, if the dungeon was not cleared, a breakthrough would occur, so they all ended up here together. The inspector agreed that the breakthrough into the dungeons had to be prevented, and if this was not done, the village would be in danger, but her speech was interrupted by the adventurer's yawn. She asked what was bothering them and noted that because of this she couldn't stand slow people stretching and warming up. Sitting down, she declared that she could have dealt with the whole situation on her own, calling it a piece of cake. She jumped onto the lowest hanging stone, and from there she jumped higher. Stone after stone she overcame very deftly. It was easy to guess that the girl just wanted to show off and win the admiration of others. Her partner shouted that her idea was quite dangerous. Suddenly the girl's bracelet began to burn with fire. The flame began to spread higher up the arm, burning the skin with its heat. The girl was a little confused, not expecting this. At that very moment, the girl fell to the ground, accompanied by the displeased look of her comrade. He called her a fool and noted that as always she acted first and thought later, just like she had done back in training camp. The girl, getting up and rubbing her bruises, was indignant that he dared to swear at her. The guy didn't calm down. He didn't understand how it was possible not to scold her. The portals to the abyss could have debuffs or curses, and they had gone through this in the camp, to which the girl only chuckled and reminded that she knew this herself. At that moment, the inspector approached them, holding out her index finger blazing with a blue flame. She pointed out that the guys were right, and in the portal in the abyss, first of all, it is necessary to check for the presence of a curse, and at this magical shackles appeared on the adventurer's hands. When asked what was happening, the inspector explained that it seemed like this was the curse of the dungeon, and that they were now all connected to each other by invisible shackles and therefore had to move together without separating from each other. Nagi was very unhappy with the current situation and emphasized that apparently all sorts of tricks would not work in this dungeon. He dumped a lot of things out of his bag and, drawing attention to himself, said that fortunately they had a lot of mountaineering equipment. The adventurer was very surprised how so much stuff fit in his bag. Well, he ignored her question and suggested that everyone move step by step carefully, and then they would have a chance to successfully complete the cleanup. This was the key to such spatial dungeons. It was necessary to do everything gradually, step by step, with special care. It was impossible to rush so as not to waste strength, but it was also impossible to slow down too much, maintaining an optimal pace. And in that case, it was possible to achieve the desired goal. That's what the dungeon clearing group did. They began to carefully climb the stones, waiting for each other and belaying. Nagi was ahead of everyone and asked them to follow his pace and not to forget that they were connected to chains and the distance should not be too great, so they would have to keep an optimal distance and move forward. The adventurer began to catch up with him, pointing out that he was walking too slowly, and declared that she wanted to lead the group herself. But Nagi didn't like this idea, and he refused, explaining that it was better to go slowly but along a well-thought-out route than to go quickly and waste time returning. Although even with the exact route, there were certain problems. In the abyss, one could always encounter many variables one could not expect when exactly one would encounter such circumstances. A huge stone animal appeared in the air in front of Nagi. The stones were covered with moss-like wool. The courier froze, examining this creature, trying to understand whether he should expect danger from it. The animal's mouth opened to swallow a huge boulder. This indicated that the entire group had to be careful because it could eat any of the stones they were on. With incredible force, the animal's mouth slammed shut, as if a mountain that had stood for thousands of years had collapsed and ceased to exist. Nagi decided that this was the first dead end on their path. The monster, unknown to him, did not inspire confidence with its food preferences. The inspector looked into her notebook and said that this monster was called a stone pig that ate stones. It was a strong monster, but not aggressive unless provoked. They lived in places with a lot of rocks. The fact that they were found even in this dungeon was surprising. According to the information in the reference book, the stone pigs also quickly excreted waste, and then a strange sound was heard and a smaller stone flew out from the other side of the monster. The stone pig ate and excreted waste, changing the structure of the dungeon. The structure of the dungeon that the adventurers entered was incredible because of this. The courier noted that the inspector looked very pleased, that she laughed and replied that she was reacting that way because she had seen something like this for the first time. But be that as it may, they had a problem. The platform they wanted to climb on had completely collapsed. Now there was only one way to get further. Nagi decided to throw a hook onto the stone pig and attach a rope to it. It was quite dangerous because if he missed who would provoke her to aggression, they would have to save themselves. They could not have imagined how aggressive the stone pig would become and what a danger it posed. The courier understood that they had neither the strength nor the time to deal with this monster, much less to fight. The adventurer laughed and noted that in that case hope fell on him. He pulled his gloves higher and didn't notice that his moment of glory had come. I say goodbye to the leader of Naga. I didn't trust him very much. The adventurer asked to watch him carefully and rushed forward to run towards the pig. His name was Ban Deshtar. He was a necromancer and used his special skill, continuing to boast about how he would overcome the obstacle. He threw forward something whose structure was very difficult to understand. As soon as these clots of unknown origin landed on the pig, they turned into humanoid creatures. The creatures were segmented golems called Pebble and Cobblestone. The courier looked at the inspector and noted that summoning abilities were very rare. The inspector noted that if the summoned creature hooked the hook, it was possible to attach the rope without provoking the stone pig. Nagi immediately noticed something strange and became nervous. The golem and the creatures were shaking and spinning incomprehensibly in place. It was impossible to track how they were moving. They were literally twisted and broken. The picture was not the most pleasant and even frightening. The creatures moved very strangely with each passing second and inspired less and less confidence. The adventurer rolled her eyes and explained that in the necromancer's camp, they called him Explosive Ban. No one trusted his summoned creatures since he controlled them, to put it mildly, mediocrely, and in the end all his minions exploded. The necromancer was in a state of some kind of trance and asked not to be disturbed because controlling the summoned creatures was comparable to looking in a mirror and moving the left hand separately from the right. He also warned that if it was necessary to maintain control for no more than 5 minutes, then everything would be fine. At least that's what he hoped. Nagi didn't quite trust the necromancer's abilities, but since they had little time, it was worth a try. He swung his hook and shouted to everyone that they would have to get through quickly before everything exploded. Nagi threw the hook forward towards the summoned golems that would attach it to the pig. The golems grabbed each other by the hands. One of them remained on the stone pig, and with one hand holding onto it with the other supporting the second in the air, the tables caught the hook. The golem managed to catch the hook thrown by the courier, and it sank into his clay flesh. Nagi smiled and apologized to the necromancer and asked him to be patient, since during the summoning part of his consciousness is connected with the creatures and he could also be in pain. Nagi was the first to crawl along the rope, thinking that although they found themselves in a very difficult dungeon, they still had some luck. The others followed the courier. The golems held the rope tightly, and everything looked as confident as it could be in their situation. The abilities of the accompanying courier and adventurer inspector proved useful in this dungeon. Nagi thought that the minions were especially useful, and the chances of completing the dungeon with them would be quite easy. Even before reaching the stone pig with his group, the courier felt that something was wrong with the necromancer, although only 3 minutes had passed. Behind them, the voice of the necromancer was immediately heard, asking them to move faster, and Nagi asked him to hold on a little longer, otherwise they would all fall down together. The necromancer, trying to hold on to his golems, apologized to the group and warned that the golems were about to explode. He explained that the crack that had appeared on his head had gotten out of control, and that he had also started to feel sick to the point that he could no longer stand it. It was obvious to everyone that the golems were literally bursting at the seams and could fly apart into tiny pieces at any moment. This is what happened the next moment. The necromancer could not stand it and let go of control. His summoned creatures exploded. The explosion was very powerful, and now the danger from the stone pig was real. The pig's eyes immediately started to dart around, sensing what had happened. The hook that held the rope fell off the stone pig and no longer held the group of adventurers, who lost such a good chance to very quietly and without problems overcome the difficulty on their way. As soon as the rope broke, Nagi and his temporary friends fell down. The fall was very high and nothing could be heard except the swearing of the adventurers. Someone shouted for everyone to try to grab onto anything, but it was only out of desperation. This fall meant that they would have to go through the entire path again, and they already had very little time to solve the problem with this dungeon. Nagi knew that if they fell back to the starting point, they would never reach the top. He believed that the first priority was to at least minimize losses and then deal with the rest. He used his special courier skill. Nagi turned his bag upside down and it began to fill with air. Thanks to this, it turned into a kind of air cushion which saved everyone from an unpleasant landing. The bag fell onto one of the stones hanging in the air, and the adventurers jumped up as if on a trampoline. The bag immediately returned to its original form. Nagi landed first on the stone, barely holding on to it. The rest of the group landed after him. Nagi, very worried that everything did not go according to plan, checked to see if everything was okay with everyone. The inspector thanked Nagi, almost calling him a courier and revealing their shared secret. Afterwards, the inspector quickly changed the subject to something more important, pointing out that they had lost a significant part of their resource in terms of time. It was hard to say that they would now be able to reach the summit in time. Nagi exhaled and smiled, emphasizing that they had no other choice. He seemed so focused and so confident in what he was saying that it was a great motivation for the others as well. He told everyone that he could no longer afford to adjust to everyone's endurance, and would henceforth move at his own pace, which stunned his teammates. Nagi took out a special courier item from his bag, which was a sticky climbing kit, and asked everyone to gather their courage. He gave each adventurer one of these sets, noting that they would now go vertically to the very top, and asked them not to relax their vigilance if no one wanted to allow another failure. He warned that if even one of them fell, the whole group would fall after him. Nagi also warned that the closer they get to the top, the more traps and variables will arise on their way. Soon they came across a section with falling rocks, which made it very difficult for them to climb up. Further on, I came across a section with an icy cover. It was cold and very slippery, which made it difficult to grab the surface even with the wonderful set in the bag. Later, the group of adventurers came across a section with a narrow log along which banana peels kept appearing, making it difficult to pass. Soon the adventurers saw a flying boulder which was quite menacing and asked what it was. I don't know that they had entered an area with explosive stones. Overcoming level after level, the adventurers were thrown by forces. I fought with myself, not with great difficulty, but were already ready to give up. Nagi reassured the necromancer, who kept asking how much longer he had to climb, by saying that they were almost there. The adventurer was indignant that such a phrase was not heard for the first time, and she already wants to be a monster and not climb mountains, and she did not receive such a status for this. Nagi ignored her indignation and assured her that this time they just needed to be patient a little longer, and everyone would reach their intended destination. Indeed, the peak with the fortress was already very close, and there was an opportunity to take a better look at it. Having looked carefully at the fortress, Nagi noticed that the location's boss monster was most likely waiting for them, there seeing a huge dragon who was still sleeping soundly. The adventurers were very happy and seemed to have perked up when they heard this. Bandeshtar was really looking forward to his first official fight. The girl said that she would deal with the monster boss and show those guild assholes who only gave her a copper rank what was what, and she jumped up and down happily. Nagi, watching the adventurers cheer up and rejoice, thought that judging by their abilities and talents, they were indeed above the copper rank, although they sometimes made mistakes. Nagi assumed that it was probably because necromancers were despised in the guild, and the beastmen had only recently stopped being slaves to humans. At some point, the adventurers began to doubt their strength and decided that in the worst case, the group leader Nagi would be able to cope with the boss alone because he was a gold-ranked adventurer. Nagi was not very happy about this because she took the adventurers with her precisely so that they could deal with the monster on their own and clear out this dungeon. Our thoughts and the dialogue of the adventurers were interrupted by the inspector. We should wait a little with our judgments. The girl looked at the fortress and expressed her fears that something was wrong with it. She noted that the boss monster at the top was a lindworm, a snake-like dragon that could be either winged or wingless and did not have a purple color. And since the boss in front of them had exactly this color, this could only mean that the monster was already dead. The courier's eyes widened considerably in great surprise. After this remark of the inspector, the whole group saw that someone's sword was already sticking out of the monster. From this, the situation became more and more complicated and incomprehensible. But I could see the adventurer, the man who was lying on the other side, resting after a hard fight with the dragon. The man woke up after hearing a strange noise coming from somewhere nearby. Having risen, he went to the edge of the cliff to look around. Naturally, he was not very pleased with what he saw. Nagi kept his eyes on the peak and was able to see this adventurer who had gotten ahead of his group as soon as he reached the edge. There was no need to guess. This adventurer who killed the dragon was a real danger. I'll watch Nagi's group for a bit. The man decided to attack first because competitors appeared on his territory. He jumped down without any fears or concerns. He was confident that he could cope with the whole group. Nagi and his team froze as they saw the danger approaching them at lightning speed. Nagi stood in front of the entire group and took the brunt of the wind from the flight of that adventurer, whom no one had lived to meet at the end of the difficult journey. The man jumped onto the rock towards Nagi and his comrades, but seemed to ignore the courier himself rushing at the others. He just glanced sideways at Nagi with incredible anger in his eyes. Nagi didn't have time to react quickly enough to stop him, but he did notice something interesting on the man's clothes. The adventurer wore a mithril rank badge on his chest, which greatly surprised Nagi. The courier quickly realized that, in this case, everything that had happened earlier was not a cancellation of the raid. The man stopped, finding himself in the center of the cliff, surrounded by the adventurers, the inspector, and Nagi, and chuckled, noting that their presence was a problem for him. The mithril-ranked adventurer then remarked that he never expected anyone to be able to enter this dungeon. He didn't just look evil. It seemed like he had real evil concentrated in him, and after he spoke about the desired breakthrough in this place, doubts quickly disappeared that it was really evil. Nagi was overcome with anger. He knew very well that in their world there were people like this adventurer, or rather non-humans. The adventurer began to warm up his hands, expressing that he did not understand why everyone had decided to complicate everything. He spread his arms out to the sides, praising himself as great, and indicated that those 4 adventurers would be considered dead during the clearing of the dungeon. His eyes were shining. He smiled at the mere thought of what would happen after the dungeon was broken through, and unfortunately what kind of people existed who specially arranged the dungeon breakthrough. In this world, people registered in the Adventurers Guild were given a rank according to their abilities. The initial and lowest rank was porcelain or white. These included dungeon couriers, dungeon miners, guild office workers, and other professions that did not have any combat skills. The next stage was the level of a novice adventurer. It was the copper rank. This rank was given to those who had at least minimal combat ability. They were stronger than normal people, but they could not be relied upon in the dungeon. The next rank was silver. These were experienced, skilled veterans. Those who could carry out their tasks in the dungeon without problems. According to the guild statistics, most adventurers belonged to this level. Above that was the gold rank. Adventurers who reached this level could lead dungeon clearing teams. This rank was reserved for those who had great talent or experience. This was the end of the standard adventurer levels. But sometimes you could meet those units that belonged to the elite of the elite. They belonged to the mithril rank. People called adventurers who reached this level gods who rose above the human race. Only those who transcended the limits of human understanding could reach this level. The adventurer that Nagi's dungeon clearing party met was one of the mithril rank. When Nagi found out about this, there was only swearing in his thoughts because he understood that things were bad. The aura of a mithril ranked adventurer was so oppressive on him. Nagi felt hatred towards him at first sight, and it was understandable. As soon as Nagi laid eyes on him, it became clear that even the four of them would not be able to defeat this adventurer. He was part of evil. He became evil while also having such a high and rare rank, which spoke volumes about his incredible abilities and skills. Nagi turned to the inspector and asked if she knew this man. The girl replied that he was an acquaintance since there weren't many mithril-ranked adventurers in this city. She recalled that she had previously told about the unceremonious Dawn Guild, and the person in front of them was the commander of the Dawn Guild squad. He was a berserker named Dullahan, which translated meant headless horseman. Dullahan grinned, looked at the inspector, and noted that her face was also familiar to him. And now it became clear that she was the one who worked in the guild. Dullahan spread his arms out to the sides, surprised that such a chick had forgotten herself in such a forgotten dungeon and had decided to play the role of an adventurer. He noted that she was an ordinary white woman, which made the girl very angry. The inspector took a step forward towards him, emphasizing that she also had some questions for him. She approached him in a completely formal manner and asked why he did not defend the dungeon he was in. She barely contained her emotions and noticed that the dungeon was about to undergo a rift, and preventing the rift was the first duty of any adventurer. To these words, Dullahan only showed his sly grin and laughed at the presentation of some kind of duties. He laughed very loudly, showing his snow-white and very sharp teeth, as if specially sharpened to the edge of a knife. He continued to mock our inspector and her presentation on the account of what and to whom he was obliged. Having calmed down, he said, looking straight into her eyes, that adventurers are driven only by their own interests. For example, he cited that sometimes breaking a dungeon could be more profitable than clearing it, which angered the girl even more. Nagi did not interfere, just listening to the conversation, but it greatly angered him. He understood that, in some ways, Dullahan was right, but innocent people gave their lives only for the desire to enrich someone higher up. Nagi never thought of adventurers as heroes or brave men, but he couldn't even imagine that such reckless scum existed. Nagi thought that if the adventurers really were going to cause a rift in the dungeon, then he would make every effort to stop it. But there was one problem with this, because of which the achievement of such a goal was in question. The adventurer was of jade rank, and fighting him head-on was sheer madness, so he had to use his cunning. Nagi intervened in the dialogue with a loud laugh. He turned to Dullahan and rummaged through his bag, noting that apparently some misunderstanding had occurred. Nagi smilingly explained that they had just accidentally stumbled upon this dungeon and decided to take a look at what was inside, and apparently accidentally disturbed him. Nagi presented a gift for Dullahan, supposedly as a token of apology. It was the famous shashlik of Master Don's tour. The adventurer took the shashlik in his hands and looked sideways at Nagi, not really trusting the food that was taken out of the bag. Nagi ignored the distrustful look and asked if the adventurer hadn't gotten hungry while he was in the dungeon, and smiled amiably, begging him to try it before the shashlik got cold. Nagi tried to cheat. I can't help but think that a direct confrontation with such a scumbag was not a way out. He needed to be weakened, so he offered him to try this kebab. Dullahan, without thinking twice, sank his sharp teeth into the meat. He tasted the wonderful flavor of this dish and replied that the shashlik remained hot, as if it had just been cooked. It seemed that Dullahan even grew fat from such a glorious gift and responded that the dish was incredible. He jumped up to Nagi and hugged him tightly. The adventurer noted that the meat was cooked evenly, the shrimp were cooked perfectly, which made the taste simply gorgeous. Nagi chuckled quietly, mentally wishing the adventurer to eat as much as he could. Dullahan did not let go of Nagi. His hand tightly gripped the boy's shoulder, and he continued to speak. The adventurer leaned towards Nagi so that their eyes met and emphasized that the ash mushroom added to the sauce gave the dish an exquisite taste, and it was simply delicious. Hearing this, Nashi froze. The adventurer stopped playing and yelled at Nagi, asking me if he really thought such a cheap trick would work. It was clear that Nagi's trick had not helped and everything was lost. Dullahan decided to reimburse the payment for the food given to him and swung his fist. Nagi couldn't jump to the side because the adventurer was still holding him by the shoulder and was too close. The blow was very strong. The courier was thrown off the cliff they were on by Dullahan's incredible strength and fell down. The courier was very close to weakening his opponent a little, but made a mistake that left him and his group in even greater danger. The inspector rushed to his aid, stretching out a huge rope that Nagi was able to grab onto. The Beastman adventurer was already ready to fight despite the fact that her efforts alone were not enough. The bracelet on her hand began to glow brightly, and then small tongues of flame appeared on it, which were reflected in the girl's eyes. She concentrated her strength and rushed forward. This bracelet created an invisible chain. The other end is attached to the same bracelet and was on the hand of the emperor who saved Nagi. She tried her best to hold the two of them together and wait for their successful landing on the nearby rock. Luckily, the inspector and Nashi managed to hold on and they ended up on a nearby rock. But now the adventurer didn't know what to do because she was still next to Dullahan and was chained to the inspector. Dullahan, approaching the adventurer, smirked that none of them could even remove the curse of the chain and called them ignoramuses. He emphasized that her group was simply lucky. This phrase made the girl very wary. Dullahan ran towards her, picking up speed, shouting that this dungeon would become a grave for the entire group. Despite the fact that the situation was very tense, the girl was still very confused, and the adventurer ran towards her. The necromancer was already running to her aid and shouted for her not to stand there like a pillar, trying to bring her to her senses with his words. There was a very powerful explosion on the platform. The smoke billowed high into the air, making it difficult to see anything through it. Emerging from the thick cloud of the smoke, Dullahan chuckled in surprise and mockery at the same time. He looked at the monster that the necromancer had summoned, mistaking it for a pathetic summoning spirit that posed no danger to him. Looking at the necromancer, he continued to mock him and called him a dunce. The young man was very angry and spent a huge amount of his power to summon this monster. Dullahan noted that he was the commander of the group who agreed to participate in the dungeon and then simply did not show up. Dullahan rubbed his chin and noted that those who decided to go to this despised dungeon were fools, and he had a lot of fun watching this whole group. I didn't consider the necromancer and the beast race representative my opponents, and I thought it was hard to imagine more useless trash. The necromancer was bursting with anger and turned to Nero, the cosmea of her partner, and asked her not to be afraid. I emphasized that when the commander returns there will be 3 of them against 1. Until that moment they just had to hold on somehow and stay alive. The girl shouted that she understood everything and they took a defensive position. To this, the necromancer added that if I remain physical, then his indestructible golem will be able to hold out for as long as necessary. And after the necromancer's command, they ran forward to Dullahan. This only made him smile. He waited for them, believing that thanks to his strength, the adventurer would be reduced to a wet spot. The necromancer and Nero tried their best to distract and restrain Dullahan. Their battle could be heard far around. On another platform, a little lower, was Nagi, the dungeon inspector. The courier was lying on his bag, and the inspector was just waiting. Nagi received a blow that was too heavy for him to lose consciousness and did not come to his senses for a long time. After a while, the courier finally opened his eyes. An involuntary groan escaped from him, indicating the pain he was experiencing. The inspector immediately jumped up to him and began asking how he was feeling. Nagi was very confused because he was still reliving the moment when he had just received the blow. The inspector said that she had given him first aid as much as she could. The courier thanked her and asked if he had blacked out for a while, and asked her to explain the current situation with the adventurer. The inspector looked up and admitted that their situation was not good at all. Nero and Deshtar, the necromancer, fought with all their might, but it was not clear how long they would last. Luckily, there were 2 of them there, and they could at least stretch out the time a little, holding Dullahan and slowly wearing him out. But it seemed that this man had no limits to his strength and could not run out of steam. There was a really serious fight going on between them, and it was hard to imagine that the adventurer would be able to defeat Dullahan. The girl, who couldn't wait for the battle the whole way, showed herself to be very good. She managed to damage Dullahan and, at least for a short time, still forced him to stop. Having shaken himself off a little from the blow he had received, Dullahan returned to the fight with renewed vigor. He easily dealt with the golem summoned by the necromancer with just one hand, even though the adventurers had placed a lot of hope on this monster. While there was real chaos on the platform, and from the outside it was very difficult to see what exactly was happening and who was winning, the inspector understood perfectly well and openly told Nagi that the adventurers would not last long. The situation would not change. Nagi stood up and walked to the edge of the platform, blaming himself for such a miscalculation, and said that he should have foreseen that I might not be able to work on an adventurer of the mithril rank. Nagi asked the inspector to tell him more about this guy, if he was a mithril level who was probably famous in various circles. The inspector confirmed this. It was said that in close combat among adventurers of the mithril level, he had no equal. Dullahan had considerable experience clearing dungeons and often came into conflict with other adventurers there, so he was well acquainted with duels at competitions of great adventurers. His technique of wielding a huge sword was special and amazed everyone. It was said that he cut an ogre in half with one blow using this technique. Nagi noted that this was good news, since at least the adventurer didn't have that sword. The more Nagi heard stories about this adventurer, the more he thought he was invulnerable. The worst part was that even if you somehow managed to defeat him, their time was still running out. Even if the target is very close, who, in their case, could not help them. They didn't even have time to just get to the top. The inspector examined her hand and said that if they could get rid of this curse of chains, they could split up and try to reach the top in their own way. Nagi, apparently missing something from his sight, asked about the curse of the chains that the inspector had spoken about. Many thoughts began to appear in his head, and one of them was special. They couldn't help but touch or see her. After all, they were connected by this chain. It was a vulnerability because if one fell, they all fell. But it was worth looking at it from the other side. If one rises, then all the others will rise, and this can already be an advantage. Nagi thought that if he could turn the disadvantage into an advantage, it might be possible to defeat an adventurer of Mithril's level and also complete the dungeon on time. Nagi strained himself to the limit, trying to come up with the only correct plan that would change everything. He understood that, at the moment, he was albeit temporarily the commander of the group and a lot depended on him. He thought that, if he were a real commander, he would use all the cards he had. He also understood that each of his group was insignificant on their own, and using his tools, the abilities of adventurers, all these cards could radically change the outcome. He tried to connect everything into a single whole and remained in complete silence for some time. He then turned to Mrs. Petra, the inspector, and noted that with her tracking abilities, she could determine the landscape and calculate the distance to the target. The girl looked up. The distance was relatively small, and it would be possible to try. She perked up and told the courier that it was easy for her and she could even make a map. Nagi smiled back at her and asked her to do it as soon as possible. That was the first thing in his plan. The special skill of a tracker was more useful for them than ever. The girl immediately got down to her task calculating the distance and drawing a map. Soon she managed to create a map and generate a three-dimensional version of it. Nagi was amazed holding such a stunning result in his hands, and for a short time he was almost speechless with delight. Taking a closer look, he noted that the accuracy of the map was much higher than he expected to see. Without taking his eyes off the map, Nagi admired the inspector's skills and noted that she was an excellent and outstanding scout. The girl, a little embarrassed, noted that these were the basics, that is the very basis of her work. Here the inspector emphasized that she had made a map, but she was still very interested in how the courier was going to use it. Nagi, smiling, explained that they would use it to analyze the monster. But the girl's uncomprehending look, Nagi explained that this battle was not a battle of man against man, but a battle of man against a monster. After the courier noted that during the clearing of the dungeon, adventurers often encountered monsters that were stronger than themselves. Nagi tries to maintain a dialogue. Asked if the lady knows how adventurers manage to defeat such monsters. The girl thought about it and suggested that they could not use experience and strategy. Nagi smiled broadly at this and replied that this was not so. He explained that the secret by which the adventurers could defeat the stronger monster was in their cunning. They looked for weak points and finished the conversation suddenly from an ambush. The adventurers used all the dishonest methods, so they managed to win. Therefore, in order to distance such a monster that appeared before them, they also had to resort to cunning. Nagi jumped up now, definitely confident that luck would be on their side if they resorted to some tricks in battle. Nagi decided to use all possible options and started with a surprise attack. At that moment, it worked. Dullahan froze, even a little confused, not expecting an attack from the side. He quickly came to his senses and focused on her. He very deftly intercepted the arrow flying at him in front of his face and smiled. He thought that this was another unsuccessful attempt by adventurers to defeat him. But Nagi knew that if the ambush succeeded, such a pathetic arrow could work there too. Suddenly, the arrowhead exploded into something very long and sticky. It was one of the courier's special skills, which was a web bomb. Dullahan was slightly incapacitated by being caught in the web. He cursed, trying to free himself. He screamed that he was fed up with everything and was angry because he wanted to finish with everyone a long time ago. While Dullahan was still trying to get out of the network, Nagi also climbed onto the platform, and his plan was working for now. Dullahan naturally was not afraid at all and only laughed that the courier was coming at him head-on. Nagi did not pay any attention to his phrase, went forward ready to try the key from his plan. He reached into his bag again and began to take something out. This was another one of the courier's special skills. Exploding mushrooms, which rained down on the adventurer in good quantities. Dullahan couldn't move from his place, and for that brief moment, he could only watch as these seemingly harmless mushrooms flew towards him. The ash mushrooms exploded as soon as they felt something underneath them. It was a very powerful explosion, due to which nothing could be seen around. Nagi covered the entire area with a smoke screen, which Dullahan did not expect. He considered it importunity and only freaked out. We had our own minuses there. Victor Dahlia is not only opponents but also allies. Nagi began to approach each of his partners and ask how they were feeling and whether everything was okay with them. After making sure that everyone was okay, Nagi asked Deshtar if he could summon more minions. The necromancer began to examine himself and noted that his index and middle fingers were recovering. His ring finger was used last and his pinky and thumb were untouched. Therefore, 2 creatures were available for summoning. Nagi nodded and noted that this should be enough. Nagi shouted loudly, getting the attention of all his allies, and asked them to listen to him carefully and pointed out that there was a way for them all to get out of this dungeon. Meanwhile, the adventurer had almost completely extricated himself from the sticky web. He was really pissed off because Nagi had gotten on his nerves. He had never heard of a swordsman who fought like that, and why he didn't like the fact that he couldn't predict it. Making his way through the smoke, Dullahan suggested that the Nagi and their allies might have hidden behind another rock, which he considered a pointless attempt. Moving further along the platform, he suddenly discovered a golem in front of him. He walked straight towards him and made strange mooing sounds. Dullahan felt irritated and considered such an act of his opponent rather reckless. He thought Nagi had made a mistake by creating a smoke screen and giving himself away so clearly with the golem. He rushed into the thick smoke thinking he would catch the enemy off guard. He was already ready to deliver a crushing blow and was breaking forward. He gathered all his strength, believing that he would now send his enemies to the grave. Considering that he had reached his goal, he did what he considered necessary and hit the target. The golem exploded and shattered into pieces, adding more smoke and visual clutter. A smile that comes with victory lit up Dullahan's face. But very quickly the smile was replaced by confusion. From the thick smoke, an ugly hand reached out towards him, and the next moment the enemy was completely in his field of vision. But it was not Nagi, even though he had his bag on his shoulders. It was another golem disguised as a Naga. The adventurers had put a bag on it and thus misled Dullahan. As Dullahan struggled against the boulder, he wondered why the creature could speak. But he quickly realized that it was not the creature speaking, but the sound was coming from the bag. The voice was heard again. Someone from the bag was saying that he had managed to deceive Dullahan. He couldn't understand anything and realize where Nagi really was, and suddenly heard some noise from behind and turned around a little. A thick rope appeared behind along which a man was descending. The next moment Nagi, whom he had been looking for so recently, appeared in front of Dullahan. Dullahan looked up and finally realized that it was all a trick to distract him and secretly climbed to the top. The adventurer began to laugh again and asked in Nagi's face, noting that this was too rude an act towards him. He looked at the boy and shouted that now that he had found them all, they would not be able to climb up the rope. Despite the fact that he himself was now in a not very comfortable situation, he was still confident that victory would be on his side. Nagi didn't think so and asked him about it, making him doubt what he said. Deshtar appeared next to him, still in control of the golem and looking strange. Nagi, without letting go of the rope all this time, noted that I still had to hurry since they had been noticed. But Deshtar shouted at him and asked him to wait a little. This was the first time he controlled his creatures at such a distance. But he was still confident that he had everything under control and asked his allies not to worry. The hook with the rope reached the top you should have caught on thanks to the necromancer's abilities. His finger was tied to the hook, which was supposed to turn into a golem once the rope could be secured. In the air, the finger began to transform, turning into a creature made of clay and stones. The necromancer was sure he could handle it, especially when he managed to summon the creature. The rope was firmly grabbed, and all that was left was a small matter. The golem jumped onto the fortress and rushed to the place where the hook could be securely attached. Golem walked forward confidently. This was about to work out for them. The necromancer was close to their common goal. He directed his golem towards the slain dragon, and it ran as fast as it could. The hook was supposed to be attached to the dragon, and the creature ran up and jumped up, intending to plunge the hook into the body of the keeper of this dungeon. And then the necromancer shouted, calling on everyone to climb up the rope. Everything was calculated down to the split second. As soon as the hook was secured, the group began to climb up. Having done his job, golem was no longer needed. As soon as the necromancer lost control over him, he began to swell and was about to explode, which is what happened the next moment. Golem exploded into pieces with great force. Dullahan was still trying to resist the other golem and was unable to prevent the following events. He didn't want to believe that the boy had planned all this in order to pin him to this position and not let them interfere. For a group of adventurers, this was reckless because of the enormous risks. But Dullahan was already busy with other things. As soon as the explosion occurred, his goal became to escape from the clutches of the monster. Everyone, including him, had to leave the dungeon as quickly as possible, which gave him even more strength to crush the golem. Deshtar watched this fight and grinned because he knew that it would not be as fast as the adventurer would like. This golem was created from a thumb and was quite slow, but the thumb had the greatest power of all. Nagi, meanwhile, rose higher and higher, repeating to himself the words that this was not a battle between man and man. It was a battle between man and monster. After the explosion, the fortress began to collapse. Everything was cracking at the seams. The body of the defeated dragon boss was showered with pieces of the castle he was guarding. There were monsters that were impossible to defeat, and Nari always remembered this. And if his goal was not to destroy such a monster, then he took all measures to achieve any other. He always followed justice and goodness. He did not wish evil on people who were ordinary residents and had done nothing wrong. But at the same time, he wiped off the face of the earth those who did not deserve to walk on it. Dullahan was one of those people. He took a wrong turn and was no longer worthy of life. At those moments, he was still thinking about his salvation. While he was thinking about this, his enemies were achieving this goal. He saw the rope and how the adventurers deftly climbed it, and with every second were further and further from the impending hell. Nagi always followed one rule. He destroyed his enemies, but they did not always die by his hand. And this time this rule worked again. He just went to the main goal and made sure that no one interfered with him. They got out of the dungeon, but Dullahan was left there forever. At the beginning of his journey, Dullahan could not have imagined that he would be outwitted and defeated by a gold-ranked swordsman who was actually a courier. Soon the group managed to reach the top where the castle was located. The adventurers were already beginning to feel the taste of victory, but they did not relax and ran forward with all their might towards the fortress. They had very little time left. Nagi encouraged his partners and asked them to push a little more. The end of the dungeon was already visible. The adventurers were squeezing out their last strength and were unable to run. According to Nagi's calculations, there were 5 minutes left. This was just ahead, but they had to make it. Nagi smiled and shouted that the credit for their victory went to Nero, who was surprised by such a statement. Nagi explained that without them, he would not have been able to throw the rope to the top, which was more than 50 meters high, and they would have lost the chance to get out of the dungeon. It was hard to believe that this could be done only with pure force. Nagi was actually very impressed that Nero was able to do such a thing. The girl was very embarrassed, noting that it was nothing, and she only had to try a little, and everything happened almost by itself. Necromancer Deshtar wilted at this phrase. Perhaps he was a little offended that Nagi did not acknowledge his merits at that moment. He caught up with his partner and shouted that anyone could do something like that if any fool was strong enough, but Nero didn't like this devaluation of her abilities at all. The necromancer noted that no matter what anyone said, the main hero of this dungeon was Iban Deshtar. He emphasized that he was able to defeat even that boring berserker and moreover was able to hook the rope at the right point. He wanted to be admired and drew attention to his achievements in every possible way, expecting applause and gratitude. He thought that he could be safely called cooler than the mithril adventurer. Listening to this, Nero was dissatisfied. You only saw how her partner kept getting hit in the face. Nagi and the inspector, listening to the arguments behind their allies, laughed at this and joked that everything was quite joyful at that moment. Nagi guessed that for those two this was probably their first successful dungeon clearing, which was why they were acting like that. And besides, the victory felt more vivid when everyone in the group made an effort. Nagi believed that if only one person took on all the work, the victory would feel completely different, even though he himself was only watching everything that was happening from the sidelines. Having finished reasoning about this, Nagi drew attention to the temporary huge contribution to this cleansing by Petra, although she thought that she did almost nothing. Nagi, looking at her, emphasized that he knew about the special skill of scouts associated with reading the terrain. From Nagi's observations, this was usually limited to basic skills and did not go beyond them. But he believed that it was Petra who was able to instantly create a very detailed map. Thanks to this map, their group was able to accurately calculate the location. Such work was very expensive because otherwise they could have remained in that dungeon forever. The girl was embarrassed, but she was very pleased to hear such words. Nagi appreciated her skills as a professional scout despite her low rank, but Petra thought the opposite. She believed that their victory was due to their temporary gold rank leader, who was actually an ordinary courier. He managed to develop a plan to win so quickly. She couldn't believe he was a courier because such a person deserved a completely different role. Having caught up with the inspector and Nagi, Bandeshtar asked the leader what would happen to that berserker. But there was no need to even ask because for what he had done he would have to rot in prison for the rest of his life, and it was worth banning him from being an adventurer altogether. But the inspector thoughtfully said that she really didn't know for sure how to determine the traitor's fate. He certainly committed a serious crime, but there was one problem, which was his mithril rank. The higher the rank of an adventurer, the more immunity he had to punishment for a crime, and the more free-ranking adventurers received state support. The inspector explained with great regret that there was a high probability that he would simply be issued a fine, which shocked the others. It was very unfair to both the ordinary people who could again be exposed to the risk of losing their lives and to the adventurers who would have to fix what had happened. Bandeshtar, gritting his teeth, cursed and noted that he didn't care. He promised that even if the law was like that, he would deal with it himself outside the dungeon, which made Nero laugh a lot. Nagi, hearing this, immediately frowned and said that such a thought was very dangerous. He emphasized that they had only managed to see a small part of the berserker's power and asked the boys to look around and note the number of corpses. He killed every last creature from the Knoll tribe guarding the entrance to the castle. The berserker killed everyone single-handedly, something that no other adventurer could have done. Nero and Bandeshtar began to be indignant, saying that they themselves could have done it, they just didn't get the chance. Without stopping for a minute, Nagi explained that that wasn't the problem. If you looked at the wounds of those who were killed, you could see that they were all killed with one blow. These words made the adventurers shudder with horror because they had not thought of this. Nagi noted that the adventurer's special skill would manifest when he used the appropriate item. And in the battle with them, the berserker did not use either her sword or her skill, and even with her bare hands she gave them all a run for their money. Deshtar thought about the nuances when the opponent's levels were different. Dullahan seemed to do everything lightly while the necromancer put all his strength into this fight. Deshtar, thinking, began to understand that everything was true. I remember the moment when he sent his little finger to throw off the lindworm. Deshtar thought that Dullahan's two-handed sword had already been pierced into the heart of the monster, and perhaps he had also killed that boss with one blow. Nagi quickly sensed that something was happening to the necromancer and stopped for a moment. Turning around, he was embarrassed because Deshtar was practically crying from despair. Making his way forward, Pasha thought about what had happened. Dullahan fell along with the lindworm. With this, it turned out that he could very well get his sword back. From that moment on, it became clear that they had not won but had simply escaped at a convenient moment. Meanwhile, Dullahan, already with his sword in his hands, listened and looked towards the fortress. He heard everything they were talking about and he wasn't going to let it go. The real game was beginning, which would be many times more difficult and dangerous. Nagi ran forward as fast as he could since he and his group had practically no chance of winning. He shouted to the others, urging them to hurry and be careful. They should scatter to the sides to distract the berserker a little and not get caught in a single blow by the crowd. Just then, Dullahan was already catching up with them. His attacks were getting to the adventurers. The necromancer who ran last was the one who was able to best get acquainted with the serious attack of the mithril-ranked adventurer. It was impossible to say that it wasn't scary. The blood ran cold in the veins just from the thought that at any second Dullahan would hit the target. He used a special berserker skill. It was a giant cut, and almost no one could withstand this blow. From such force, it seemed the entire dungeon was shaking. This happened when Nagi and his companions were climbing up and were very close to the exit. Due to the shaking, Nagi was in danger of falling and dragging the others with him because it was very difficult to hold on to the smooth rocks. He barely managed to stay on the rock. It took a lot of effort, but he also had a huge responsibility for the lives of others. He shouted down, asking for some attention. He wanted to make sure that everyone was okay. The inspector replied that everything was fine with her, but then pointed out that the problem was something else. Two of them were seriously injured. It was Nero who was barely clinging to the rocks even with the support of. Bandeshtar was in particularly bad shape and it looked like he had completely lost consciousness. Nagi saw nothing good in this and could say nothing but curse. Dullahan's power was simply monstrous. Nagi looked around trying to assess everything that was happening. They had to hurry and get out of the dungeon as quickly as possible as the berserker was already catching up with them. He just looked like a monster to me, he really was. His eyes were glowing with madness. It was clear beyond doubt that nothing would stop him. The situation for Nagi and his group was getting worse with each passing moment. They were running out of time not only because of the dungeon's rupture. There were only 3 minutes left, but to stop all the madness it was necessary to at least try. Nagi understood that he was just a courier. Well over the time, he carried countless amounts of cargo. He had trained so heavy objects were commonplace for him. In terms of strength, he had a good advantage over his allies who may not even have been aware of it. He tried to convince himself that he was doing the same job at the moment as always. He was just carrying a certain weight around with him and he needed to deal with it again. It may have been a little harder than usual, but he tried to concentrate all his strength and began to try to lift the group members. The dungeon inspector and Nero no longer had to cling to the rocks. The girls simply hung thanks to the magical chains. Nagi calmed himself down and convinced himself that he would definitely cope and help everyone save themselves. He continued to climb upward, but with greater confidence. He dug his fingers into the smooth stones and dragged the adventurers and the inspector along with him. Nagi was successful in everything and the group began to approach their target much faster. Nagi thought of only one thing. He tried to get rid of unnecessary thoughts and concentrated on only one. He tried to forget about the fact of the chase, the danger from the berserker, the injuries to his partners. Nagi tried to forget about the strength of Dullahan, who was jumping over the rocks as if they were low steps. He tried to forget about his power and his deadly weapon, which could leave them in the dungeon forever with one swing. He was only counting the seconds that remained until the end. It was up to Naga to decide what kind of end that would be. Through the pain, he climbed up. His hands were rubbed raw, but he forcibly forgot about the pain because this feeling could cost him his life. He made his way forward, his eyes looking only ahead, not paying attention to anything else. Having climbed the plateau, Nagi lifted Bandeshtar, who was unconscious, onto himself and walked with him while the inspector tried to support Nero. Even then, Nagi did everything automatically and thought only about the last seconds they had left. Dullahan was about to catch up with them. He was making his last jumps and would soon be at the very top. He made his last jump. He could already taste his victory. His eyes sparkled in anticipation of the death of his enemies, those who were preventing him from finishing what he had started. Nagi was moving forward with his last strength. Time was running out, as was the distance to salvation. Only a short moment separated them from either their death or their salvation. The gates were very close. There were only a few meters left to overcome. The light from the gates was scattered around. It was pleasant like the gentle daytime sun. Nagi and the inspector had already stepped onto the threshold of the temple. It was difficult to describe what was going on in their thoughts, what they felt at that moment. And finally they saw what they had been walking towards for so long. In front of them, in the center of the hall, a huge stone shimmered in the air, which was the core of the dungeon. Nagi's entire focus shifted to him. He no longer saw anything around him. All that was left was to destroy the core, and then the dungeon would not explode. The inhabitants of the nearby city would live in peace. Nagi reached into his bag right on the move. There were only a few seconds left before the explosion. After throwing Bandeshtar to the floor, Nagi threw the sword straight from his bag, aiming at the stone. This moment stretched out in everyone's minds because it was so decisive. A miss meant the end, and it couldn't be allowed. So much effort had been expended to get there, and so many human lives were at stake. The sword quickly covered the distance, and it became clear that it was flying straight to the desired target. Nagi could already imagine the stone exploding and scattering into thousands of pieces around. And just at that moment, Dullahan appeared, who still managed to catch up with the group. Although Nagi understood that this would have to happen sooner or later, he was still a little confused at the sight of it. Dullahan deftly jumped to the core of the dungeon and deflected Naga's sword, protecting it from damage. The moment he did it was etched in the adventurer's memories forever. Dullahan stood in front of the stone, protecting it. It was the end for Naga and the others. The berserker straightened up and looked Nagi in the eyes and hissed that time was up. The core began to crack, unable to withstand its own power. The next moment, there was an explosion. The power of the dungeon won and began to burst out. Nagi's face was a mixture of many emotions. It was disappointment, despair, and an unwillingness to accept reality. Everything around sparkled, and the temple was filled with a bright, blinding light. Tongues of flame began to burst out. It was not just a flame, it was a real hell. The fire gave birth to something that you never wanted to see or know. It was the purest creation of evil. The city was doomed. Evil was at the gates and under the threshold of the residents' homes. The first to encounter the flames of hell was a man who was on one of the streets. Seeing in front of him that the dungeon had burst open, he fell to his knees and began to pray. Looking at the sky where one could see how the dungeon was growing, I wanted to run away. But the man remained where he was and simply prayed because there was no point in running. Monsters began to burst out of the flames who only wanted to establish their own order and profit. Werewolves, huge wolves, announced themselves with their howls and thirsted for the death of all living things. The monsters came out one after another. No one could stop them anymore. It was a whole invincible army of evil, the elimination of which would require a lot of resources. They were filled with malice, they were incredibly hungry, and their only goal was to bring death to the earth. Dragons burst out of the hellish flames, their cries heard for tens of kilometers around. The flame created dragons, and they in turn continued to breathe life into the fire, spreading it everywhere. Nero, exhausted from the previous battles, could not even stand up. She looked at the army consisting only of monsters and could imagine what awaited her friends ahead. The inspector sat next to her. The girls couldn't even roughly count the number of monsters that had respawned in the dungeon. Dullahan held Nagi tightly by the neck and lifting him off the ground laughed loudly. He asked him if it wasn't a wonderful sight to see the dungeon breaking apart and noted that no matter how many times he saw something like this, he never got tired of it. Nagi noted with great difficulty that apparently this was not the first time Dullahan had caused a rift in the dungeon, and he confirmed this and noted that the boys would not understand the essence anyway. He explained that the broken dungeon would eventually regenerate, becoming even stronger, which meant that the rewards in it would become better. Nagi was outraged that Dullahan was arranging all this hell just for the sake of a reward, not at all worried about what harm it would bring to the villagers. Berserker didn't care at all about the fates of others who would suffer. He answered frankly that all he cared about was loot. He only thought about the reward he could get in the future. He compared the life of the villagers with the life of ants underfoot, which also did not bother anyone at all. Nagi, being squeezed in the clutches of his enemy, understood everything. He had long been accustomed to the fact that foreign tourists were not heroes and saviors. Often they were vile scum who thought only of their own benefit, and he hated them with all his heart. And when such adventurers also gained enormous power, this brought the world closer to a very bad outcome. But there was always hope for the best. There was always a chance to change everything. Although rare, there were still true adventurers who honorably fulfilled their duty and cared for the world. Their hearts were not defiled by greed. Their souls were filled with light which they shared with others. Began to circle above the exploding dungeon. She was slowly chewing a bun. She was one of those who cared about the world and ordinary people. And then she came to fulfill her duty and defeat evil once again. She was fully prepared. It was very difficult to meet people like her. Well, it was even more difficult to meet strong ones. Having found her first target, the girl boldly jumped down from the bird. Her face was fearless. Her weapons were ready for battle. She had to destroy the monsters before the rift got bigger. She rushed straight towards the dragon, which was spewing fire into the sky, realizing what a danger this girl posed. The monster tried to fight and could also feel fear, although no one could say for sure. The army was hit by flames, but a lot of character. This fire conquered evil but did not generate it. There was no escape from it. The army of monsters that the dungeon had spawned was rapidly diminishing. It was impossible to fight the fire, and the girl herself was like a shadow, completely elusive. Some of the monsters tried to pass through the flames, but only a few succeeded. Dullahan, seeing what was happening and noticing the girl, froze. From his face, one could easily guess how angry he was and how much he did not expect this. The inspector's eyes lit up with hope when she realized that they had come to their aid. The girl quickly reached them, and Vesta landed carefully as if nothing had happened from the jump. She called out for everyone's attention and introduced herself as Agnes Farah, Deputy Chief of Sunset Wind. The girl glanced at everyone and asked with wild indignation what had happened here. On her chest was visible the symbol of the mithril rank. The dungeon continued to spew out new monsters, which immediately rushed to attack. But from one hell, the monsters fell into another, where they quickly died one after another. Dullahan let go of Nagi. The courier was having a hard time. He bent over and tried to catch his breath and fill his lungs with air. An inspector approached him who was very worried about his condition and began asking if he was okay. Through his cough, Nagi assured her that he was fine and asked the girl to look in the direction where the dungeon rift was located. The rift began to noticeably narrow, and the flames that were bursting out of it began to return back. There were no more new monsters to be seen. The rift was closing, although the reason was unclear. Nagi jumped to his feet. He and the inspector couldn't believe their eyes. Dullahan, seeing this, loudly clicked his teeth in anger. He looked at Agnes and noted how surprised he was that even though the dungeon was low rank, only one hit was enough. He repeated Agnes' name and her Sunset Wind Guild. He emphasized that he thought the guild had long since fallen apart and asked the girl what she was doing in this place, since he thought it had ceased operations 3 years ago. Agnes showed everyone how unhappy she was to see Dullahan from the Dawn Guild. She pulled her sword out of its sheath and noted that, judging by the sight before her, she didn't need any further explanation. She loudly said that a mithril-ranked adventurer could not fail to clear this level of dungeon. This meant only one thing. The girl was completely convinced that Dullahan had done this on purpose. His eyes sparkled with madness. Smiling, he asked the girl why she decided that she had the right to talk to him in such a tone. Dullahan had long wanted to fight the deputy head of Sunset Wind. At the moment, he was not the most suitable to fight this girl. Nagi had worn him out with his tricks, causing him to spend more energy than he expected, so there was a risk that he wouldn't be able to cope. It was because of this boy that everything went wrong for Dullahan. But despite this, the main goal for him was still accomplished. It was in his hands. A certain stone was more important than anything else. There was no longer any need for him to fight, and he hung his huge sword behind his back, turned around, and began to walk away. The girl was outraged by this behavior and asked why he decided to run away. Dullahan just laughed and turned around, asking not to misunderstand him, but this dungeon rift could be too dangerous even for him, an adventurer with Mikhail's rank. At this point, Nero approached them and screamed loudly and caught him in a lie. She screamed that not only did he deliberately fail to clear the dungeon, but he also tried to kill them so that they would not prevent the rift. A new wave of discontent washed over Dullahan. He hoped that everyone would remain silent and the conflict would not continue. He smiled again and lied that he was sorry, and noted that in this dungeon there was a curse for the first adventurer to enter, which made it impossible to distinguish between allies. It turned out that according to the Berserker, it wasn't he who decided to attack someone, but Nero didn't believe a single word he said and called him a nasty slug. Dullahan pointed out that if no one believed him, they could check it out for themselves, and then noted that it was a shame that the dungeon had already disappeared. He beamed with his smile, knowing that he would once again go unpunished. He openly noted that, in his opinion, the guild should accept such a report. Everyone understood that this was complete nonsense. The dungeon inspector was the one who was most angry about it. Although she had seen something like this many times before in the adventurer's court, the weight of the statement was determined not by the truth but by the rank of the mithril. No matter how much the porcelain testified, their words were worth nothing against the mithril. Even if you told the honest truth, it would have achieved little. The worst thing was that Dullahan understood this very well and took advantage of it. Berserker was eager to disappear from the crime scene and asked if everyone thought it was time to end the conversation. Taking one last look at the adventurers and calling them greenhorns, hinting at their inexperience, he said goodbye and walked away. The inspector stood there completely confused, but the others were shaking with anger and a sense of injustice. This very tense situation was interrupted by Nashi's laughter, and he began to talk about the rupture of the dungeon. He smiled broadly and noted that the dungeon had closed after all, and now no one was in danger, and even despite everything that had happened, one could find something to be happy about. But after these words, the young man suddenly fell to his knees. The inspector immediately took notice and started screaming, trying to get an answer from him, while the rest of us simply didn't understand what had happened. Agnes Farid turned around at the shouts and was very surprised when she saw Nagi. He looked really bad. It was obvious that he was holding on with all his might and was about to collapse and disappear unconscious. He was covered in bruises and wounds. His hands were torn to the point of bleeding. The young man had lost too much strength and now he needed help. At this point, the sound of a large bird flapping its wings could be heard. It was the thunder eagle Agnenin who landed near Agnes. The girl asked everyone to put her sister on top of him. Note that if you use it, you can get to the city very quickly. They had no other choice. The adventurers were very grateful that Agnes appeared out of nowhere and decided to help them. Thus, the grueling cleanup of the rift came to an end. The village was saved and its inhabitants could continue their normal lives without fear of any monsters or beasts. The village greeted the morning without any cataclysms. Later, the Adventurers Guild visited the village, apologized, and promised to prevent such incidents in the future. Naturally, all these were just words considering what kind of people were among the guild members. Agnes helped Nagi and the other adventurers get to the right place. The inspector hugged Nagi the whole way, trying to control his condition, but was glad that the rift was closed. With Agnes' help, Nagi went to the Adventurers City in the west of Valum. He needed help and they could help him there. They took him to one of the buildings somewhere in the back alleys of the city. Nest and you Wind found your refuge. It was the office of the Sunset Wind Guild. Nagi lost consciousness on the way and began to come to his senses on his bed in the office. It was with great difficulty that his eyes opened. The sunlight was blinding and his whole body ached. When he opened his eyes, he was even a little scared to find himself in an unfamiliar environment. He woke up on an old bed. Next to him on the floor sat the inspector, leaning her elbows on the mattress, and next to him stood his bag. Nagi tried to get up, but his body hurt so much that he couldn't help but groan. He asked the inspector where he was, thinking that she had simply closed her eyes and was not sleeping. Not receiving an answer, he called the scout lady louder, and she finally woke up and opened her eyes. As soon as she saw that Nagi had woken up, she became very happy and beamed with a smile. Bandeshtar, who was already looking much better, and Niraniro were also in the room. They all rushed at him with hugs and started asking about his health. Nagi shared with them that the last thing he remembered was the berserker leaving. The inspector stepped back, letting Nagi take a deep breath, and explained that they were in the guild office and Niraniro danced, and noted that the stylish beauty Agnes had saved them. Agnes even called a priest from the church to cure Nagi. Nagi tried to move his hands and noted that apparently thanks to the priest's help, he did not feel any pain other than a little fatigue. Nagi expressed how glad he was that everyone was okay. The necromancer and Nero began to boast that everything that happened was nothing, and that they were not tired at all, which was their usual repertoire. The necromancer was most proud of the past adventure. For him, this was the first dungeon clearing which resulted in a grand adventure, and he believed that everything went well. He began to remember how happy the villagers were when they learned that the dungeon's crack had been stopped. Then he realized what it meant to be an adventurer, and the words of gratitude from ordinary people changed a lot in him. Particularly touching was the gratitude of the little children who gave him flowers and hugged him with their little hands. For adventurers, it was just a dungeon with a reward and glory, but for people it was a threat to life, and it was very hard to realize it morally. Niraniro and Bandeshtar could barely restrain themselves from crying and from appearing to people as some kind of weaklings. They both bowed before the village manager and sincerely apologized for being rude to him earlier. Niraniro took his remarks and noted that she would definitely become a great adventurer, and Deshtar continued to talk about saving the village. Nagi laughed and remarked how great that was. To draw such conclusions and strive for good was very important in their world reality. Nagi was also extremely happy that the village was protected, but there was still a certain nuance. When it was all over, the courier decided it was time to reveal the whole truth about himself and clutched his badge. He was not a golden adventurer. It was hard for him to say it out loud, but it was necessary. In fact, he was below the rank of any of them. He was a simple courier. He glanced sideways at his real badge and gathered the courage to say so. He was a porcelain courier. He believed that everyone would turn away from him, and moreover, he would be punished for such a lie. He thought that the adventurers with whom he had gone through such a difficult path would not be able to treat him the same way, knowing the whole truth. After collecting his thoughts, Nagi smiled and apologized, drawing attention to himself. He asked if he could tell them something and asked them not to be angry with him for it. The adventurers were in anticipation, but they had no idea what they would hear. Nogi told them that he hid his identity and pretended to be an adventurer, pretending to be the squad leader. As expected, their reaction was cold. Nero did not hide her displeasure and immediately changed her expression. But she still noted that, in the current circumstances, such a lie could be understood, but now she looked down on Nagi just like Bandeshtar. The connection built on lies disappeared, and they became a courier and adventurers again. As she left, the girl noted that next time she would ask him to carry her load. The adventurers headed for the exit, leaving Nagi and the inspector alone, asking them to rest. The doors to the room slammed shut. Nagi couldn't take his eyes off them for long. The inspector looked at him in surprise and asked if it was necessary to tell the truth, to which he forced out a feigned laugh and merely noted that those two would become excellent adventurers. Ruffling his hair, he indicated that he was sure that they would meet again in the city while he was working as a courier. Looking at the inspector, who understood him but felt genuinely sorry for him, Nagi emphasized that one cannot build a relationship on lies. The girl turned to him, clenching her fist around the excess of various feelings, and came a little closer to the bed. She repeated his words, which claimed that he was not an adventurer, and noted that she had seen adventurers many times while she worked as an inspector. Most of them acted only for their own benefit and did not hesitate to commit crimes. An adventurer is not a hero or a savior, but someone who only seeks profit no matter what. After that, the girl said that she was sure that Nagi was not like that. She emphasized that he cleared the dungeon despite the fact that it did not bring him any benefit and risked himself only to save the village and did not demand any reward. The inspector, placing her hand over his, said convincingly that this was precisely why he was not just an adventurer. She sat down on the edge of the bed and took his hand firmly in hers, called him a real hero, and smiled. Nagi seemed not to be entirely pleased by these words. Perhaps he found them hard to believe. He knew what he was doing and why, and he was overcome with guilt and remorse after these words. When everyone was absorbed in the conversation between Dullahan and Agnes, it so happened that he was left behind the whole group. He looked everywhere, monitoring the situation, and he managed to notice something. He spoke out loud, trying to get the others' attention, asking them to look into the closing rift. A chest with a reward for clearing the rift fell from the rift. Nagi was very happy and hurried towards him, almost dancing. He lay down towards the chest with great joy, but the others did not hear his words and continued to listen to the conversation of the mithril-ranked adventurers. So Nagi, having given it his all, collected all the reward and fell down exhausted. The entire reward was kept in his bag, which he immediately dragged onto his bed and hugged it contentedly. He collected all the loot twice in a row and finally had a chance to realize it. The inspector was a little shocked by his behavior, but she liked the fact that Nagi was in a good mood. But Nagi never told Petra about this and decided to check the reward later. That day, it wasn't just her who was wrong in her judgments about him, but Nero and Deshtar too. As soon as the adventurers were alone, they immediately began to discuss their former boss, who turned out to be a courier. Bandeshtar looked at her slyly and asked if she was thinking the same thing as he was. The girl winked at him, agreeing that it must have been true. Bandeshtar noted that he would then say it out loud to make sure. He said that this was just a legend and that Nagi was pretending to be a porter, hiding his true strength, but in reality he was a golden adventurer. Nero couldn't help but laugh. The adventurers really thought that Nagi had decided to hide behind the image of a porter, but in reality he was very strong. The two turned out to be much more stupid than Nagi thought, and when they returned they began to promise to keep the secret, although given how Nagi acted during the cleansing they could be understood. Meanwhile, on the other side, this small incident began to grow like a snowball, turning into an avalanche. Dullahan returned home and first went to see his mentor. He approached without saying a word and waited for them to speak to him first. The mentor, gritting his teeth and still not turning to face Dullahan, noted that he had heard about the interference that had arisen in the dungeon rift. Dullahan apologized to the chief for this and explained that he was first attacked by some children, and then the sunset wind intervened. The head of the department opened up to him slightly and asked if Dullahan V. Vaneslo had forgotten something. The guild leader's hood flew off, revealing a mask over his eyes. He rudely reminded Dullahan that Dawn had not sold the res who was interfering with their boys, and it did not matter whether it was a fake adventurer or the sunset wind. Agnes Farid walked across the wooden floor, her heels clicking. The girl was thoughtful. She was worried about the latest events as well as the information she had learned. She couldn't get what she had heard from Mrs. Petra out of her head. If this information was true, then a lot could change. Even on the way to the city, sitting on the eagle, Agnes turned to Lady Petra. The girl, based on the fact that the city was still far away, asked to tell them what they were doing. Petra, not expecting the question at first, did not understand what details were being discussed. Agnes explained. She didn't care why the inspector was there or why the man was so badly hurt. She wanted to know all the details. When Petra began to speak, Agnes interrupted her and asked her point-blank whether the inspector had entered the rift illegally, which made her feel embarrassed. Agnesa indicated that she had checked the composition of the squad at the time of her arrival, and it did not match the inspector's data. This was not important, and Agnesa emphasized the personality of the conversation and her lack of authority to hold anyone accountable. Even if you were involved in something, she didn't want to delve into it, she just wanted to find out everything for herself. She was investigating a chain of dungeon rifts that had recently started happening in the area, and during these investigations she found a clue that it might be related to the Dawn Guild, and that was why she was there at the time of the rift. Mrs. Petra was interested in the fault line. She noted that she had heard about it, but did not know that it could be related to Dawn. Agnes replied that it was only a hypothesis, but she needed more information to refute or confirm it, and then Petra agreed to tell everything. She only asked to keep Mr. Nagi's illegal actions a secret, and that was the only condition. Mrs. Petra added that Agnes might even praise him for such an act. Petra told how they ended up in the dungeon and what happened inside, hiding nothing. And now Agnes was thinking about the golden adventurer who was actually a courier who had almost managed to clear the dungeon. It was easy to understand that if it weren't for the dog from the Dawn Guild, he would have definitely been able to cope. Agnes thought it was incredible that the courier under whose leadership they cleared the rift that even adventurers avoided was unbelievable. Walking to his door, the girl thought that this was why Nashi deserved more respect for himself. The determination to rush to a place where one could die in order to prevent the rift was admirable. The girl entered the room and found Nagi still in bed. Upon seeing her, Nagi immediately thanked the girl for saving his squad. Agnes came closer and examined the young man, asking if he was really okay, and in response Nagi assured that thanks to her everything was fine. The girl threw her hand forward and, unable to contain her emotions, warned that she would say it directly. She gave her full name and emphasized that she was the deputy head of Sunset Wind. She pointed her finger at Nagi and declared her order for the young man to become her party member. It seemed like the best offer a regular courier could get. But Nagi smiled and gave a short no. The Sunset Wind Guild was located in the western city and was once considered one of the most famous and respected guilds. However, after the disappearance of the head, everything changed. The guild began to rapidly decline. In such an environment, a meeting was finally held in the guild after a long time. The girl spoke out against one of the proposals put forward. She believed that no matter how hard times were for their guild, they couldn't accept just anyone. Her name was Dorothy. She was a gold-ranked summoner and the guild treasurer. Find me, everyone's opinion should have been taken into account and everyone had the right to speak out. Nane's a gold-ranked knight and member of the Sunset Wind Guild agreed and noted that Agnes' decision was too arbitrary. He added that they also said that the candidate was just a courier posing as an adventurer. And couriers and a swindler in one person was too much. Pharaoh, a copper-ranked priest and mercenary sent by the White Order, was outraged, believing that the others were too strict with him, and voted in favor since they already had very few participants. And Dorothy did not expect Pharaoh to agree and cried out in surprise. And at night she was able to joke that the courier apparently had a nice face, so the priest agreed to accept him. Pharaoh quickly lost her temper, not prepared for what her partner was allowing herself to do. She began to explain that she had only taken on his treatment, although she thought that with his hair down he really looked very good. Stoneman, a copper-ranked defender and members of the Sunset Wind Guild, tried to interrupt the girls and asked them not to argue, emphasizing that arguing was useless because Agnes had already made her decision. And Dorothy became increasingly angry and attacked him for such an answer, rudely asking which side he decided to take. Pharaoh looked at Anne and threatened that in the future she might not give treatment to anyone. Stoneman hesitated, not wanting to rejoice in such conflicts, and he also couldn't make a decision so quickly. At that moment, unexpectedly for everyone, the door slammed and Agnes entered the room, saying that there was no need to think anymore. The girl looked disappointed and explained that the courier refused her offer. The guild members literally froze in their seats because such an outcome of events was not expected in any way. All of them, regardless of their opinion, were shocked and immediately pounced on Agnes with questions about why this happened. The one who grimaced the most was Dorothy, who just a minute ago was shouting the loudest that the courier was not worthy of their guild. Meanwhile, the courier was already packing his things and getting ready to set off. Mrs. Petra stood next to him. Nagi wrapped his hand with a bandage that came straight from his bag, which no longer surprised the inspector. After bandaging the wounds on his arms, Nagi began to gather his hair into a bun. He never wore his hair loose, always picking it up and pinning it back. All his preparations were accompanied by complete silence, and finally he smiled broadly and noted that he had finished. The inspector was a little worried that he was about to leave and tried to convince him to stay a little longer. Nagi did not give in and tried to convince her that everything was fine with him, except that he was attacked by anxiety when he sat for a long time without doing anything. The inspector finally agreed, but she couldn't contain her curiosity and wondered why Nagi had decided to refuse to join the Sunset Wind Guild, since such membership again carried many advantages. Smiling, Nagi noted that he understood that the guild provided many advantages, but on the other hand, the difficult relationships with people brought more troubles. Nagi liked to remain as he was at that moment, and he absolutely did not want to get involved in any such complications. Mrs. Petra decided not to argue with him, supporting his decision purely out of respect for him and his choice. But still, she later added that after 2 clashes with the guild, Dawn could have been safer under the protection of the guild, and such a strong one at that. Nagi asked the girl not to worry. Let's note that he had already come out of the water slightly wet twice, and the third time he was sure that he would be spared. Besides, he didn't see the point in them worrying about some courier like him. Mrs. Petra will do it and said that it was time for her to return to her guild. Nagi thanked her for everything and smiled broadly. The girl ran out of the hut, thanked the courier in return, and asked him to turn to her for help if needed. Nagi was embarrassed at first, but only because he still didn't believe that people treated him well and didn't look down on him. But then very quickly he laughed with joy. When he was left alone, he finally decided to check the reward. Whatever it was, he wanted it to be some expensive item. He looked into his bag and called Gluttony. The little animal still didn't respond, and Nagi climbed inside to look for it. Half-submerged, Nagi began to look around, trying to find his friend. And finally he noticed him and was very happy to see him. Glotani was standing in a very strange outfit and did not move from his place. Nagi, however, was not surprised by his clothes and then asked why Glotani did not come out to his call, and also clarified that he was wearing a shell. Guttural stood near the chest with the dungeon reward and looked very secretive. He indicated that all this meant absolutely nothing, but it was noticeable that he was hiding something. There was some strange sound coming from the chest, but Glotani tried to pretend that he didn't hear anything, and when Nagi asked if he had checked the chest, he replied that he hadn't found anything there. Nagi, he was not surprised by such a statement and noted that it was too strange, but Glotani behaved even more terribly, barely containing his excitement and trying in every way to take attention away from the chest. Nagi chuckled thoughtfully, trying to understand who his friend meant, who always tidied up his bag and looked into any place knowing where everything was. Nagi asked him to step aside, deciding that he would see what exactly was in the chest himself, but the little animal animal screamed that this was not worth doing. But Nanny no longer listened to him and began to open the latches of the chest. The courier was too curious about what was inside and what he paid for by spending so much effort. Well, when he lifted the lid of the chest, his face was distorted with shock and bewilderment. Inside were 3 small creatures, and the first thing Nagi asked was who these animals were. He assumed that these could be puppies, that is monster cubs, but the question immediately arose as to why they ended up in this chest. Nagi turned to Gluttony and began to ask him what all this meant and where the reward from the dungeon had gone. Gluttony began to fuss and promised that he would definitely explain everything, although tears were welling up in his eyes. He said that, as usual, he dealt with the loot and subsequently opened the chest to tidy it up. Well, in the chest I found a lot of stones that looked like eggs, and right before his eyes these eggs began to crack and these little animals appeared from them. Very suddenly and unexpectedly for him, all the babies hatched from the eggs right before his eyes. Well, let's not be hard to guess that Gluttony immediately became attached to them because the cubs most likely mistook him for their mother. Nagi thought that if that was the case, then perhaps there were monster eggs in the chest, but they were not useless. Nagi knew that sometimes beast tamers took them away, but in his case the creatures had already hatched. Besides, these cubs looked like the trainers wouldn't want to take them in. It was a shame for Nagi because he spent a lot of things in this dungeon hoping to compensate for it with a reward. He couldn't imagine what to do with these little animals. Gluttony interrupted his thoughts, noting that apparently their parents were enslaved by the Lindworm and lived in the Sky Citadel as slaves, and in order to save their children the parents hid them in the stones. Nagi believed this version, and Gluttony began to ask him to leave them, all promising to look after them. After thinking for a bit, Nagi assumed that they could really leave them because it didn't seem so bad, and he hoped that nothing terrible would happen to the 3 little creatures. Gluttony was happy and almost danced with joy. Nagi asked him to raise them and warned that if they made a mess in the bag, he would immediately throw them out. Gluttony immediately ran to the chest and said that they could stay. But when Nagi looked into the chest again, he discovered a whole huge army of small monsters who were looking straight at him with their bright eyes. The courier became noticeably nervous and confused at this sight. He immediately started shouting, asking why he saw what he saw. He climbed out of the bag in complete shock, and loud barking was coming from inside. He was really amused by this whole situation, and he couldn't even imagine what he would do with all this next. He was very sorry that the reward for breaking the dungeon turned out to be useless, but he was still lucky because he still had the reward for the cave dungeon. He decided to start with her and went further into the city. First of all, Nagi went to the trophy exchange point. From the paw came the merchant who invited him to his place, noting that he was selling magic stones and monster trophies. Nagi quickly threw a bag of gold onto the table. He noted that he had not held so much gold in his hands for a very long time and decided that he would first buy all the essentials that had run out. He asked for smokescreen mushrooms and explosive mushrooms, which he could not afford before due to the cost. There he replenished his food supplies, which had become significantly depleted. There his plans included fixing his weapon and buying more arrows. After purchasing everything he needed, he asked the merchant to give some of the money to the adventurers named Ban and Nero. Despite this, he still had some left in his wallet. He bought himself some ice cream and happily walked down the street enjoying its taste. He decided to spend the rest of the money on a gastronomic tour, and this idea seemed very good to him. Nagi ran down the street, jumping from the happiness that overwhelmed him. But he didn't know that he was being watched from the balcony of one of the buildings. One young man quickly realized who exactly was running down the street before his eyes. He knew that this was the same guy who decided to speak out against the Dawn Guild, and this amused him a little. When he first heard it, he didn't believe it, but it turned out that it really was Porcelain Grade. The guy was angry that this bastard threw the petty thieves behind bars. Well, not only that, they said that he also managed to pull off a trick against Dullahan. He turned to his shadow, which was clearly a separate entity named Zero, and asked if the guy looked strong. She replied that if this happened twice, it was not a coincidence, and even porcelain should be avoided. This guy agreed with him and noted that therefore he was really looking forward to the meeting. He could not have imagined that he would be sent against Porcelain, but apparently he did not fully understand the seriousness of it. But he still expected that the courier would be able to show him something interesting. This made his eyes sparkle with enthusiasm, and a wide smile appeared on his face. He couldn't lose sight of Nagi, so as soon as he disappeared around the bend, Nade rose to jump off and hurry after him. If someone were watching him from the side, they would think that he simply disappeared, dissolving into thin air. Meanwhile, Nagi walked carefree and enjoyed delicious ice cream, unaware of any dangers. And Nade was getting closer to him with every second. Nagi, even when he was already very close, still did not notice him and was thinking about his own. But suddenly Nagi noticed that something incomprehensible was rushing towards him. And if he had taken another step, it would have been the end for him, but as it was only his ice cream stick suffered being cut in half. The ice cream remained in his mouth and the stick began to fall to the ground. Nade missed, and before he could stop in time, he fell forward a little when Nagi had already understood everything and was about to defend himself. He spat out his ice cream and started shouting at Naidu's back, trying to find out who he was and what he was doing. Nade hissed, surprised that the boy was able to sense his bloodlust and stop. It was very curious that a porcelain-ranked courier was able to react so quickly to an unexpected attack. Nade smiled broadly and twirled his dagger in his hand, noting that he was very interested in such an unusual courier. Nagi still didn't understand anything and didn't move from his place, listening to the stranger leave, hoping that it wouldn't all end so easily. Nagi supported his smile and shouted, asking what he was muttering muttering under his breath. But Nade suddenly rushed at him again with a dagger. Nagi was able to jump aside again, not allowing the stranger to cut off even a thread sticking out of his clothes. Nade continued to attack him, asking him to show the courier that he had used the guilds against him, having only a porcelain rank. Nagi laughed loudly and prepared for another fight. Of course, he was interested in who this guy was who attacked him, but first of all he needed to achieve a resolution to this situation. Why was it possible to see that Nade wore a badge on his chest which indicated that he was a gold-ranked mage? His movements were quite unusual. These movements were the style of a true killer. Nagi emphasized to himself that this guy was very openly demonstrating his hostility, and there was an assumption that the situation would not be resolved by a normal conversation. He understood that he couldn't just sit back and put his hand back and pulled out a sword from his bag. This gesture only added excitement to Nade, who was so eager for the courier to show off some of his skills. He shouted at him that he was going to see what the swordsman who had bullied Jeff was capable of. Well, when Nade noticed the mushrooms strung on the tip of the courier's sword, he might have even been a little confused. It was a set of special courier tools, namely modified explosive mushrooms. Their main ability was to create a powerful explosion that could either kill an opponent or simply disorient them. Nagi was also amused by the current situation and noted to himself that fighting the adventurers openly was madness. When the mushrooms exploded, he decided to try to escape. I understand that their forces were unequal. Nagi ran towards the busy street and started screaming that he was dying. He ran out of the alley and loudly asked for help, attracting the attention of passersby. He began to call the guards, shouting that they wanted to rob and kill him and asked them to quickly come to his aid. The guard stood in place, not immediately understanding what was happening and where he should run. Nagi pointed to the alley he had come from and explained that there was an adventurer there who was actually a bandit trying to kill him. The guard, seeing the adventurer, recognized him and decided to check if he was mistaken. He asked if he was an adventurer from the Dawn Guild named Nade. The boy walking out onto the road ignored the guard and was indignant that Nagi decided to run away rather than accept a fight. When Nagi heard who attacked him, he immediately understood what Mrs. Petra had told him earlier, but it was still strange that Nade had carried out this attack in the center of the city. Nagi simply waited to see what would happen next. The guard politely apologized and demanded to know what was happening. Nade was not worried at all and even acted a little too confidently than was necessary in his situation. Nade smiled and explained that he was simply using an unusual form of parenting. It all happened very quickly. Nade rushed forward and, pushing off the wall, jumped towards the courier. A dagger was visible in his left hand. Nagi did not have time to react to another attack, at least because he did not expect that Nade would be smart enough to do it in public and in front of the guards. Nade didn't use the dagger, but he stabbed Nagi in the chest very hard. The blow was very strong, and the young man, unable to stay on his feet, fell backwards. Nade turned to the guards and explained that the boy had added poison to their adventurers' food and disrupted the cleanup, thus daring to harm the entire Dawn Guild. He went on to emphasize that he was left without payment and that everyone should have known what happened to those who harmed his guild. Nagi did not want to be accused of being a vile adventurer of the Dawn and shouted that it was all a lie. Nagi screamed that his guild member was trying to kill him, and any actions he took were just self-defense. He looked around and asked them to trust him, but seeing the faces of the guards and the people passing by, I realized that it was useless. Everything was as Mrs. Petra said. The Dawn Guild had enormous influence. It was clear that in such a situation no one would take the side of porcelain because defending it was simply unprofitable and could even cause harm. People started buzzing around. They confirmed that they had heard something similar and it was no longer news to them. People began to say that porcelain really did cheat sometimes and that recently couriers had begun to think themselves more important than adventurers. The guard, having heard this, turned to Nade and noted that since everything was so, he would leave the solution to this situation to his discretion. Nade thanked the guard with a smile and turned to Nami and asked if he understood the whole situation and that he had no allies there. Nagi hissed back that if people knew the truth, they would understand that the Dawn Guild was to blame and not him as a simple courier. He didn't understand why this revenge was necessary if everything was already over. Nade leaned towards Nagi and noted that he was right and it was not his fault. Even if it was one of the lower members, such things did not mean anything. But there was one important nuance in that Nagi had caused damage to their guild. Nade repeated that the Dawn Guild had not sold anything to their offenders, and they must make it clear to everyone that they are not to be trifled with. Nade said loudly that whoever decided to go against the Dawn Guild always received a counterattack, and Nagi should become a kind of reminder so that everyone would see and remember this fact. Nade, looking at how Nagi was barely holding back his emotions, asked him not to worry and promised that he would leave him alive. He wore the insignia of the men he had killed, but he believed that the porcelain rank was not worth such an honor. Nade smiled and emphasized that from that day on, every time they looked at the scars on Naga's face, people would remember the Dawn Guild. He wanted to leave a mark on him and rushed at him. He used his special assassin skill and jumped on the courier with daggers. It was a 90 degrees cut and Nagi again had no time to jump away. The mark of an adventurer from the Dawn Guild would soon appear on his face and every adventurer from there would become his enemy. The couriers could not have allies since everyone thought about himself. But that time Nagi's luck turned and everything was different. Agnes Farid jumped out right in front of him and protected him from injury and a shameful mark for the rest of his life. She turned to Nade and asked him in a commanding tone to put away his sword. She explained that Nagi was now a member of her guild, Sunset Wind. The girl warned that from that moment on, any attack on Nagi would be considered an attack on their guild and would not go unpunished. After that situation on the street, Nade gave in and simply walked away. His shadow always followed him. Zero asked Nade if he was sure it was okay to just leave. He noted that the guild had expected more. Nade himself was unhappy with the outcome, but he had no choice since he had not planned to fight Agnes. He thought out loud that even if he had decided to fight her, nothing terrible would have happened, but unfortunately for him, she was already busy with someone else. Nade scrolled through his fingers and continued to think about what had happened. In the end, he just wasted his energy, even though it seemed to him that the courier would turn out to be someone truly significant. Despite the fact that the young man was quite skilled for a courier, a porter was still a porter. Nade considered him an unremarkable weakling, not worth wasting time and energy on. Nade believed that even though it all ended ingloriously after that, the courier was most likely scared to death and couldn't do anything more. Zero liked this conclusion very much, but he doubted that it could really be so. Nade smiled and suddenly felt that there was something wrong with his cheek. There was a cut on his cheek from which blood spurted out when he attacked his face. This surprised him very much because he could not notice when this wound appeared and did not know who exactly did it. Zero rose from the shadows and was slightly outraged that Nade hadn't even had time to understand how this had been done to him. He ordered him to slowly remember everything step by step. It looked like an evil shadow was hypnotizing the adventurer, forcing him to do whatever he wanted. He ordered Nade to remember everything with an incredibly evil smile on his face. Nade succumbed to the spell of his shadow and dove into his consciousness to search for that needed memory. Nade was transported back to the moment when he was still on the roof of the building and noticed the courier running along the road. The shadow plunged him into the very first moment when Nade met Nagi. He remembered how he missed because the courier managed to sense his approach and prevent the blow. He saw the boy's laughing face before his eyes. Everything down to the smallest detail was running through his head. Nade saw himself turning around and facing Nagi again. At that moment, the courier took a sword out of his bag. The shadow asked to remember everything up until the very moment when Nade tried to finish off the courier. The final attack, full of confidence, was supposed to achieve its goal. By then, the courier had given up all attempts and resigned himself to his fate, simply waiting for the blow. Nagi looked at Nade with reverence, whose special ability was about to hit him in the face. There were only a few seconds left, but there was one important but in that situation. Nagi didn't really give up, but waited patiently for his chance. His fingers were clenched into fists and waiting. Having determined the right moment, the fingers unclenched and the small knife descended down the wrist. Nagi skillfully intercepted it in such a way that he could defend himself. Zero emphasized that even in that situation, the courier used the fact that Nade's gaze was directed upward, and that it was a long time ago an opportunity to pull the dagger out of his sleeve. In that situation, Nagi didn't have many options on what to do, but he still had a chance to defend himself. In his world, no one ever took the courier's side, so Nagi was obliged to protect himself. His eyes sparkled with anger and deep-hardened resentment. But there was also the courage that was necessary when you had a porcelain rank. Nade was so carried away by the feeling of his power and imminent victory that he did not notice how Nagi sharply threw a dagger in his direction. He passed by the adventurer's skill without revealing himself. The dagger and Nade were moving towards each other at high speed, so when the blade flew past and only grazed the adventurer's cheek, he was unable to feel it. Zero noted that he had told Nade the same thing many times. He warned that once Nade decided he had won, he would become distracted and vulnerable. After listening to this and trying to recreate everything that had happened, the adventurer cursed, realizing that he had indeed missed a blow. He wiped the blood from his cheek and licked his fingers. Now he was even more curious. He smiled and noted that in that case, he would probably take back his words about the courier's worthlessness. He began to laugh loudly, and his laughter was picked up by the shadow. After listening to Zero, Nade decided not to leave the situation as it was and to deal with the guy as he had planned earlier. Nagi tidied himself up, and the final touch was to hide the dagger back in his sleeve. He carried it just in case he couldn't get the weapon out of his bag. But of course he knew that this knife wasn't enough against an adventurer, especially one of high rank. He looked at Agnes and mentally thanked her, because if she had not appeared out of nowhere and helped him, it would have become dangerous. Nagi was now interested in who Nade was and what could be expected from him. He couldn't believe that the Dawn Guild would actually send out an adventurer of that caliber just for revenge. The courier no longer wanted to have anything to do with him or this guild, but simply wanted to return to his normal life. A hand fell on our shoulder, and a man's voice mockingly asked what the young man was thinking about so hard. Stoneman and Nanes walked behind him and laughed when Nagi flinched in fear at the surprise. Stoneman guessed that Nagi still couldn't get what had happened in the square out of his head. The adventurers noted that Nade was a known scoundrel even among his fellow Dawn guildmates. Since he controlled the slum bandits, even the guards preferred not to touch him. He had heard something about the Dawns, but he didn't know they were so cold-blooded. What surprised him most was that even if he had made enemies, attacking them in the middle of the city was strange. Agnes emphasized these words and stated that this was precisely why it was unsafe to stay in the city, and therefore she decided that it would be safer to go underground. Agnes recalled her words and asked why Nagi didn't join them while they were cleaning up. Nagi was only too happy with the offer, as he would simply continue his work. Nagi then shared that the place they were passing was too chilly. The cold crept under their clothes and invited a feeling of dampness. They reached the cemetery dungeon, and it was the first time Nagi saw a dungeon of this class with such a high rank. The graveyard dungeon was a B-rank dungeon and probably held a lot of challenges, but also good rewards. Nanes laughed loudly at how scared the courier was. He noted that for his guild, such a dungeon was a piece of cake, and the courier did not have to worry about his safety. He asked Nagi to simply rely on him, collect trophies, and most importantly not to lag behind their group, and Stoneman offered to hide behind his back if it suddenly became dangerous. Nagi thought that Nanes was not quite right. Even though it was a V-class, they had 1 gold and 1 copper adventurer. But the most important thing was that Agnes Fard wore a mithril rank badge, so thanks to her, the overall strength of the guild increased significantly. With such an uber comrade, their forces were already more than necessary. But still Nagi was a little worried about something. Usually in B-class and higher dungeons, it was important to balance the group composition or select it for the dungeon itself. In the Sunset Wind Guild, everyone belonged to the combat class. Among them were a battle mage, a knight, and a shield bearer. Nagi thought that given the nature of this dungeon, it would be a good idea to have a priest with them. If everyone was focused on one type of combat, it would be harder to deal with unexpected situations. Agnes' voice interrupted Naga's thoughts. The girl asked him to stop and concentrate. She pointed in one direction and noted that apparently they were about to be met with less than warm greetings. A squad of zombies appeared ahead, advancing on the squad of adventurers. The zombies looked unfriendly, to put it mildly. Their growling and stench could be heard from afar and very clearly. Agnes Farid prepared to attack, drawing her magic sword. The girl was not one to think too much and immediately rushed into the attack. She did not need to give any commands to the others because everyone already knew what to do. She just shouted that she was going to clear the way and jumped into the zombie army. With seemingly light swings of her sword, Agnes chopped up zombies like cucumbers for a salad. Her sword glowed and further set her enemies on fire, dealing additional damage. The girl acted very confidently and without unnecessary movements and efforts successfully advanced deeper into the zombie army. Seeing how Agnes Farid carried herself on the battlefield, one could tell without a doubt what rank badge she wore on her chest. She killed zombies several at a time, and with just one swing of her sword, she was like lightning. But she moved very quickly from one point of the field to another, and enemies under her weapon were literally incinerated in a matter of seconds. The rest of the adventurers were not visible on the battlefield, and apparently this was a preliminary agreement. Given Agnes's excellent fighting skills, the others could simply be in her way. She had no problem depriving her enemies of heads and limbs. Fighting an entire army of undead on her own was no big deal for her. A huge monster appeared in the distance among the high flames. It was also one of the zombies, but it was much larger. His gaze was fixed only on her. His one eye was shining with the desire to take someone's life, and when it was the life of such a beautiful adventurer, the monster rushed towards her without hesitation. The monster was several times taller and larger than normal human height. It screamed loudly and waved its arms, but Agnes stood bravely before it and waited for the right moment to attack. Watching such a fierce battle, Nagi noted that, as expected for the B-rank medium mobs, were coming from the very beginning. Naines watched the battle with admiration and did not doubt his commander in the least. Despite the monster's enormous strength, Agnes had no doubts about her imminent victory. The girl circled around him, trying to find his weak spot and end this battle as quickly as possible. The monster was also confident in his own strength and went straight towards her. Agnes was not only strong due to her skills, but also had incredible agility and cunning in combat. The monster didn't have time to notice how the girl disappeared right in front of him and suddenly appeared behind him, attacking with a jump. She used her special skill as a battle mage. It was combustion, which she could use to cause great damage to any enemy. It was difficult for a simple observer to follow her movements. The hulking zombie giant had very little chance of escaping her hands alive, not having the strength to keep an eye on her. The first blow landed on his neck. It was immediately followed by a harsh blow to the back. It took Agnes a few seconds to deliver at least 10 blows to the monster. The zombie roared loudly. His body was on fire and falling apart from the cuts, but Agnes did not back down. For her, this was not a reason to end the fight and leave. Next, she used the special skill of the battle mage bud. It was a small sphere of fire that really did look like a flower bud. This bud grew at a rapid speed, increasing in size and becoming hotter and hotter. When the bud reached its full opening, a powerful explosion occurred which wiped off the face of the earth all living things in the place of its action. Now this fight was over for Agnes, and she felt the taste of her victory. Meanwhile, Nagi and the rest of the adventurers simply stood to the side and watched what kind of things their commander could do. This spectacle was like a real movie. It was incredibly interesting to watch. Nagi was simply delighted with the skills of the mithril rank and noted that it was unnecessary to worry about the composition of the group. Nagi had seen many adventurers, but this was the first time he had seen such a powerful talent. Talent was the foundation for any adventurer. Each adventurer had a talent that allowed them to unleash their unique power corresponding to their class, and the abilities depended on the talent of each individual. That was why adventurers were able to fight monsters that were stronger than them. And if it was a mithril adventurer, then his level of talent was beyond reasonable comprehension. Agnes glanced towards her naked faces and noted that there was no time to hesitate. Before these creatures resurrected, I had to move on. The group, not daring to object, immediately rushed forward after their commander. Resurrection was the main feature that distinguished the frenzied dungeon code from the usual ones. The monsters in these dungeons are generally lower level than those in others, but the difficulty here was different. The killed monsters rose from the dead again and again. The monsters that had already been destroyed remained dead for a very short time, and after some time they returned to life and were ready to fight as if nothing had happened. These monsters were capable of endlessly reviving and pursuing those who attacked them. If you moved too slowly, zombies could surround you from two sides, and then the probability of successfully completing the dungeon would decrease sharply. Therefore, in such cases, it is important to either take with you a priest who is able to perform an exorcism or to use holy water sold in the church. But the problem was that both were very expensive. The adventurers had not yet moved too far when the first zombies began to open their eyes. Agnes cursed and discovered that the dead had already begun to revive and were following them again. Naines stood up to lament what he had said before going into the dungeon, that it was worth taking Ferroro with him. When Nagi asked who it was, Naines explained that she had a priest in her guild who was always hanging around their base as if it was her own home. He called her a real devil in the guise of a priest because every time she demanded a lot of gold. And before going to this dungeon, she again demanded a simply exorbitant amount to go with them. Nanes despaired right before his eyes because their guild was so poor that they couldn't even afford Ferroro, and Stoneman added to this that she even treated very poorly. Agnes, hearing conversations behind her, turned around and noted that the complaints would come after the cleanup. The girl indicated that she would deal with the enemies ahead and asked Stone to detain those who were walking behind. Looking at Nanes, Agnes thought for a moment, and then she asked him to at least just cheer for their entire team. Nagi approached him and asked if he was going to fight, which made him feel embarrassed. It was very difficult for him to admit the following: "I forgot my weapon in the guild office, so now I had no opportunity to help in the fight." Nagi was very surprised by this. He did not understand how an adventurer could forget his weapon before clearing the dungeon, but Nanes tried to justify himself by saying that everyone was in a hurry and the hustle and bustle did not benefit him. Agnes shouted that Nanes always forgot something, and Stoneman added that the worst time was when he showed up for a cleanup without clothes. Nanitz was already very ashamed and he screamed, asking everyone to shut up. Nagi laughed slightly and noted that he just happened to have a spare weapon that he was happy to share. He rummaged through his bag and asked Nanes what kind of sword he preferred. He assumed that since he was a knight, perhaps he used a long sword. This statement surprised Nanitz greatly. He had never expected the courier to carry so many different weapons. It was not clear what had upset him, but he rushed at Nagi screaming loudly. He called him an idiot and hit him hard, knocking him to the ground. Nagi, not understanding what was happening, asked what he was allowing, rubbing his forehead. Nanes pointed his finger at himself and declared that he would not fight. He shouted that he didn't use any other sword except Elizabeth Lovest. This was his knightly vow, which he had no right to break. Nagi sat on the ground rather confused and did not know what to answer. He couldn't understand how it was possible to leave the sword somewhere if there was no other way to use it. Stoneman's voice came from somewhere, looking confused. He noticed that the monsters that were chasing them were somehow strange. There were fewer of them than expected, and they also moved slower than they should have. Agnes looked at the group of zombies behind her and was shocked by what she found. The zombies' legs had many large thorns sticking out of them, which actually slowed them down. The girl couldn't even imagine where they could have come from. After all, in the area where they were located, it was impossible to run into such thorns. Nagi smiled and confirmed that these were indeed thorns. Note that the monsters still resurrected over and over again. He continued and said that the main danger in this dungeon was to be surrounded by revived husks. Of course, you could just kill them, but it was more effective to slow down their movement. It was one of the courier's special toolkits, consisting of a trap made of thorns and glue balls. Nagi scattered them absolutely everywhere as they moved. Nagi, looking at the back of his head, admitted that these were simple things, so there was no point in expecting much from them. Agnes and Stoneman were amazed by such cunning, and their eyes showed gratitude and admiration. They unanimously noted that Nagi was apparently much more useful than Knight, which really infuriated him. Having figured out what was happening with the zombies and realizing that there was a little more time, the adventurers rushed forward. Zombies, of course, continued to respawn, and it was unclear how much more their numbers would increase. Along the way, Nanes kept saying that if Elizabeth had been with them, their buttocks would not have been so wet, but Agnes shouted at him that it was not the time to complain. They needed to get out of there quickly before the zombies surrounded them. The end of the cave was already visible ahead. They still had just a little bit left to get out. As she approached the exit, Agnes shouted at Stoneman to do what he had to do. He used his special skill as a defender. Stoneman swung his right arm in a great way, readying it for a punch. Hitting the ground with all his might, he raised a stone shield that was supposed to prevent the zombie from moving forward. The zombies couldn't break it or climb over it, so the adventurers had a better chance of successfully completing the journey. Of course, over time, zombies could have gotten over the stone wall, but it would not have happened so quickly. Stoneman called out to Agnes, letting her know that everything was ready. But Stoneman immediately warned everyone that this stone wall would not last as long as they would like. He repeated Agnes' words that they should get out of the dungeon as soon as possible. When they left that level, they found themselves in the underground lake area of the cemetery dungeon. Nanes was the most surprised of all because according to the plan, they were not supposed to end up here. Well, there was one good thing. There was a raft on the shore, which meant they wouldn't have to waste time crafting it. But he was still indignant that they would have to sail on this disgrace to continue the cleanup. Stoneman was still glad to have a not very good raft because they had to hurry. Nanes noted that the fruit might not be able to withstand the weight of all their armor, especially the stone armor of the stonemen. Agnes responded that they could take off their armor since they were not fighting. Nagi got involved in this conversation and noted that he was thinking the same thing and asked them to take off their armor. Nagi took his bag off his shoulders and opened it, offering to put the armor in it. Nanes initially thought that they would have to abandon their armor right in this dungeon, but when he saw the bag, he immediately agreed. Without his armor, he felt less confident but continued to undress. Agnes's face began to twist violently as she watched this process, and at some point the girl couldn't take it anymore and turned purple with anger. She screamed loudly, asking to what level they were going to undress when she saw Nanitz standing in his underwear. Well, he noted that they still needed to lose weight, so he decided to undress completely. Stoneman was in the same shock as Agnes and began to beg to erase his memory. The conversations should have stopped and they climbed onto the raft. They had to swim across the entire lake, which took some time, and the adventurers had the opportunity to rest a little. Nanes got the most pleasure, even though he hadn't really tried hard before. He sprawled out on the raft and made no secret of the pleasure he was enjoying. Moreover, he also made fun of Agnes, who was clearly embarrassed by his appearance. Well, his jokes didn't last long because the girl couldn't take it anymore and punched him in the eye, which made him shut up very quickly. After receiving a black eye, Nanes promised to always carry clothes with him from now on, but Agnes and her dad stupidly asked him to at least just take a weapon with him. Nanes was indignant and said that with all the power of the oath, he could have passed through this dungeon alone, although his appearance at that moment said the exact opposite. At this point, Agnes couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at him that this was the problem. She didn't understand why he made a vow he couldn't keep. Nagi did not interfere in their conversation and simply watched, thinking about Nanet's knightly oath. It was said that adventurers with knightly talent took oaths expressing their faith. Such oaths imposed strict rules that had to be followed, but in exchange they gave enormous power. Mr. Nanes swore that he would not fight with any weapon other than Elizabeth Lovest, which placed certain restrictions on him. Well, in return his sword became a legendary weapon that could not be broken. The knight's oath was a true exchange, but a question arose. Nagi wondered if the oath was kept secret, so that it would not become a weakness, which Agnes confirmed. But Nanes told everyone so that in their city absolutely everyone knew about his oath. Nanes continued to insist that even if everyone knew about his oath, then, with Elizabeth Lovest, he was invincible. Agnes yelled at him again that he was constantly forgetting this vaunted sword, and then noted that he was always a fool here, so there was no need to be surprised. Taking the opportunity, the girl noted that she had heard about Nagi's bag, and it was really impressive. The girl asked if the weight disappeared or completely if you put something inside. Nagi explained that the weight did not disappear completely. At the moment I placed the items in the bag, a powerful weight-reducing spell was cast on it, and even if you add the weight of 2 sets of armor, they will be lighter than a normal stone. Stoneman smiled and admired such a thing and noted that it was incomparably more valuable than the sword of Nanes. Stoneman had his reasons for speaking out this way. After all, he had the opportunity to try a specially prepared turkey, which was simply magnificent even though it was stored in a bag. He could not even imagine that he would eat such a dish in such a place and get so much pleasure. Nanes completely agreed with him because he too was delighted with the fact that the bag preserved the food so well. But even here he couldn't hold back and joked that Agnes, even while fighting zombies, was busy eating buns. The girl was outraged by this and asked not to comment on such things, and explained that she had not had time to eat normally before this. The two continued to argue. Agnes pointed out that Nanes was idle while she hunted. He believed that he also suffered running in armor. Their argument was interrupted by Nagi, who asked them to pay a little attention forward and noted that it looked like everything was about to start. Agnes was distracted from the argument and glanced in the direction Nagi asked. Their raft was surrounded on all sides by boats which contained an impressive number of monsters. Even in the middle of the lake, there was a huge chance of encountering enemies, and it was necessary to engage in battle right on the water. Some of the monsters had bows, making them much more dangerous for Cancer to deal with. The boats were loaded to the brim with members of the dungeon army of adventurers. There was no way to even escape. Nagi noted that their fruit really turned out to be a real trap for adventurers. Agnes shared his opinion, stressing that it was not at all advantageous to fight on the raft. Nanes was the most indignant again. He shouted that everyone knew that the fruit was a trap, but they still sat on it. Agnes emphasized that there was no other way because it was a dungeon, and no one there would help the adventurers by providing them with a raft. Agnes understood the most basic problem, which was that even if they had expected a trap, there were too many enemies, and at that moment only she could fight. Even if she started cleaning out their boats, their fruit would become a target for arrows first. The girl turned to her partners and asked them to leave this task to her. Nagi was already attaching his bag to the raft and said that it would be difficult to fight enemies on the water. Having finished tying the bag, he suggested breaking through them and trying to get to the shore as quickly as possible. Agnes looked at the bag in surprise and asked if Nagi wanted to say that he had a plan to break through with the help of his bag. He smiled broadly and confirmed this, but warned that it was worth holding on tighter. I observed the cheerful mood of the courier. We couldn't even imagine how he was going to do what he had planned. They all kept their eyes on him. It wasn't that they didn't trust him at all, but the uncertainty of the situation was still frightening. This was another secret skill of the courier: compressed air. The bag swelled to enormous proportions in seconds. Nagi climbed onto her and reached for the ties to loosen them. As soon as he did this, a powerful stream of air burst out of the bag, which caused their raft to jerk forward sharply. I really had to hold on very tightly, otherwise I could easily fly out of the raft into the water. Agnes was stunned by this sight and considered it to be some kind of air magic. Nagi laughed loudly, denying any magical influence, and explained that he was simply compressing and releasing a previously stored stream of air in the bag. He said that he once left his bag in a windy place and realized that it could catch the air currents. And then I discovered that if I just released everything at once, I could very quickly move some distance forward. The monsters from their boats began to aim their bows at the adventurers' raft. If it weren't for Nagi's successful invention, things would have been very bad for the adventurers. Nagi adjusted the movement of the raft in the direction needed by the group, and everything worked out as the courier had expected. They managed to break through the enemy boats and approach the shore. The monsters were also surprised by what they saw and lowered their weapons. Well, something unpleasant was waiting for the adventurers ahead. Nagi shouted and drew everyone else's attention forward. Their path was blocked by a wooden wall. The zombies managed to set up such an elaborate trap. Agnes immediately pulled herself together and shouted that she would try to break through this wall and clear the way. But Nagi asked the girl not to hurry and noted that they had already gained enough speed. Nagi smiled and explained that he would help Agnes because fire and wind went well together. Agnes prepared to use her flaming sword. Meanwhile, Nagi was trying to pick up the bag so that he could help Agnes and connect their elements. The air carried the flames around to a huge distance. Everything around was burning brightly. The balloon and the fire wave did their job. The wooden wall quickly burst into flames and was about to fall along with the zombies standing on it in no time. It was a clear victory thanks to Nagi and his ability to invent. The wall began to crack and a hole began to form in the middle of it. The wall could not hold out for even a minute and soon shattered into pieces, opening the way for the raft with the adventurers. They were very lucky that the barrier was made of wood because if the zombies had managed to build a stone wall, it would have been difficult for the adventurers to get out of such a situation. The adventurers walked through the fallen gates, incredibly proud of themselves. Agnes stood at the very front of the raft so that she could immediately rush into battle. The adventurers got out on dry land rather roughly. Their raft simply fell apart into logs. Everyone stood near the broken raft and understood that they miraculously managed to get out of the water. Agnes walked forward a little and shouted that apparently they had reached that very place. Apparently the boss of this dungeon was there. In front of them was the Death Fortress area. The scale of the underground fortress in the crypt was very impressive. Agnes fearlessly moved towards the entrance. When they went inside, Nanes asked if the others thought it was too difficult for a B rank. Stoneman agreed with him, as a normal squad would definitely not have been able to handle it. Nain started complaining that their guild always chose the most difficult dungeon and was indignant about why they couldn't choose something simpler with good rewards. Agnes reined him in, let's remember that they existed to take such tasks. Stoneman agreed that it was too hard for a first dungeon. He suggested that Nagi might have been unaccustomed to it, but their guild preferred to clear dungeons that others avoided. Nagi responded that he didn't care where he went since all the hardships fell on the adventurers. Agnes was cautious and warned the others that despite the B rank in the group, they couldn't let their guard down, and in such dungeons the boss always brought problems. Flying through the huge hall ahead, the adventurers discovered the throne on which the dungeon boss sat. His growl could be heard by everyone. He was indignant when he saw the adventurers. How could they dare to come to his fortress? He was not at all pleased with the invasion of his domains and called the adventurers fools. In front of them sat a boss monster called the Lich King. He looked very menacing, and it was immediately clear that it was not so easy to fight him. Nain said that he just couldn't believe that they had met the Lich King in the B-rank dungeon. Stoneman supported him because it was the first time he had seen such a coincidence. The Lich was a boss from the magic category. Agnes knew better than anyone that magic was quite unpredictable. She had spent too much energy walking the entire way alone, which made the task much more difficult. Now they needed to quickly finish off the boss before anything could go wrong. Agnes immediately rushed into the attack without waiting for any kind of meeting with the others. The king still remained sitting on his throne, smiling slyly as Agnes ran towards him with her flaming sword. Most of the undead were dumb monsters that simply ran towards their target. However, with such monsters, everything was different. The Lich was different. His thirst for knowledge remained with him even after his death. He quickly began to understand the meaning of Agnes's actions. He quickly realized that her desperate rush was to protect the allies behind her. And only after realizing this did he decide to get ahead of the girl. He found a solution. When Agnes was already very close to the throne and was carrying out her attack, the Lich disappeared right under her nose. The girl could not have predicted this. She was shocked by such a trick of the monster. The Lich King was a powerful mage and could use a skill that could transport him through space. He used a magical jump and found himself at the other end of the hall, dodging the attack. He found himself right next to the rest of the adventurers. He hissed again that the adventurers were fools and using some kind of magic spell ordered them to become his servants. This magic was directed at Nagi, who was unable to run away. Agnes screamed at Nagi, trying to bring him back to reality and make him dodge the king's magic. She became his savior again, appearing right in front of him and shielding him from the magical influence. Everything was happening too fast. Nagi looked up. He saw Agnes desperately rushing to fight the Lich, protecting the others. The king's magic spread throughout the hall, creating the effect of some kind of portal from which it was unlikely that one could escape. Nagi had time to think that they were probably all lucky enough to encounter the worst situation in this dungeon. Agnes defending her guildmates and Naga fell herself. Now she was their enemy. The Lich King could now attack her with his hands and use her power. It was hard to imagine how one could fight the dungeon boss himself. But when Agnes, the only high-ranking adventurer who could handle the entire dungeon on her own, appeared on his side, the situation worsened completely. Nain screamed and ordered Stoneman to take Nagi out of the castle and escape from the dungeon. Stone was indignant and began to ask what he was going to do because he still couldn't stop Agnes on his own. Stoneman asked us all to run together and not to be stupid. Nain's voice changed, noting that he did not understand what his partner was talking about. He was a knight and could not afford to simply escape from the dungeon. He never turned his back on the enemy, who never turned his back on the enemy. That's how Naines considered himself. It may have sounded vain, but he felt really cool. He explained to Stoneman that even if the enemy was Agnes, she had already spent a lot of energy and her famous flame was also gradually fading. He reminded that the girl had cleared the dungeons almost single-handedly, and he could have easily dealt with her on his own, and perhaps this was part of his plan. In Agnes' current state, he could handle her even with his bare hands, at least he thought so. The girl was ready to pounce on him, completely forgetting who this guy really was and who she was. Her mind was controlled by the Lich King, and at that moment she only knew that she had to protect her king. Even such a close person as Naines turned out to be her most sworn enemy, and she did not remember him at all in her life. Naines gathered all his strength, which he had been saving up all along the way. Now his idleness could help the whole group. Everything had to be done carefully in order to be able to get Agnes back. But the girl only wanted his death and rushed to attack using her magical abilities and a flaming sword. Naines was thrown back by the powerful wave of heat that emanated from the girl, and he who was holding on cursed because Agnes had much more strength than he had assumed. The girl caught up with him very quickly. The blow from her flaming sword was very hot, and even being close to him took his breath away. This blow was miraculously survived by Naines. He folded in half and coughed loudly. Agnes was unstoppable. The girl regrouped and rushed towards him with the next attack. Naines froze for a moment, seeing that he would have to feel her flaming blade on himself again. He shouted to himself that a knight does not turn his back on the enemy. He understood that he could not stand against her and tried to force himself to stay where he was. But he still couldn't restrain himself and suddenly jumped to the side. He used his special skill and began to bounce backwards towards the exit of the fortress. Nagi and Stoneman were near the outer gate. They hadn't managed to run too far yet, but they didn't hurry as much as they could. The sounds coming from inside the castle were terrible. But suddenly they heard Naines, who begged them to wait for him too. He ran even faster than they did from the castle. Stoneman was very surprised and noted that Naines promised to fight Agnes. But the adventurer called him a blockhead and asked how he thought he should do it. Stoneman didn't even hope. Naines had turned his back so many times, even to the undead. Naines was not pleased with such words and began to say that if he had his sword with him, everything would have been different. Nagi interrupted their argument. You asked to look down from the cliff. Something was happening on the shore of the lake. A lot of boats approached the shore, cutting through the waves. It looked like all the undead that were in the dungeon had landed near them. The adventurers were completely surrounded and had no chance to escape. There was a huge army of zombies on the shore that would not let them go back. Stoneman cried out, noting that there was no end to the undead. Nagi said that there were undead below, and behind them was Agnes under the influence of the Lich King. When he saw her at the gates of the fortress, he immediately called her by name, attracting her attention. Stoneman realized that it would be better not to let the courier interfere with the plan and offered to detain everyone he could. He slammed his powerful fist into the ground, causing stone walls to form. And then the rocks started creeping up. They formed a kind of fence that was supposed to prevent Agnes and the zombies from passing. Agnes didn't look at all lost in the middle of this concrete jungle. She was very focused, and this unpleasantness didn't even anger her. She quickly looked around, her enchanted eyes sparkling. And in a second, she was no longer in her former place. Her jumps were very high and long, so I had no trouble clearing the stone walls of Stoneman. She got out of the trap very quickly, although the adventurers did not hope that it would work for long. Stoneman was of course a little upset because he had put a lot of effort into creating these walls. The adventurers had to come up with something quickly to delay Agnes at least a little. Nagi began to think about how to act in this situation so as not to harm anyone but also to do something truly effective. He tried to think of something that could stop Madame Agnes for even a moment. He understood that half measures could not work here, so there was only one option left. He decided to play his trump card and threw something in her direction. Agnes immediately noticed this and followed the trajectory of the thing's flight, trying to understand what exactly it was. And very abruptly she jumped up and started running after the thing that Nagi had thrown. Nagi used a bait trap, and to everyone's happiness it worked. It was a small cake with berry filling that the girl couldn't resist. She jumped after him straight from the cliff without a second thought. And in the end she managed to catch it right in flight with her mouth. Having landed, the girl immediately began to eat it with great pleasure, seemingly forgetting about everything in the world. Nagi laughed and wiped the sweat from his forehead, admitting that he wasn't sure what he did even under Agnes' control. He mostly followed his instincts. But the courier managed to buy only a little time, and their group could not relax. They ran back inside the castle thinking that it wouldn't hurt to find shelter. They ran so fast that their breath became labored, and it took a little time to recover. After listening, the adventurers realized that apparently no one was chasing them, and they had little time to figure out what to do. The undead were already climbing the cliff and would soon reach the castle. The zombies outside were about to join the others in the castle. It was clear that the upcoming battle would not be easy for the adventurers, and they began to think about a plan. Naines noted that it looked like Agnes was receiving buffs from the Lich. Her mana should have been nearly depleted after clearing the dungeon alone, but perhaps the boss's strength had reignited her flames. And as always in his repertoire, Naines began to try to rise in the eyes of others and emphasized that otherwise he would have definitely dealt with her. Looking around, he asked the others where they were, but no one knew. Judging by the amount of weapons around this room was some kind of arsenal. Nagi thought for a moment and noted that the equipment didn't look like the kind the undead would use. Nagi assumed that this could be a trophy warehouse and decided to take a closer look. Naines and Stoneman's eyes widened when they heard that they were talking about trophies. Nagi explained that the monster with intelligence like the beam sometimes collected the items of the adventurers they killed to show off their power, and apparently it was the same thing. Nagi thought to himself that this dungeon was more difficult than his rank suggested. And since his boss was the Lich, it was no surprise that many fish fell through here. But something was bothering Nagi. The room also contained children's toys and items that clearly did not belong to the adventurers. Stoneman shared that he knew of a story. He recalled that their guild specialized in clearing dungeons that others avoided. This dungeon was cursed due to frequent unsuccessful raids after its appearance. But after this, cases of people going missing in the Godfather villages became more frequent. Stoneman emphasized that they did not notice anything suspicious during the cleanup and hesitated slightly. Nagi answered for him that it was like being kidnapped by the dungeon itself. The monsters were coming out of the dungeon, and after they got out, they went hunting for people. It sounded very strange, but it could well be true. Naines didn't like this suggestion at all, and he clenched his teeth in anger in order to somehow control himself. He objected that there was no rift in the dungeon and the monsters could not possibly exist only inside it. Nagi emphasized that this was just a theory and such phenomena occurred very rarely. As a rule, monsters did not go beyond the dungeon. Without replenishing its energy, they did not weaken much from the outside. Monsters could only leave the dungeon if it was broken or if it was a so-called outer dungeon. So the only way to test the theory was to kill the Lich. Naines began to hiss that he would grind that creature into dust. This knight cannot turn a blind eye to injustice. Nagi and Stoneman looked at him suspiciously, but when he asked what was wrong, they did not admit it. Naines took out a handkerchief and confidently said that this time everything would be different. He began to blindfold himself with this handkerchief, but did not immediately tell what he was going to do. Having made up his mind, he declared that he would break his knightly oath and take up the sword. Nagi reminded that if a knight broke an oath, he would face severe punishment, and asked again whether Naines was ready for this and suggested that perhaps the oath could be somehow circumvented. Naines didn't know this because in essence the knight's oath was essentially a contract with oneself, but if one manages to deceive oneself, everything will be all right, but only theoretically. He never did this, but he hoped to win. Stoneman dropped everything else and asked how they were to get to the Lich, to which Naines pointed out that this was their task and he would be deceiving himself. Nagi doubted that all this could work and that the guys would be able to implement everything without harming themselves. The courier asked if it was certain that if Naines was delivered to the Lich, he would be able to defeat him, but he noted that this question made no sense. He pointed out that if his hypothesis was correct, it was no longer a question of whether they could. He emphasized that they had to do it and smiled broadly. Nagi agreed and offered to become his eyes in that case and lead him to the boss. Stoneman cried out, understanding how the guy was going to do this because new forces had already joined the army. To get rid of the guy's shoulders, you'll first have to fight Agnes. And after defeating her, you need to break through a huge army of zombies. Nagi took out a crossbow from his bag, preparing to break through. He understood what they needed to break through the enemy. He examined his crossbow, making sure it was in good working order, and noted that they needed their own army to break through. The Lich King sat on his throne. Agnes stood next to him, and an army of zombies gathered in the hall. The monsters growled and roared, expecting a possible battle to come soon. They were ready to defend their dungeon and their king. Several small zombies ran into the hall and, almost out of breath from running for so long, muttered something to the king. They reported that they had found the adventurers, and the king appreciated this information. He narrowed his eyes and ordered his army to capture all the aliens and allowed them to cut off one or two of their limbs if they wanted. The zombies rushed to the exit in search of the adventurers at the same second. Nagi heard the stomping and growling and warned the others that the army was approaching. He asked Stoneman and Naines to stand behind him. The adventurers did not argue and did what they were told. Nagi stretched ropes across the hall and attached explosive mushrooms to them. As soon as the first zombie's foot caught the rope, a very powerful explosion occurred due to a chain reaction with the rest of the mushrooms. Everything around was covered in smoke and fine dust from the destroyed walls. The adventurers remained where they were, waiting for something to go wrong. Naines noted the delicious smell that appeared, but Nagi asked him not to inhale it. Then he turned to Gluttony and asked if he was ready to act. Gluttony asked Nagi if he was sure the plan would work, and the courier simply told him not to worry. He said that he would take aim and held his bag out with the neck forward, reminding Gluttony that all that was left was to shoot. Silhouettes of zombies began to appear in the smoke, approaching the adventurers. Soon their faces were clearly visible as they came much closer. Nagi grabbed the bag tighter and pointed the barrel at the zombie. Gluttony was ready and waiting for the right moment to shoot. Nagi handed him a crossbow, which he was supposed to use to aim at the zombies. But besides Gluttony, there was a whole army of monsters in the bag that had remained there from the chest with the reward. Each of them also had a crossbow. Gluttony shouted that it was time for the monsters to earn their food and gestured for them to shoot. A huge number of arrows rained down from Nagi's bag, immediately finding their targets ahead. This was another new invention of the courier, which distinguished him from the rest of the mass of porters. This plan was successfully implemented there. And most importantly, it was very effective. The arrows pierced the zombies' bodies, preventing them from advancing further and causing them to fall asleep for a while. Naines, who was still standing there blindfolded, asked what was going on there, and Stoneman replied that there was a massacre. The hall was in chaos. It was hard to understand what was really happening on the battlefield. Arrows whistled, zombies growled and groaned as they fell with a crash. Nagi held his stance, directing the stream of arrows where it was most needed. And finding that they had defeated most of the armies, he commanded the remaining adventurers to run forward and break into the boss's hall. The city of Valum lived its own life. The streets were as always crowded with both residents and guests. The sun was high in the sky and played with its rays on the roofs of the buildings. It was unusually quiet around the chapel. There were no holidays or important events that day, which were usually announced by the ringing of bells. The Adventurers Association was also very crowded. The hall was filled with a buzz of voices. Mrs. Petra was writing something down for a long time and was focused only on her work. The girl next to her was constantly peeping at her notes. Unable to restrain herself, the girl asked Peter what she was always writing lately. She noted that the inspector was breaking the rules, and after the trip to the Rift Dungeon she behaved strangely. This question took Petra by surprise, but fortunately the girl suggested out loud that she could have been writing a scientific paper there. Petra laughed tensely and emphasized that everything was fine with her, nothing special had happened, just one thought was bothering her, and she was trying to think it through properly. The girl asked what particular thought was troubling Petra. The inspector explained that she was interested in whether an adventurer necessarily had combat talent. The girl looked at her in surprise and noted that the answer was obvious because without combat talent, of course, it was impossible to become an adventurer. If it were otherwise, why would people desperately strive to obtain combat talent? The girl then emphasized that this did not even require an explanation and asked Petra to look towards the memorial. There was a young man shouting and swearing. The magical memorial indicated that this young man's talent was to be a tailor, and apparently the guy didn't like it very much and asked to double-check the results. He claimed that he should become an adventurer, but the memorial said that he could not do that. The girl told Petra that they saw people like this guy several times a day, which confirmed that the chance of getting the talent of an adventurer was very small. The path of every citizen was determined from the very beginning. Each person went through a calling ceremony supported by the association and awakened their talent. This process involved analyzing the ether in the human body using a magical device that recorded the talent as text. As a result, the rules regarding adventurers became even stricter. Some argued that it was better to recognize your innate talent as early as possible in order to develop it faster. The girl thought so too, but she was interested in the question of why so many people wanted to become adventurers. On the one hand, it brought a lot of money and fame, but with it there were huge risks. The girl thought that from this point of view they were lucky because they were receiving a salary at the level of mid-level adventurers but did not risk their lives. She was convinced that following what was destined was cool. However, after recent events and meeting with Mr. Nagi, Petra had a question. She was interested in whether it was possible to build the path of an adventurer only on the basis of the talent given. And what was more important, I was haunted by the question of whether it was right to determine a person's future solely on the basis of his awakened talent. Meanwhile, Mr. Nagi and his guild members continued to fight the zombies in the dungeon. There was real chaos there. There were a lot of zombies, and it was very difficult to fight them. Without Nagi's talents and skills, the guild would have a hard time. Especially with the courier's oversized bag, they wouldn't be able to pull off some of their tricks. Nagi ran ahead through the army of zombies, holding his bag in his hands and asking everyone to stick together. He had a lot of bolts that he used to shoot back at the monsters sitting in his bag. Well, these bolts were too cheap and fragile and therefore ineffective in combat. This shooting helped to delay the army and gain some time, but it didn't last long. Besides, the zombies quickly resurrected and immediately rushed to attack. The adventurers had to continue running and just trust Nagi. Naines was still blindfolded. He called out and asked if everything had gone according to plan since he couldn't see anything and didn't understand what was happening. Stoneman tried to convince him that everything was okay. Stoneman glanced at Nagi and said that he heard the courier leading a raid in the Rift Dungeon, and it seemed that it was not an exaggeration. Nagi ran up to the gate and shouted that they were already very close to the boss's room. He emphasized that the main part of their cleanup had begun. When they looked into the throne room, you saw a huge army of zombies, which was much larger than the previous one. The boss was sitting on his throne and looking straight ahead. As expected, with so many enemies, even reaching the boss would be problematic, but Nagi asked not to worry because he had a plan. However, Lich was able to dodge even Lady Agnes' floors with a blink, so they had to sneak past the enemies and strike quickly before they could react. Nain, still blindfolded, smiled and noted that he would deal with the boss himself with one blow, but Nagi asked him to shut up because they needed to be quiet. But it was too late as the zombies turned to the exit hearing the guys. Nains began to apologize because he did not know that they were so close. But nothing could be done, and it was worth starting to implement the plan immediately. To get to the Lich, they had to break through the army of undead blocking the way. Nagi warned that it was not necessary to fight with everyone in a row. The courier took a crossbow from his bag and loaded it with an explosive mushroom. There was no time to delay, and he fired immediately. Nagi aimed at the chandelier with lit candles that hung from the ceiling. This was part of the courier's plan, which he was confident in. They needed to distract the army and the Lich's attention as best they could. It was necessary to simply deprive the enemies of the opportunity to notice them, and the first thing to do was to deprive the hall of lighting. When the flue hit the chandelier, the color went out and the hall was plunged into complete darkness. The undead were monsters that had more developed charm than sight. If we turn to the famous treatise on the undead, The Walking Dead, it will describe a case where a person was able to pass through an entire army of the undead using their own scent against them. He simply smeared himself with the entrails of the dead and walked through the crowd unhindered. At that time, the guild had no corpses to hide behind, but fortunately Nagi's bag had long since absorbed the smell of this place. So the courier opened the bag, rummaged around in it a bit, and then immediately hung it on his shoulders. And the bag began to emit a very unpleasant smell which was sprayed around. Naines began to whisper indignantly about the smell, but Nagi asked him to be patient a little, explaining that with such a smell the zombies would not notice them. And indeed, as Nagi, Stoneman, and Naines moved through the hall, the zombies paid no attention to them. They accepted them as their own. Besides, they were so stupid that someone walking nearby did not arouse their suspicions. The undead didn't even turn their heads towards the guild squad. Stoneman was the biggest of them all and tried to act more realistically like a zombie and even managed to joke about how he was a huge zombie and should have been missed. The guys were making good progress and getting closer to their target, hoping that no one would notice them. But Lich still sensed something was wrong and realized that his enemies had decided to disguise themselves and were trying to get close to him. He called them cunning little rats and told himself that their tricks would not work. He raised his hand and pointed his finger up and used a fire whirlwind. A huge fireball formed under the ceiling in the hall and illuminated everything around. This allowed the zombies to regain their sight and notice the uninvited guests. The Lich began to look around the room trying to find small pests. At that moment, the command to attack was given. The Lich only managed to turn around at the voice of Naga, who was already very close. Stoneman slammed his hand into the floor with all his might. The sound attracted the attention of the zombies, but they still remained in their places as they could not see him. The Nagi and their companions climbed onto a ledge of rock and were somewhat safe due to their height. Nagi turned to Nanes and explained that the Lich was right in front of him. Nanes laughed, happily satisfied that his friends had finally managed to get through and reach the boss. Not far from the Lich, Nagi saw Agnes, who was still under the boss's spell, and conveyed this to the others. Nagi jumped down, shouting that he would distract her attention with sweets and give Nanes the opportunity to deal with the Lich. Nagi shouted again and warned Nanes that she only had one chance. Nanes grabbed his sword and prepared to attack. He jumped forward, promising to take out the boss with just one blow. The Lich looked towards the guy and was furious that someone had allowed themselves to attack him again. Everything happened so quickly that the Lich did not have time to react and get up from the throne, but only watched Nanes jump. Nanes used a destructive blow. The guy shouted that he would chop the Lich into small pieces, but his jump with a blow was unsuccessful. In flight, he hit the heel of a boot that suddenly appeared in front of him. Agnes protected her temporary boss and pushed Nanes back right in mid-flight. Nagi and Stoneman winced. Now the plan was in jeopardy. The first problems had appeared. It was surprising that Mrs. Agnes ignored the presence of sweets. Nagi could not have expected this because just recently such a trick worked and distracted the girl. He looked at Agnes again and seeing her rounded belly realized what was happening. The girl simply ate her fill and now she was not interested in sweets. Stoneman agreed, noting that the girl had indeed eaten quite a lot recently. Nagi shouted to Ninzu, noting that it was not too late, and asked him to try again. Flames engulfed him, appearing out of nowhere. A ghost of a woman appeared before him. The spirit addressed him and said that he, a knight, had broken his knightly oath and dishonored his honor. Chains appeared on him, binding his hands. The spirit screamed that his punishment was inevitable and the chains tightened around him. Nagi watched in horror as it happened and remembered how Nanes had spoken of his oath not to take up another sword. By this time, the undead had come to their senses and rushed to attack. Stoneman jumped up and said he would try to hold off the army. He used the defender's special skill, Stonewall, which cut off the zombie army. This didn't stop the zombies and they began to climb up the wall. Stoneman's skill only added a little time to the guild, but did not free them from the danger of the undead army. Stoneman shouted to Nagi that his nature would only last for 5 minutes, and besides, the zombies were climbing on top of it. On top of that, Stoneman's mana was also running low and he was screaming that something had to be done urgently. Nagi was confused. He was sure that his plan would work and he didn't have another one yet. The Inspector, Petra's colleague, continued speaking. She noted that, as Petra herself had said, there were always people without fighting talent who wanted to become adventurers. It could be assumed that, with rigorous training, they could develop skills comparable to adventurers, but the decisive difference between normal people and adventurers was mana. Only those who had combat talent were able to accumulate and refine mana in their body. Low-level monsters in dungeons could still be defeated if you trained well. But in the event of a collision with a strong monster or an inevitable boss, then without mana the battle was doomed. This is what Nagi faced, who could do many things but was just a courier who was deprived of mana. Only this prevented him from becoming a real adventurer. Although he had good fighting skills and could come up with a lot and get out of a difficult situation. Against a strong magical boss like the Lich, Nagi was powerless. There was a powerful explosion in the hall. Sparks and smoke made it impossible to see. The pain from the chains and the flames was unbearable. But despite this, he went forward. He told Nagi that he and Stoneman would hold off the Lich and that the courier might escape in the meantime. Nagi couldn't do that and refused to run away, but Nanes instructed him, saying that it was the duty of an adventurer. They failed in the cleanup. It was only their responsibility. The courier should save himself, and quickly. The Lich smiled broadly, gloating that his enemy's plan had failed. Some kind of magical sphere began to form in his hand. Through a smile, he hissed at Nagi, asking if he really thought he would be allowed to escape when he dared to enter the palace. Nanes realized that things were bad for them and cursed. Magical clots of energy burst from the boss's hands and began to circle in the air. This was followed by another powerful explosion. The flames engulfed Nanes and Stoneman, who were very close to the epicenter of the explosion, and suffered heavy damage. The Lich rose from his throne and flew into the air, spreading his arms wide to show his power. He was very dissatisfied and said that the uninvited guests were not even able to entertain him, and that the battle with them was uninteresting due to their weakness. He called them pathetic worms that were unworthy of his attention, but he would still try to find a use for them. Unfortunately, Nagi was now also under the spell of the magician, who was madly eager to watch his former comrades kill each other. He decided to pit them against each other to make them attack each other and ordered Agnes to attack. This he believed would give him pleasure. Nagi was confused and did nothing, although he saw the girl running straight towards him. But even if he had run, he would not have had time to hide from her, and it would have been stupid to engage in battle with Agnes. Even under the spell, Nagi understood who was in front of him and that his chances were very small. Meanwhile, Inspector Petra was in the library studying various books. She tried to find answers to the questions that interested her and devoted a lot of her personal time to this. In one of the books, she managed to find records of how one day a man of talent became an adventurer. Another inspector entered the library and was happy to see Petra, as she had not been able to find her for a long time. The girl couldn't understand why Petra was so fixated on this that she even started reading books. She repeated that the essence was in the talent of an adventurer and mana. After all, without these two things, it was impossible to become an adventurer. She was angry that Petra was not enough of this. Petra, who found the necessary notes, smiled broadly and hugged the book. She agreed with her colleague to calm her down. Petra noted that this was a fair statement and that she had previously thought the same thing herself, and then explained that she had recently met someone who had made her change her mind. Petra turned to Rama and asked how many times a year the dungeon couriers participated in clearing the dungeons. Razi looked at him in surprise and asked why such a question was suddenly asked and how she could know. But then, after thinking a little, she answered that if she worked hard, then a maximum of 2 or 3 times a week, and it came out to about 100 times a year. Petra nodded, and having answered that this was true, added that in rare cases it worked out a little more than 50 times. Petra noted that according to the guild records, there was one person who participated in clearing dungeons more than 300 times a year. Razia was indignant at this and asked what kind of person he was with so many cleanups, and most likely he never rested at all. Razia began to think out loud, trying to figure out this issue. She assumed that a man who worked so hard was very obsessed with money. But there was also the option that he hated dungeons to the point of madness. Nagi wasn't obsessed with money and generally earned little and spent it all on extra things for future expeditions. But he hated dungeons. While the inspectors were arguing with each other, he was trying to hold his own against the mithril-ranked adventurer who was possessed by the dungeon boss's spell. Naga's sword could not withstand Agnes's strength and began to crumble. Soon the courier's sword broke in half. Nagi also thought that a blow from a blade like the one Agnes Farad had would be very difficult to survive. The difference was not in the level of weapons. The difference lay precisely between him and Madame Agnes. An ordinary courier had practically no chance against a myth-real-level adventurer. No matter how trained he was and what kind of armor he wore, it was practically impossible for him to defeat such a warrior. However, the courier still had some advantage. He could only hope for him. When adventurers cleared the dungeons, the couriers did not fight. None of the couriers usually got involved in unnecessary fights with monsters. In most cases, the couriers simply watched everything from the sidelines. For this reason, Nagi knew Lady Agnes' fighting style and could imagine what to expect from her. He also had the chance to observe Agnes, which could have helped him a lot in such a situation. Agnes Farad always began her attack with ignition. Her sword began to burn brightly, which helped to disperse opponents and inflict additional damage, and then simply finish off those already wounded. And only after the ignition did the girl move on to fetishization. Of course, even knowing this, the attack took place in a split second. Simply reacting in time was not enough. Who's next to attack? There were only 0.2 seconds left. If you reacted when you saw the movement, it would be too late. It was necessary to predict the next step and the direction of the blow in advance. The girl moved faster than Nagi expected, and he needed to act half a step faster. But during the fight, Nagi realized that his movements were probably the limit of his possible reaction speed. But still, he was very grateful to Dullazin. It was thanks to his first strike that the courier at least roughly understood how fast mithril-ranked people moved. But Nagi understood perfectly well that this was not enough. If he had continued to just fight back, he would not have been able to change the situation. There were only 2 ways to get out of Naga's situation. The first was to kill the lich who cast the subjugation spell, and the second was to strike Lady Agnes with such force that she would lose consciousness. At that moment, Nagi had no choice but to go all in. He hoped that he would be able to attack the girl at least once. At first, he decided to use an axe, but ordinary swords melted after one blow. He tried using a heavy axe, but it was also useless. Nagi noted that whatever it was destroyed like soft cottage cheese in front of the mana flame. After the axe, I decided to try using a spear with its advantage in range. Well, this also turned out to be useless, and the spear melted like the rest of the weapon. It was not easy for Nagi because right during the fight, he had to dodge powerful blows and come up with further actions on the fly. He noticed that in front of the breath that emitted magic distance was meaningless. He decided that there was nothing left for him to do but just keep going until he succeeded. He shouted and called Glottoni and then asked him to hand him all the weapons that were in the bag. Glottoni disappeared inside the bag and soon began throwing out the weapons he had. Fortunately for Nashi, he had a lot of weapons in his bag. This gave him the opportunity to stay for a very long time, considering that each sword quickly melted or crumbled. Nagi grabbed one of the first swords thrown out and set about executing his plan. Choosing the right moment, he began to attack Agnes, but she killed attack after attack. Each subsequent sword was damaged. Nagi jumped to the side, dodging the girl's blows, but had the opportunity to immediately continue the fight. He grabbed the next sword from those scattered around thanks to Gluttony. Nagi immediately began the attack, trying to catch the moment when his opponent was not ready. The girl used fire attacks, which caused a lot of inconvenience. Nagi tried to dodge and at the same time catch Agnes where she didn't expect it. It was a very long fight, but Nagi did not give up. Agnes didn't seem to get tired at all, but it was still impossible to inflict any damage on her. She destroyed every sword, but in the end her own gave way. Nagi noted to himself that not only his weapon was being destroyed, but also Lady Agnes' weapon had overheated and was seriously damaged. Nagi had to wait a little longer. He He rushed into the attack with renewed vigor. Gluttony continued to throw out swords which were immediately picked up by the courier. Nagi confirmed to himself that he still had very little time left before he would see any results. He tried not to stop and continued the fight, gathering all his strength. Agnes continued to fight off his attacks and dealt her own. Nagi held on as best he could, continuing to encourage himself in every way. He often met the girl's gaze. She burned right through the courier and was very belligerent. Everything around was burning from Agnes's attacks, and it was hot not only because of the complexity of the situation. Thanks to the courier's training, he managed to hold out for quite a long time. For Agnes, this fight seemed easy as pie, but her opponent turned out to be too dodgy. The girl used a skill called Fire Flower. The blossom and flames engulfed everything around her and Nagi. The courier was at his limit and was already having difficulty dodging attacks. He began to wonder what would break first. It would either be Lady Agnes's sword or his body. Nagi could no longer continue the fight and hoped that the situation would change soon. The next moment, Agnes' Fard struck and Nagi was thrown high into the air. The girl's blow was very powerful. The courier howled in pain and despair. The Lich bared his teeth in a wide smile, pleased that his uninvited guests could not resist his strength. To his great surprise, this entertainment turned out to be very funny and exciting. Before this situation, all the adventurers who came turned out to be nothing but despicable worms. He was delighted with Nagi's capabilities and invited him to join his ranks and share his power. He claimed that, in that case, the dungeon would swallow up not only this place but the entire kingdom. The Lich screamed that thanks to the courier, his kingdom would become stronger and rise again from the ruins. Sparks, ashes, and flames were everywhere, making the situation look like a living hell. Nagi was on his knees, completely exhausted and disappointed with the results. But when I heard the Lich's words, I thought that this monster was going to leave the dungeon and start an invasion. It was too dangerous and he couldn't let him out. He kept saying that all the monsters had to die inside the fucking dungeon. He turned to Gluttony and asked how many weapons were left, and he excitedly replied that there was only one left. Nagi had only one try left. If he failed, it would all be over. He didn't understand what he was supposed to do. He tried to understand what was within his power and what could help him achieve victory. He began to despair that there was no way out of that situation. There were two sides fighting inside him. On the one hand, he wanted to give up because it seemed like there was no chance. But on the other, he couldn't let such a monster break out. In extreme danger, Nagi would lose consciousness for a moment while standing on his feet. And in that short dream, he remembered why he had so desperately abandoned his job as a courier and why he had so much yearned for the destruction of the dungeons. On the day the dungeon broke through and when he lost everything, Nagi made an oath to himself. He promised to destroy the dungeons, but this was not something that a simple porter could do. They laughed at him. They shouted at him that he couldn't be an adventurer, by the way, and should just forget about it. Although he also heard words that, in his opinion, he was not one of those who give up on a dream. One day he was told that they had never met a man without talent who could become an adventurer, but they knew one thing for sure. Adventurers defeated monsters. And if Nagi becomes that can defeat the adventurers themselves, then perhaps he can become whoever he wants. He was warned that it would not be easy, or rather almost impossible. If he devoted his whole life to it, it would be hard. They said that if there was even one way, it would be to take one single fighting art to its absolute limit. If I train haphazardly, I will gradually improve everything and I will never reach the level of an adventurer. He was told that therefore he only needed to master one single blow. A blow into which he put his whole soul. The man smiled at him and said that perhaps just this one blow could bring him closer to the adventurers. From that moment on, Nagi dedicated himself to practicing the strike, putting his whole being into it. He trained a lot. Don't give yourself any breaks. He was going towards his dream, paying attention to no one and nothing, although there was very little chance that he would ever achieve it. No matter how much he trained, it seemed nothing changed. As if he had come across an impenetrable wall that prevented him from achieving what he wanted. But despite this, he did not stop training. And perhaps that is why, even in a clouded consciousness, it moved to do it itself. It all started with the sword being returned to its sheath. More precisely, his leg did not have a sheath, his bag served as one. The Lich shouted to make Nagi proud. He shouted that he would grant him the opportunity to cast off his weak body and gain the flesh of an immortal, but Nagi did not listen to him and went to Agnes. In his head, he heard the words that if you didn't have the right talent, it was impossible to become an adventurer. He heard a voice saying that if you don't control mana, it was impossible to kill the monster. Having come close enough, Nagi began to carefully pull the sword back out. He cared little for the words of the people who tried to dissuade him. On the contrary, these words gave him strength. He was driven by the desire to take revenge for everything he had experienced and to help people avoid the same thing. He ran towards Anessa, and an incredible strength that had been dormant before was boiling within him. He kept his eyes on his opponent and was ready for the final attack. Behind her, he saw Lich, who was merely watching what was happening. The monster smiled and waited for Nagi to give in and agree to his offer or die. Lich believed that the courier had no other option. There was very little time left before it would all be over. The Lich watched the people carefully. Nagi ran up to Agnes and swung his sword. Everything happened very quickly, although for Nagi himself time stood still. One blow and the Lich's head was on the floor. The monster did not even have time to understand what would happen at the last second for him. That day Nagi didn't realize what he had done. Well, his sword had cut the gap that separated the adventurer from the ordinary people who didn't have mana. And later his fighting style received a name. It was called the Art of the Sword that reveals the limits of Azra Khan Baldo's weapons. The dungeons multiplied. Every day there were more and more of them like work for adventurers. The speed of their manifestation was such that weak humanity was not able to stop this process. Whatever people did, it did not bring any visible results. The kingdoms of this world were on the brink of destruction due to the countless dungeons that were springing up everywhere. But at that moment humanity awakened the power of the ether or mana in response to the growing number of dungeons. This is how adventurers appeared who began to clear these dungeons. Some said that the division between adventurers and ordinary people is not discrimination but a necessity for the protection of ordinary people. Razia told me that before there were those who could not accept this fact and went to clear out dungeons not possessing the talent of an adventurer. One could guess what happened to these people. Everyone who dared to try themselves died at the hands of monsters. Razia asked Petru to remember that no matter how cruel it may sound, the system that divided people by talent existed for their own protection. This was true, but there were some nuances. Petra continued to study everything even though it sounded illogical and in some places looked like delirium. On the day when the rift in the dungeon broke through, everything in her mind changed. Petra especially felt that everything was not as it seemed when Agnes appeared. Petra saw Nagi looking at the mithril-ranked adventurer. His gaze seemed to scream his desire to become an adventurer. That's why Petra took notes to say that she hoped that he wasn't the only thing that defined an adventurer. Petra wanted to achieve justice and prove to everyone that not everything is always as it seems at first glance. When Nagi killed the lich, the spell of subjugation on Agnes immediately wore off. The girl looked at her broken sword and could not understand what had happened. She looked at the courier and began to ask him how he managed to do this. Nagi was breathing very heavily and was practically without strength and only said that everything was not finished. The lich screamed and swore at the courier in every way. The attempted murder made him incredibly angry. In place of the severed head of the monster, there was already another one which was outraged that someone dared to touch his body. This monster did not die after its head was cut off. Liches were extremely complex monsters. Although they were mages, they could not be killed unless their phylactery, the source of their existence, was destroyed. This is why they were so resilient, able to rise again and again. But Naga's last blade, like Agnes's blade, was no longer usable. But that wasn't the worst part. Nagi's body no longer moved. He was too exhausted from the fight with Agnes. Nagi came out in front of him and asked him to rest, showing that she could handle it herself. She said that she had to correct her mistake and ran to the lich. The lich used his magic to subjugate Agnes' will again. But now Agnes was even more attentive and immediately turned away from the monster's magic. There were only two ways she knew of to end the lich. The carefully hidden phylactery had to be found and destroyed. This was the first method. The second was to exhaust the lich until all the life contained in the phylactery was exhausted. The lich, seeing that Agnes had escaped the effects of his magic and was still running with the attack, shouted that it was all useless and pointed to his immortality. The girl smirked and asked if he was really sure about that. The girl said that he wrapped her body with his magic in order to repair it for himself, but by doing so he only revealed his weak spot. The girl pointed out that this only showed his true vulnerability because thanks to this she traced the entire flow of his magic. And this showed his source of life. She knew where his phylactery was and the monster was about to die. The girl just had to get to her and destroy her. The lich chuckled, not believing her words and thinking that she wanted to trick him. The girl did not even think of keeping silent and pointed out that the lich's phylactery was in his throne. She ran straight towards him and struck him with all her might. The throne, under the force of her blow, broke in half. The monster opened its mouth. It screamed but made no sound. Immediately his face seemed to turn to stone and began to disintegrate. He could not believe that his dream would collapse so senselessly. The next moment the monster died. His body began to disintegrate right before everyone's eyes. Agnes dealt with the monster in just one quick blow, which confirmed her strength and intelligence. She stood at the throne like a true hero. This boss was incredibly difficult, but still, after a long and difficult journey, she managed to win. The girl exhaled and turned to Nagi and asked if he was okay and what sword technique he used. There was obvious concern and surprise in her voice. Nagi sat on the floor almost without any strength left. But he still found the energy to laugh and answer that he himself did not know what it was. He smiled and said that he just thought that he should somehow protect himself, and as a result it turned out like this. He then said that in any case it was good that everything was resolved and noted that it was all thanks to Mrs. Agnes. The girl's expression changed and she said that everything was just the opposite and she should apologize since she let everyone down and was unworthy of being a commander. Even though I controlled her as lich, she remembers everything that happened. Although she didn't move of her own free will, she remembers that Nagi fought her on equal terms. She had physical strength, ether talent. The difference between them was simply colossal. And yet, despite this, the courier not only fought her, but also managed to pierce the lich behind her back. She couldn't believe that it was just a technique. Whatever it was simply unimaginable. But even then, it wasn't his strength that was important, but something else. He had an unbending will that allowed him to fight an opponent who was impossible to defeat. She remembered her mentor's words. He asked her to remember that the whole world needed not adventurers with great power, but adventurers with an unbending will. He promised her that sooner or later she would meet just such a person. Those who, even in hopeless situations, relying only on pure good, will showed strength bordering on miracles. They differed from others who possessed great power, cared only about their own benefit. They couldn't be limited by mithril or gold, they were true adventurers. And that's why, as the deputy head of Sunset Wind, the girl decided that she had to get it. The girl came a little closer to the courier and noted that she had to ask him one more question. She said that the Sunset Wind Guild was not just a guild that pursued wealth and fame. She emphasized that they existed to destroy dungeons and prevent dungeon breakthroughs. She explained that, because of this, they were constantly fighting for the most difficult options that only brought unnecessary suffering and that others avoided. The girl indicated that this is precisely why they did not need those who possessed great power, but they needed those who had a great will. Agnes slightly bowed her head and said that they needed those who were willing to sacrifice themselves to prevent the dungeon from breaking through, even if there was no benefit in it. That is just like Nagi. The girl extended her hand to Nagi. Exhaling and gathering her strength, she asked again if he wanted to join their guild. The girl emphasized that the Sunset Wind Guild needed him. Nagi was very confused. The courier replayed Agnes' words about the guild that protected the world from the dungeon breakthrough. I always dreamed that such a guild existed, but it didn't exist back then. If such a guild existed, then such a disaster would not have happened. When he returned, the old man noted this with particular sadness. He sat among the rubble of the city, among the hot fire and ashes. When Nashi came, it was too late. The city was already destroyed and there was nothing to save. That day took the lives of many people. Nagi knew that the horrors of that day would never leave his memory. Maybe that's exactly what he wanted to change. Perhaps this is exactly what he wanted to do, and extended his hand to Agnes in response. With her help, he stood up and replied that if she was serious, he was ready to try to stop the dungeon breakthroughs with her. Agnes smiled and welcomed him as a new member of the Sunset Wind Guild. Stoneman slept through the whole thing, blowing bubbles from his nose. When it was all over, he came to his senses and slowly opened his eyes. As soon as his eyes opened, he jumped up with a scream, thinking that he needed to continue the fight. But looking around, I saw Agnes and Nagi standing and talking. I didn't understand what was wrong with them and what was wrong with the Lich. He tried to assess the situation and at least understand a little what had happened. After thinking for a bit, he decided that Agnes had freed herself from the subjugation spell and defeated the Lich, and he scolded himself for not realizing it right away. Agnes suggested that they discuss this later, and looking at Nainitz, asked why he hadn't done anything here and was still sleeping. She screamed louder to wake him up, and Nainz opened his eyes with difficulty. Only after coming to his senses did Nainz immediately scream, frightened by Agnes. I think that she still poses a danger. He jumped up and grabbed the girl tightly, not even trying to understand the situation. He leaned his forehead against her abruptly, and looking into her eyes, began to shout that they were casting a subjugation spell on her. The girl only called him names in response and broke free from his grip. Nain straightened up and, smiling from ear to ear, declared himself not a savior and asked if everyone had seen it. Let's go, he managed, even without Elizabeth Lovest. Agnes had a cut on her forehead and would probably soon have a bruise, which certainly didn't make her happy. She rubbed her forehead and froze for a moment, called him names again, and asked him to hide since he would feel very bad from her anger. Nains did not understand what was wrong and began to ask in a trembling voice what was happening to her. So the Sunset Wind Guild together with Nagi cleared the grave dungeon. The gates of the dungeon closed as soon as the team left it. Nains exhaled and noted how much this dungeon had made them sweat, leaving out the fact that he had slept for a very long time and had actually missed everything. Agnes turned to him and noted that although the dungeon had been cleared, their mission was not over and they had to hurry. The trophies found in the burial dungeon were kept by Naga. Usually the Adventurers Association would handle the return of the items to the owners, but since it was a remote dungeon, the possibility of that happening was extremely low. So they decided to hand them over, personally thinking of those who had waited too long for their return. On the fire in which dinner was being cooked, the stew was bubbling from the high temperature and looked very appetizing. The girl carefully stirred the soup and occasionally tasted it. When the dish was ready, the woman immediately began to pour the soup into plates. She invited her husband to the table to dine together, as was pleasant in their family, but there was still a third plate on the table. They did not start eating right away, as if someone else was about to come to the table. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, although they were not expecting any guests. The couple shuddered from surprise and fear of the unknown, because anything could happen. Opening the doors, the girl immediately saw a teddy bear in Naga's hands. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she covered her face with her hand, trying to contain the emotions that were flooding her. The woman could hardly stand on her feet and fell to her knees in front of Nagi. It was hard for Nagi to stand there in front of her. In some ways, moments like these were much harder than clearing dungeons. But it was necessary. After some time, the adventurers discovered that they had similarly handed over all the things that belonged to the villagers. There were items belonging to adventurers on them, and they had Eldian seals on them so they could be passed on to the association. Agnes explained that some might consider this excessive, but in the guild, they considered such actions part of clearing the dungeon and the duty of an adventurer. Nagi smiled and replied that he didn't think like the others and was glad to meet the families of those who were kidnapped by the dungeon. These people prepared another plate for lunch every day because they knew when that person would return. It was hard for the Nagi to say if they had done the right thing by giving those things to those people, because even if it was true, they might have just taken away their last hope. Agnes answered without a smile that taking away this hope was the best solution. Now, of course, it was painful for those people, but endless waiting would have been even worse, and that family probably understood this too. Nagi didn't even have time to think about it. He definitely agreed with Agnes. Nains joined the conversation and wondered why the Lich kidnapped not only adventurers but also ordinary people. Agnes didn't know the exact answer to the question, but she replied that someone said that the dungeon stopped stronger when they killed people. Since it was a burial dungeon, you must have been right. Well, as Nine said, there were too many inexplicable things. What struck Agnes most was that the Lich cried at the moment of death. And then he turned to the creator and apologized to him, but only she saw it. It was a name that no adventurer of this world would ever utter. The The girl wondered why the Lich called him. In the end, that dungeon was also an anomaly. Although anomalies occurred not only there, but the dungeon increasingly behaved strangely, as if a huge storm was coming. But at that moment something else was important. Agnes believed that no matter what anomaly happened, they as adventurers had to destroy the dungeons before they brought trouble. Nagi sat at the table in the dining room with Nero and Bandashtar. Nero pounced on the food, as if she had never seen it before as soon as it was brought in. Bandashtar was no different from his friend and greedily devoured everything that was on the table. Nagi laughed at them and laughingly asked them to eat more carefully so as not to choke. He decided to clarify whether he had understood their story correctly and started a conversation about it. It turned out that the whole time he was in the burial dungeon, these two were simply throwing a tantrum, and they didn't demand that they be accepted either. I know that the leader had already been offered membership. Bandashtar shouted that he would become a brilliant adventurer. If they didn't accept him, they would have to feel sorry for him. Nero wanted to get into the guild as much as her comrade. And Dorothy, who was listening to this, thought how annoying they were. Somewhere it had been going on for several hours. The girl couldn't stand it and said that as far as she knew, their leader was not real, they were simply deceived. The adventurers ignored this and demanded an offer to join the guild. Dorothy covered her face with her hand, realizing that there was no way to come to an agreement with these two. But suddenly an idea came into her head. The girl smiled sweetly and suggested that they take an entrance test, which shocked the adventurers. Dorothy insisted that they were scared, and on this basis the adventurers agreed to the tests, not wanting to admit any of their weaknesses. This is exactly what Dorothy was trying to achieve. She indicated that as a test they needed to collect 5,000 gold. It was a large sum that would take a long time to collect. Nero and Bandashtar looked at each other, realizing how much trouble they were in. Well, the adventurers accepted the challenge after all. After some time they realized that even for the two of them, they did not have even 500 gold. The only task they were given was to catch parasites in the sewers with a reward of only 30 coins. They soon realized that the task was even more impossible than they had assumed, and by the time they collected that amount it would be time to retire. They tried to make money in any way possible. And one day they came to a man who offered them easy money. This man played a shell game. He would place a cube under one of 3 glasses and shuffle it. The adventurers had to guess where the cube was after the shuffle. He claimed that thanks to the game it was possible to double the amount. If they did not play, they would lose the chance, because this did not happen every day. The adventurers were delighted that this was the very method that would help them get rich very quickly. They didn't know that if you could make money somewhere quickly, you were highly likely to be cheating. When the game started, they didn't even suspect it. In the end, the adventurers naturally lost. They did not expect this at all and were very surprised when the man lifted the glass and there was no cube underneath. They very quickly lost all the money they had earned for a very long time. Nagi, sitting with them at the table, summed up that they had spent all their money and had been starving for several days, and the adventurers confirmed this and began to thank them for saving them from starvation. Nagi didn't show it, but inside he was laughing a lot, although he initially knew that you adventurers weren't the brightest in the world. But Nagi had no idea that they were that stupid. He quickly realized that the entrance test was more like a scam for them. Bandashtar allegedly noted, by the way, that he knew how the deputy head of the guild, Dusk Dawn herself, invited Nagi, but he refused and then asked why. Nogi hesitated a little and smilingly replied that the results were endless. He agreed and joined the guild, to which Bandashtar cried out and asked to accept him too. But then he cooled down and began to think. He said that this was a test that they were given, and if they couldn't handle it themselves, then everything would be meaningless. After these words, the adventurers looked at each other strangely, having something in common in their thoughts. They shouted that the guild leader had asked for too much gold and Nagi had to help them. Nagi thought about it. He didn't know what to do since all his weapons in the last dungeon were broken and gold didn't hurt him either. But he knew one great place to make money and decided that he needed to look into the guild and check if that dungeon was there. In the end, Nagi agreed to help the adventurers and asked them to follow him. They went to the adventurers guild right after lunch. Mrs. Petra sat in her place and took notes as usual. Unexpectedly for her, she heard her name. Raising her head, the girl saw Nagi in front of her and was very happy. Even though there for a moment she discovered that there were adventurers with him and noted their presence. Nero asked her not to be surprised and immediately said that Nagi promised to help them earn a lot of money, which greatly surprised the inspector. Nagi smiled and explained that they would like to go to the dungeon and asked to see the list of available locations, but Petra apologized and noted that even he was forbidden to go on a cleanup according to the rules. But suddenly she fell silent. I understood the connection between the dungeon and the pile of money. The inspector jumped up from her seat and asked if Nagi meant that very dungeon. The naked adventurers set out immediately. The road to the dungeon lay through a descent on a minecart along the rails. The cart quickly picked up speed on the slope and carried the adventurers down. Bandashtar shouted loudly, not happy with such a high speed. Nagi laughed and asked the adventurers to hold on as tightly as possible. Bandashtar noted that last time the dungeon was all skis. Now they are only going down. Nagi laughed in response and noted that there was nothing left on the surface, so they had to go down deeper. Nogi promised that there was only a little bit of this unpleasant descent left. Very quickly they reached a huge arch filled with bright light. At this point, the descent ended and the adventurers climbed out onto the ground and continued their journey on foot. Bandashtar was amazed that they were so deep and still hadn't encountered a single monster. Nero agreed with him and noted that she had hoped for something interesting, but it was boring. Nagi walked ahead and said with a smile that it was supposed to be like that because this dungeon had already been cleared. The adventurers were very surprised and asked how this was possible. It was a mining dungeon, also known as a gold rush. This place was full of ore veins, so it was considered the most profitable for earnings. Due to its special nature, even after clearing it did not disappear, allowing you to extract resources. This dungeon was usually taken by guilds and completely cleared out monsters. They then hired miners to extract resources. Simply put, this mining dungeon already plundered was nothing more than an empty cave without any particular value. But with the subsoil, everything was a little different. Well, yes, the one located in the deepest layer often remained untouched because the costs of its transportation exceeded the possible profit. Nagi, having reached a certain place, pointed the adventurers forward and asked them to take a closer look. Ahead of them was a goal and the possibility of good earnings. Everything ahead was strewn with rocks of ore. This mining dungeon had the status of Class D. Nero was delighted by how much there was in the dungeon. Nagi emphasized that the minerals were of good quality and could begin to be mined. It was in situations like these that Nagi's bag truly revealed its value, as it completely solved the problem of transportation. Nagi smiled widely and was glad that everyone understood everything. He took out some pickaxes from his bag and suggested that the adventurers start digging immediately. This part of the job did not make the adventurers very happy, but they had no other choice. Everyone immediately got to work. There was quite a lot of work, and it was not the easiest. Resources were obtained with difficulty, and it was necessary to spend a lot of effort and time. Bandashtar would occasionally curse and wonder why they always did this kind of work in the dungeons instead of fighting monsters. Nagi tried not to pay much attention to their whining and diligently continued to dig, wiping the sweat from his forehead in Soviet style. He noted that he had done this quite often before, and now he was overcome with nostalgia. He admitted that he seemed to have gotten out of the habit of this kind of work since he had only been digging for a few hours and was already tired, although he assumed that this might not be the case, but that the fight with the ball was still too exhausting and left consequences. Nagi's body had not yet fully recovered. This frightened the courier a little because he did not understand what kind of blow he had dealt then, that he was still warming up the consequences. He gave it his all but still didn't understand how he managed to do it. He produced a blow that had incredible power and was comparable to the talent of an adventurer. He really wanted to be able to make it permanent. Drawings. Gluttony appeared and called Nagi. The courier smiled and asked if Gluttony came because of the smell of minerals, because if you look you will surely find stones, and emphasized that Gluttony can eat as many as he wants. Gluttony looked a little embarrassed and replied that it wasn't just that, although that was a good idea too. The other inhabitants of the bag appeared behind him and began pushing each other, trying to get out. Gluttony smiled and said that these guys seemed to want to help. The animals began to climb out of the bag holding small picks and shovels in their hands. Nagi was delighted when he saw them. Gluttony was also going to help and climbed out of the bag completely, which happened very rarely. He put a helmet on his head and joked that they would now destroy all the ore deposits. Gluttony shouted loudly, attracting the attention of the animals, and commanded everyone to get ready. As soon as Gluttony gave the command, they set to work. Gluttony warned that no one should leave even the smallest piece. With such help, the work became fun. Thanks to the large number of animals, all the work was done very quickly, and neat pieces of or were immediately loaded into the bag. Nagi, after observing for a while, noted that these animals were quite skilled, and probably because the gnolls lived in packs and they had a clear system. The gnolls asked for as much as 10% of the loot, but Nagi decided that if they worked so harmoniously, then why not? But it was unclear where the animals were going to spend it all, and even Gluttony could not give an answer. But be that as it may, it went much easier, so Nagi didn't mind paying. Nagi stopped and turned to the adventurers and asked them not to overexert themselves, noting that the hike would be as easy as pie. But after saying this, a shudder ran through him. Nagi had said too much. There were forbidden words in the dungeons. As soon as someone said that the dungeon was calm or easy, everything became the opposite. The difficulty of the dungeon instantly increased. And Nagi didn't take one thing into account. Ban and Nero were idiots. Bandashtar was indignant that they could dig everything piece by piece, and in that case they would have to sit in the mine for several weeks. The most terrible moment with fools was when they started thinking. Bandashtar suggested to destroy everything in one go. They pick at small parts. He noted that he was an ordinary adventurer. This was certainly not a girlfriend, but he was a brilliant adventurer and he could cope. He threw his explosive finger into the ore deposits. There was an immediate explosion and everything flew everywhere. Bandashtar only thought about how to quickly break up the deposits, but he couldn't think of anything else, which was his problem. At the moment when he began to believe in his genius, everything went wrong. Immediately after the explosion occurred, the walls of the dungeon began to crumble. Very soon the walls began to split apart. Bandashtar could not foresee this and froze in place, trying to figure out how to get out of it and stop what was happening. The walls parted and a huge stone monster appeared from them. Stones and parts of the dungeon fell to the sides. Clouds of dust began to rise in the air. The stone monster had something like a face on which 3 eyes were visible. When the monster woke up and came out of the walls, he opened his eyes. Although against the general background, the semblance of a face was lost, and it was unclear whether it was a face at all. When the monster opened its mouth, a flame of heat burst out of it. With every step he took, the dungeon shook. He was huge, strong, and very dangerous because he could simply crush anyone in his path with his foot. Nagi shouted and advised everyone to run as fast as possible. Nero, I run away and asked what is happening. I emphasized that it was said that the dungeon was cleared. Nagi replied that it looked like the explosion caused by Mr. Ban had opened up a hidden area in this dungeon. Nagi said that it was called a secret room. This is what they called a dungeon within a dungeon. These rooms are hard to find because they are hidden, but if found there were often valuable rewards inside. For adventurers, this was always a great success, but not in the case of Naga. The scarecrow of the secret room was a golem made of yellow stone, class C on the cleansing scale. Nagi's squad was not at the level to deal with him. Running to the exit, the adventurers discovered that it was blocked. Most likely after the explosion that Bandashtar caused, the rocks crumbled and blocked the passage. Bandashtar was in despair because he had done a lot of things. Nagi tried to cheer him up and corrected him that this proved how strong the adventurer was and teased him that if he had strength he didn't need intelligence. Ban-Dashtar began to rejoice at the compliments and praise, but Nero doubted out loud that it was indeed praise. Gluttony got out of the bag and turned to the adventurers, asking them to leave the current problem to him and Nagi. He nodded towards the gloms and said that this furry army would clear a path for them. Ban-Dashtar saw that a lot of little animals were coming out of the bag and was very surprised. Nagi petted Gluttony and praised him for his great help. After finishing distributing praise, Nagi emphasized that they still had one problem. It was necessary to distract the golem until they had an escape route. Ban-Dashtar volunteered to solve the problem himself since it was his fault, but Nagi was against it as it was too dangerous. He explained that the concentration of ether in this mine is too high. If the explosion causes a chain reaction, the consequences will be unpredictable. And if a chain explosion started, the entire dungeon could collapse, and then they would no longer be able to escape. Ban-Dashtar, after listening to the courier's explanation, asked again whether this meant that he could not use the finger summoning. He was very upset because without this skill he would become nobody. He was just an ordinary person and without physical endurance. Nero listened to the guys and offered her help, but the rest could not do anything. She was only too happy to get into a fight like this, just as she had originally wanted to meet the monsters. She began to warm up and say how long she had been waiting for this moment. The girl got ready very quickly and ran. She was very confident in her abilities and ran towards the monster with great enthusiasm. Nagi asked her to be careful, noting that the golems had an advantage against the fighters. But Nero hardly hurt him anymore. She quickly reached the enemy and attacked him. Well, it turned out not to be entirely effective. The monsters were too hard and the girl only hurt her leg when she hit him. But the golem didn't pay attention to this and chose Ban-Dashtar as its target, who was not at all happy with this arrangement. Nagi, taking advantage of the moment while Ban was distracting the golem, asked the girl if she had any special talent. The girl thought for a moment and replied that her talents were athletic skills and flexibility. Ban-Dashtar managed to eavesdrop on their conversation and shouted a curse at the girl, noting that he had said many times that this was not her talent. He shouted that Nero was known from her very training for having no talent at all. It was a pity for Nagi. After all, if they had the right talent, they could have found a way to use it and defeat the golem. For an adventurer to be able to fully realize his potential, he needed either talent or skill. For example, the flame of Lady Agnes or the finger explosion of Mr. Ban. Ban-Dashtar tried to justify himself and said that, in fact, Nero's physical abilities corresponded to his talent level. The girls were pleased to hear this, but she warned that there was no benefit from this data anyway. Nagi thought that there was only one hope left. He needed to use the same sword technique that he had used last time, but the only weapon he had was the one he had found in the tomb dungeon. When Nagi found it, it turned out to be an artifact. Nanes noted that although it was not that valuable, it looked quite useful. Stoneman asked if they would keep it or decide to sell it. Then Nanes began to ask to keep it for himself since he really liked the design and the black color suited him. If he wore it on his belt, it would look quite good. Agnes laughed at his speech. She said she didn't want to hint at anything, but it was unlikely that some useless slacker who had done nothing at all in the dungeon was going to lay claim to it. Stoneman supported Agnes and asked Nanes to come to his senses because he still would not be able to use him and the curses on Elizabeth Lovest. Agnes approached the place and, turning it over in her hands, quickly came up with a use for it. She said that she would like to give this artifact to Mr. Nagi if no one objected. She stressed that too many weapons were broken during the cleanup. Even if it was a low-level artifact by nature, it was still meant for adventurers. It was called the Dead Man's Sword Geats. It was incomparable with those blade shops that Nagi used before. If the power of this artifact and that technique were combined, perhaps the golem could be cut down. The main problem was time. This sword style required high concentration and long preparation. Nagi turned to the adventurers and asked them to distract the golem, explaining that he had a way to destroy it. Nero shouted louder than anyone that Nagi could count on her. She boasted that she could do it with her eyes closed. Nogi emphasized that the girls should not have closed their eyes because the golem could easily crush her. Nero immediately rushed towards the monster to carry out her assignment. The girl already knew that she would not be able to break through the golem's defense. It was literally made of stone, so it was essentially impenetrable to conventional blows. Nero had to choose slightly different methods. The girl, using her special skills, began to climb up the golem. She tried to attract the monster's attention to herself, knowing that she was an excellent runner. Her idea worked, and the golem followed her. As soon as he noticed her, the girl jumped to the ground and ran forward, leading the monster away from Naga. She watched the golem closely and tried to come up with some kind of plan. The courier immediately began to train and started with the sword position. First, he needed to return the blade to its sheath, that is, to the bag. Nagi concentrated completely on this. Nero performed her task perfectly. Watching her, one could assume that physical endurance and agility were indeed her talent. The girl jumped on the stone monster with incredible dexterity, annoying him in every possible way. But Gollum couldn't catch her because she changed her location very quickly. He couldn't even follow her movements. Even though he had more than 2 eyes, he couldn't do it. Nero was full of enthusiasm and motivated herself by saying that if she couldn't do this, she would be a lousy adventurer. Meanwhile, Ban-Dashtar stood completely confused and did not know what to do. He watched the girl and understood that he couldn't help her in any way, but nevertheless, he didn't like the way she behaved. She was in a hurry again, like during her training at the guild, and he couldn't let it continue like that. He immediately went to Nagi and told him that something urgently needed to be done. Nagi tried to focus on his task and did not answer Ban-Dashtar. Well, he heard perfectly well what the adventurer was telling him and began to pull the sword out of his bag. Niro did not stop and acted as she thought was right. She thought that there was no need to worry about her and that nothing bad would happen. A moment came to mind when she spoke about her lack of talent. Everyone laughed at her and considered her practically an outcast. But the girl held on and tried not to give in to emotions and not to react to ridicule. Well, they also didn't take her seriously because she was one of the beast men. She wanted to prove that she could become an outstanding adventurer even though no one believed in her. Every test she went through was dedicated to this. She worked hard to achieve the highest level of excellence and her skills were admired. Because of this, she often overestimated her capabilities and caused problems during cleanups due to the fact that she was in a hurry. Nagi pulled out his sword from its sheath. The sword glowed and emitted some kind of energy. Nagi squeezed him tighter and prepared to attack. He realized that he had succeeded because inside himself he also felt a strength that was not like usual. It was that feeling. It was that feeling that he could cut through anything. Bandashtar reminded us of himself again, shouting a request to wait. He tried to shout to Niro, but she did not answer. He wanted to warn the girl about the danger, but she still didn't pay attention to him. Finally, the girl heard a voice and turned around to ask again what happened. There was concern in Nagi's eyes, but he was too far away. Golem stood very close behind the girl and swung his stone tail. The next second, there was a blow and Niro flew to the side, immediately losing consciousness. This made Nagi decide to act faster. He pushed off the ground with one foot. The Kupir gripped the sword very tightly, trying to synchronize its energy with the energy of its blade. He clenched his teeth as if not allowing his strength to reach the ore and forcing it to accumulate. Having pulled himself together, Nagi tried to try on that blow of Baldo's that had helped him defeat the Lich. The energy of his blow passed right past Niro. The blow was aimed at the golem and reached it in a matter of seconds. Golem froze and only turned his head to look at the courier. The blow landed without error and caused damage to the monster. The golem exploded and shattered into small pieces all over the dungeon. This blow from Nagi seemed stronger than the first one. Everyone around felt it. Bandashtar was amazed. He noted that this blow was amazing, to which Nagi only chuckled. Bandashtar looked ahead and gaped. He tried to say something about Golem, but he stuttered loudly from shock. Nagi began to ask what the adventurer meant, getting quite scared. Bandashtar looked into the courier's eyes and emphasized that Nagi had finished off the courier. The girl honestly admitted that she saw how Niro tried, but she believed that Niro was actually useless. She asked her friend what would happen if he got this girl on his team during training, and he asked a counter-question whether they could fail the exam. Niro heard them laugh at her and say that she was the only one out of the whole team who didn't have talent. They called her a beast woman and laughed at her for deciding to become an adventurer, and that before she was only good for auditions. They called her a damn cat, which really irritated them. Niro often remembered this, and during moments of fighting monsters she laughed about it just like that time. Bandashtar was concerned about this and asked if the girl was okay, to which she assured him that she was in great shape. The girl asked what happened and clarified whether their commander had defeated the golem. Nagi answered himself, saying that he did not defeat the golem. At the very last moment he lost concentration. The dust began to settle and Golem appeared from behind the clouds again. There was a mark left on the ground from Nagi's blow, but it missed its target. The monster was alive and well and was rising to its feet again. His eyes darted from side to side and looked very creepy. Bandashtar started cursing at Niro and called her a fool for flying right in front of the commander and blocking his view, and it was because of her that he missed. The girl was very hurt by these words. She felt worthless again and tears started to appear in her eyes. Bandashtar was worried and asked what was happening to her because this was not at all like a girl. Nagi intervened in their conversation and said that Niro had nothing to do with it and that he himself made a mistake. He explained that his technique was still very crude. He thought that if he had completely mastered this style of fencing, he would definitely be able to strike without hitting Niro. His new sword was best not used unless in prime. Due to the powerful recoil, Nagi couldn't feel half of his body. Golem, however, remained completely intact. He began to move very confidently towards the adventurers. Something in his behavior changed. Taking a couple of steps, the golem ran, opening its mouth, releasing the flame inside. It was clear that the monster was very angry. Nagi shouted for everyone to run. The enraged stone golem was many times more dangerous than when it was in its normal state. The adventurers stepped back, realizing the danger of the current situation. They did not have time to react in time and stood in a stupor in front of the stone giant. Golem used stone breath and a rain of stones fell on the adventurers, knocking them off their feet. The stones were of different sizes, from very small to impressive boulders. When they fell, they created many problems. When the stone rain stopped, the adventurers were nowhere to be seen. Golem carefully examined the area but could not find his enemies. Nagi lay among the rocks in a cloud of rising dust. Getting up, he looked around and seeing Ban, he asked if everyone was okay but received a positive answer. Now it was not clear what to do. Golem was too angry and dangerous and the adventurers were trapped. Golem went on the attack. Using stone breath first, he began hand-to-hand combat. He tried to catch and crush at least one of the team. The first one to come into his field of vision was Bandashtar, who didn't have time to come to his senses before he saw the monster's huge stone hand above him and screamed loudly. Niro decided to save the situation again, and with a cry that Golem cannot touch her comrades, she rushed towards him. She had 2 pickaxes in her hands instead of swords or other weapons. Having gained good speed, the girl jumped on the golem and tried to plunge the pickaxes into him. Nagi shouted at her that it was dangerous and the girl should dodge. Overall, Golem didn't react to Niro's blow at all. His flesh was only slightly covered in a web of cracks where he had been hit. The girl jumped to the ground and wondered what to do because the monster didn't care at all about her attacks. The girl wanted to try to come up with something but quickly abandoned this idea, realizing that it was not her thing. Looking at her pickaxe, she noted that it was no weapon and only got in the way. She decided that since she was a fighter, she had to do everything like a fighter, and her enemy was Golem with cracks. Nero suggested that if she aimed at those cracks left by the commander, she could cause significant damage to the monster. She immediately rushed forward and tried to reach the place where the blow had been struck. She believed that if she didn't manage to defeat the Golem the first time, she should definitely succeed the second time. The girl had no intention of stopping, even if 2 blows didn't help. The third time, in her opinion, should have been decisive, and she did not stop. She promised herself that she would not stop hitting until the walking stone died. Her fists were completely battered and bleeding, but the girl tried not to pay attention to it. She knew that sooner or later she would succeed, and she just had to wait. Golem cracked even more from Nero's blows, which meant his approaching death. The monster was slow, so before he struck, the girl managed to inflict a fair amount of damage on him. But the Golem's blow was unimaginably strong, and the girl flew quite far away from it. Landing on the ground was very painful, and Nero left a long furrow in the ground. The girl fell to the ground, stunned by the blow, and did not get up. Even in training camp, she could yell at those who underestimated her and make them acknowledge her. But she understood even then that she wouldn't be able to achieve anything by shouting. Nero knew that nothing would change because deep down she still couldn't accept herself. The girl concluded that she needed to learn to accept herself before demanding it from someone else. She worked hard and improved what she had done. She wanted to be an adventurer, so she didn't stop and endured a lot. She knew about her clumsiness, her inability to summon and make fashionable explosions, and she did not have the ability to cut through anything like the commander. She knew she could be a liability in the group. But Nero also knew that if she wanted to become an adventurer worthy of fighting alongside them, she had to prove it. This Golem was a great opportunity to do that. Bandashtar tried to convince her to get away from the Golem because he could not understand and accept what she was doing. But Nero didn't listen to anyone anymore. She had a goal, and she wanted to achieve it. She stood boldly before the monster with great determination to defeat him. She just wanted to prove to everyone that she was worthy of being called an adventurer and wipe everyone's noses. Well, the girl also wanted to prove to herself that she was capable of a lot and erase the traces of all the ridicule from herself. The boys froze in place and were confused. Bandashtar asked Naga what exactly they saw. Nagi thought to himself that the pose he saw was definitely familiar to him. He had seen it so many times dragging a bag behind adventurers. This phenomenon only happened to adventurers and was called the Statue of Awakening. Nero felt this herself. She was overflowing with energy. The girl closed her eyes to concentrate on her feelings. She literally rose into the air inspired by power and was transported to some other dimension. She took a few steps forward and looked around, trying to understand where she had ended up since she had just fought with a golem. But soon the girl began to understand what was happening to her, and it brought a smile to her face. Ahead, she saw a woman sitting on a throne. She turned to Nero and called her the one who walked the path of a fighter. The woman said that since Nero was and who sought power, she would pass on hers to her. In front of the adventurer was a statue of a fighter, the warrior Galatus. The woman told the adventurer that with her power she could destroy monsters and dungeons. Nero, according to the statue, must save the world. And for this she is given a special power. It was said that when gifted adventurers reached a special milestone, they were overtaken by some kind of illumination and a statue appeared. Whoever met the statue always took a step forward. Nero just caught this epiphany, and her life was about to change. The girl had been waiting for this event for a long time. Finally, her talent awakened. The talent was called Shockwave and was a special skill for a fighter. A kind of clot formed in the girl's hands which gave her blows incredible power. Using this skill, the girl struck the golem. From this blow, the monster was instantly covered with large cracks and began to fall apart. The monster exploded as much as it was possible for a stone monster. Gradually, Golem collapsed and no longer attempted to attack. The girl then used a cat strike which finished off the monster, leaving a cat paw print on its chest. Golem roared and began to fall to the ground. Nagi and Bandashtar watched this with their mouths open and were so amazed that they could not move from their place. Golem was defeated. This victory could safely be attributed to Nero alone. The girl did not deny her renewed strength. She felt how energy filled her and changed her. Adventurers with combat talent were constantly developing in accordance with their profession. Even having only one talent gave warriors an increase in strength and archers' agility and other physical characteristics. But the most significant growth was due to the awakening statue. It was this that saw the biggest changes. Every time a certain trigger was triggered, a statue would appear in front of the adventurers and grant them new powers. For example, Stoneman was a defender class. Thanks to his special skill as a stone master, he was able to use defensive skills based on stone control. However, if he had a special skill of the master of greenery, he would use defensive skills based on the manipulation of trees. Thus, two adventurers of the same class often had different special skills, which made them quite unique. The gnolls continued to work on clearing the passage of rocks. The animals continued to work with pickaxes and carry stones away from the passage the entire time the adventurers were fighting the golem. Nero approached them and asked them all to move away. The girl could now make her own way through, which is what she was going to do. Her hand concentrated enormous power with which she could do incredible things. She used her special skill of Shockwave and Cat Strike and ran forward towards the rubble. The gnolls were shocked and spread their little paws out to the sides in surprise. Having cleared the passage, the girl boasted to the animals about her special skill. The smile disappeared from the girl's face very abruptly. Nero fell to her knees on the floor and explained that she felt dizzy. Nagi smiled and asked her to be careful, explaining that these were most likely symptoms of mana depletion. He noted that he didn't know for sure, but he had heard that special skills consumed a lot of ether. He went on to explain that the ether or mother was the energy through which adventurers could use their talents. Considering that the girl was using her skill for the first time, the mana could quickly run out. Having dealt with her dizziness, Nero decided that it was worth showing off her skill to Bandashtar. When the girl looked towards her friend, she became touched. There was some small living light flying around him. The light quickly moved into the hands of Bandashtar, who looked at it with suspicion and could not understand where it came from. The adventurer remembered vaguely, but it seemed as if the golem had suddenly thrown it out. Nagi assumed that it was an echo of souls. He specified that he rarely met adventurers with the necromancer class, so he could not say for sure. And as far as he knew, necromancers were able to collect the souls of monsters whose waves coincided with their own. Bandashtar noted that something similar was said at the school. Bandashtar began to press the light, checking it according to all characteristics. He did not show any particular care and began to assert that it was now only his. Suddenly, a revelation appeared in Bandashtar's mind. His special skill was Vantablack, aka Segment Golem. He began to think about what would happen if he added the soul of the yellow golem to his special fingers. Another sudden idea lit up his eyes. He remembered how to use it. He concentrated and activated the soul echo, and his hand glowed. An echo of the yellow golem's soul was placed on the thumb. I immediately decided to try and apply the skill, and separating my thumb summoned a golem. Immediately after, he used a special necromancer skill. These skills were raising undead. Right in front of him, a huge golem began to rise from the ground. The creature was huge, much larger than the previous ones, and looked like the yellow golem that I had met in this dungeon. Bandashtar looked at the fruit of his labor with great surprise. Very quickly, his head started spinning too. He explained it by saying that he was tired of raising his head. Gathering his strength, Bandashtar ordered his golem to kneel. The creature obeyed and did what its owner asked of it. Bandashtar was delighted with this change in his skills. Nero didn't want anyone to take the spotlight away from her and was outraged that she tried harder than everyone else, but the cream was served only to her comrade. Bandashtar explained that he was a genius, but Nagi decided to interrupt their competition and asked to recall the golem before it fell apart. Nagi thought about how adventurers instantly became stronger, which really amazed him. Although in general it was not surprising to him that ordinary people could not keep up with them. Nagi was extremely happy with the growth of these two adventurers because before they were pitiful to look at. Besides, this world needed as many strong adventurers as possible to destroy dungeons. After some thought, Nagi decided to start calming everyone down. He drew the adventurers' attention to the good. They were able to defeat the guard. Now all that was left was to check the secret room for treasure. Nagi took a candle from his bag and lit it. Then they stepped onto the threshold of the secret room. Nagi asked everyone to be on guard. He explained that even if they defeated the guard, no one knew what awaited them inside the secret room. Nagi also added that if a good reward falls out there, they will be able to reach the required amount of gold, and as a result, adventurers will join the guild, maybe even stay for a tip. Bandashtar began to whine out loud about how he wanted a lot of money and also wanted to get into the guild. Nero fully supported him in these judgments. Nagi said that the two of them were supposedly going to join the guild together, and noting how friendly they were, noted that usually after graduation they went their separate ways, but not theirs. Bandashtar scratched the back of his head, thought about it, and replied that he himself did not know from what moment they started going everywhere together. Nero liked this question and was happy to tell how exactly their friendship began. This was back in the days when they were both studying at the academy. Bandashtar was always emotional, and that day he tried to shut up all his classmates who were chatting non-stop. He tried to show his greatness and shouted so that everyone would remember that in front of them was a genius adventurer in front of whom such things were unacceptable. Remembering that moment, Nero smiled. She replied that she and Ban were the best graduates of the school, and it was logical that they would stick together. Being grateful to Nero, Bandashtar smiled and confirmed that everything matched. They were glad that now they also had special skills, and together they were simply invincible. Bandashtar asked a question in return, noting that he was extremely curious to know something. He asked Nagi about his bag, which always captured the attention of anyone who saw it. Nero confirmed that she had also wanted to ask for a long time because it was interesting that so many different things fit in it. Bandashtar then asked if Nagi was a swordsman. Nagi laughed and replied that there were almost no cases like his, and it was not surprising that the adventurers did not know about it. He said that usually during the ceremony and reincarnation most people were given a class that suited them, but occasionally the awakening would not manifest itself in the form of a talent, but in the form of a special item or personal equipment. His bag was one of those, and usually such things were useless, and it was considered that the person was unlucky. Nero was already delighted and asked to touch the bag. Nagi was not against it, but warned that for her it would be the most ordinary. Nero immediately ran up and began to feel the bag and discovered that it was empty. Nagi smiled and put his hand in the bag briefly, extending the intrigue, starting to talk about what would happen if he did it. He noted that, in such a case, real magic happened. A moment later, Nagi took out 2 large lollipops from his bag. Nero was fascinated by the magic of the courier's bag. Nogi explained that the bag kept things in the same condition as they were placed, so everything inside remained fresh. Nero said that with such an ability it would be possible to earn a lot of money. Bandashtar added that it was possible not to go into the dungeon at all and use the bag for many types of earnings. Nagi laughed and said that at first he really used the bag to save up some starting capital. Sometimes he brought food from the best establishments and sold it right in front of the dungeon. In addition, he also helped with mass deliveries of equipment and provisions. But Nagi went on to say that his goal was not wealth. He explained that if thanks to his help even one adventurer could destroy one more dungeon, that would be enough for him. Nogi paused at this point and drew everyone's attention to the fact that while they were chatting, it seemed they had reached a secret room. Ahead, the adventurers saw some strange pedestals. They were in the form of some kind of old wizards who were looking towards the entrance. Nero didn't quite understand what they meant. Nagi told the adventurers that these men were rare to meet. They were called exchange statues. If you gave them something it was worth it to your taste, you would not exchange it for a reward. Nero noted that they had nothing to give to these statues. Nagi asked not to worry about it and dropped his bag from his shoulders. He said that such statues did not require expensive or valuable things and began to rummage through his bag. He asked the adventurers to look carefully, and highlighting one of the statues emphasized that this specimen looked like a peasant and that he had personally fortunately already encountered one. He placed a potato in the statue's hands and noted that it was worth giving such pedestals the farmer's harvest. The statue's eyes immediately lit up, and the next moment a wide smile appeared on his face. A few seconds later the statue spat out a huge gem. It was an emerald of very large size, which was very rare. The adventurers really liked this trick. Nagi noted that this gem alone would more than cover all the expenses of the raid and allow adventurers to join the guild. Nero hugged the emerald and offered to give something to the next statue. Nagi approached the statue that looked like a magician. He suggested that we all think together about whether we could offer a statue that she would like. He suggested that it might be a magic stone and threw one of them into her hands. The eyes of the statue also lit up, but with a different light. But instead of a smile, irritation followed. The statue became angry. It was clear that she did not like the gift. As it turned out, there was only one chance, and the statue punished the adventurers by dousing them with something sticky. Nagi said that he did not expect that in case of a mistake a liquid of weakening would splash on him, for which there was a feeling that he had done everything powerlessly. It turned out that the last statue had to be approached especially carefully. I looked at the last statue and assumed that it looked like a zombie. Nero was worried because this was their last chance and they couldn't screw it up. Nero suggested that since the statue was a zombie, they could try putting some meat or blood on it. Bandashtar said he could give up his finger if needed. The adventurers began to make noise, going over various options from the field with each other. Nagi asked them to calm down and continued rummaging through the bag trying to pick something up. There were many options. He could offer a statue bone debris from the burial dungeon, troll fat, or raw meat. But suddenly Nagi stopped, wondering if this was exactly what the zombie statue wanted. He thought that the zombie was once a human. If so, then perhaps in reality he wanted something human and Nagi got the apple. The adventurer did not understand his train of thought and began to complain that the apple definitely would not work. Nagi smiled and said that it was a risk, but the apple was a special fruit from the southern region. It was grown in Suntho, a region where the soil contained sacred energy and had a purifying effect. Nogi suggested that if he was right, then perhaps the zombie actually wanted to be healed. He carefully placed the apple into the statue's hands. A certain energy began to spread from the apple across the statue, but the zombie's eyes still didn't open. In fact, the zombie statue was remembering what it was like to be human. It was as if some memories of his worldly life arose in her. Warm, pleasant human moments from life filled his mind. Sunlight appeared above the statue, and the Nagi realized that he had made the right choice. He shouted to the adventurers to look at the statue, which began to heal. The zombie statue changed from a gray stone block into a green human statue covered in fresh moss. After some time, Nagi realized that this statue was turning into a hidden jackpot statue. Bandashtar smiled broadly and noted that Nagi could be relied upon. A huge chest appeared in the statue's hands. All that was left was to open it and find out what was hidden there. Nagi began to slowly and carefully open the chest. When Nagi lifted the lid of the chest completely, everyone around was blinded by a bright light. Nagi himself was the most amazed. There was a relic in the chest. Having collected all the rewards, the adventurers headed back to the city to the Adventurers Association. The bag of fines was quite large. When Dorothy saw the prey, she was very happy because there really was a lot of prey. Nero and Bandashtar noted that for them it was a piece of cake, and now Dorothy was obliged to accept them into the guild. After this, Ban smiled and emphasized that he now understood everything. He explained that, to be honest, at first he thought that Dorothy just wanted to squeeze money out of them, but now that they themselves had gone through everything to collect the necessary gold, they understood what the matter was. The adventurers noted that they realized that this whole ordeal was for them to grow in the process. Nero shared that thanks to this, she even awakened her special skill. Dorothy smiled in response and joked that they had figured her out. Dorothy basically just wanted to get away from them and earn some money to go shopping, but she didn't admit it. Everyone was happy and everyone got what they wanted. The Adventurers Association was quite crowded and accordingly quite noisy. Many adventurers had business to attend to there. Nero walked very softly like a cat towards the table where the inspectors sat and received adventurers with their problems or other requests. Nero was very pleased and was looking forward to the reaction upon her return from clearing the dungeon. Nero approached the table where Petra was sitting, who was focused on her notes and did not immediately see who approached her. Petra, sensing someone's presence, looked up and opened her mouth in surprise. Petra was very happy to see Nero, Bandeshtar, and Nagi in front of her, who were able to return from the cleanup safe and sound. Petra immediately noticed the badges that held the cloaks to the chests of Nero and Bandeshtar. Petra leaned over the table and began to examine the badges more closely, and expressed her joy that Nero Nero and Bandeshtar were finally able to join the guild and congratulated them on this. The adventurers smiled at Petra and felt even more confident. Nero Nero and Bandeshtar simultaneously started talking about how their guild couldn't miss out on talent like theirs and emphasizing that the Sunset Wind Guild still had taste. They laughed loudly. Nero Nero glanced at Bandeshtar, turned to Petra, and asked her to listen to her carefully. Nero Nero began to tell with great emotion how they had made their way to the deepest part of the mining dungeon, had been mining all day, then Ban had caused an explosion, and then a golem had appeared, and it was at that moment that she had used her talent. Petra listened attentively to the adventurer and laughing said that her story was extremely impressive. Nagi also smiled and noted that they all came together to the association for this reason and asked if there were any identifiers. Nero Nero smiled and remembered why they came, immediately reached into Nagi's bag and helped him get the artifact. Petra took a closer look at the unidentified artifact of the fighter that the adventurers brought her. Petra was very surprised and asked if the adventurers had actually found him in the miner's dungeon. Nero Nero confirmed that this was exactly how it was and told that they found this artifact in a hidden room, to which Petra replied that in that case they were really lucky and explained that she could also carry out a simple identification. Bandeshtar scratched the back of his head and turned to his friend and said that he simply wanted to sell this artifact and that would be the end of it, but Nero Nero, clutching the artifact to herself, growled that this was not allowed. Nero Nero looked Ban in the eyes and emphasized that this was a memorable artifact that she received after the first victory over the monster, and selling such things was sacrilege. So engrossed in this conversation, the adventurers themselves weren't quite sure what they were talking about. They suddenly jumped aside, surprised that they weren't talking specifically about the artifact. Bandeshtar, without stopping to wash his face, looked around and asked what the artifact was and what should be done with it. Nero Nero joined in the questioning and asked if the artifact was better than, for example, an emerald. Nagi, who was asked all the previous questions, forced a smile onto his face, thinking that these fools really didn't know anything about their work. Nagi, having gained strength, explained that the artifact was special equipment used specifically by adventurers, and it was an order of magnitude, even tens of orders of magnitude, more expensive than ordinary equipment. But they had a fighter's artifact, and until it was fully identified, it could not be used. Nagi also added that in his opinion, it was fate that Lady Nero Nero awakened a special skill in this dungeon, and immediately found the fighter's artifact, which greatly pleased the adventurer. Nagi approached Mr. Ban, asking him what to do with this artifact, and hinting that they might be thinking about the same thing. Bandeshtar took on a very focused and serious look, and suggested that perhaps he and Nagi were indeed on the same wavelength. Nagi said that they were supposed to give this artifact to Lady Nero Nero as a gift for awakening the ability, but Bandeshtar at that moment said that they were supposed to sell it. Nero Nero was overjoyed that she would actually be given this artifact and could do with it as she wished. The adventurer began jumping for joy at being given such a gift. Bandeshtar still tried to insist that this artifact was worth selling, and that with the proceeds, he could hang himself in the best equipment from the store, and still have some left over, but Nero Nero fundamentally did not want to give up her gift. As usual, the adventurers got into a heated argument, and it was impossible to calm them down until Miss Petra intervened. The inspector loudly declared that comparing the artifact to ordinary equipment was simply a grave insult. According to her, the artifact was the pride of the adventurer and his reliable companion in the dungeons, and each artifact was a magical item with unique abilities. The main thing was that they perfectly combined with ether. Petra also emphasized that there was talk that even one artifact ideally suited to an adventurer's ether could dramatically enhance his combat abilities. Petra, who was known as a dungeon fan and artifact collector, took on the role of teacher perfectly and began to explain to the wayward adventurers where they were going wrong. Petra also explained that incidentally many adventurers explored the dungeon specifically for the artifacts, and this was common knowledge. These words truly shocked Nero Nero and Bandeshtar, who finally calmed down. Nagi listened carefully to the words. Peter absolutely agreed with her. Nagi knew that some anchor adventurers even covered themselves in artifacts from head to toe to enhance their abilities. Such adventurers were truly skilled in their field, though they sometimes forgot the finer points and exaggerated the value of the artifacts they found. The irony was that the very existence of the artifacts diminished abilities like Nagi's bag. No matter how useful Nagi's ability was, there were plenty of such magical artifacts in this world. Having told Petra about all the benefits of the existence of artifacts, she finally decided to get down to business and asked Nero for her artifact. Petra decided that she could identify this artifact herself and used her special tracking skill. Petra's magic pen began to convert the properties of the artifacts itself, analyze the text on the parchment for him. The identification took a little time and was soon completed. The artifact began to crack more and more and expand in one place as if something was hatching from it. Soon the piece, which looked more like or turned into a cat mine, which was a very rare artifact, and copied the owner's skills. Nero Nero was incredibly happy to see such an artifact that would definitely suit her face. Nero Nero was now the owner of the copycat, a rare artifact, but she was a little embarrassed because she hadn't planned on using it so quickly. The copycat was in the form of a bracelet and instantly equipped itself on the adventurer's arm. Nero Nero shook her hand and screamed indignantly that the bracelet itself was relying on her, and Bandeshtar began to shout for the adventurer to quickly take it off because they wanted to sell it. Petra looked at the adventurer and sincerely congratulated her, noting that this artifact seemed to fit very well with her ether. To the adventurer's surprised look, Petra explained that sometimes it wasn't the person who chose the artifact, but the artifact that chose its owner. It seemed impossible, but what was happening now spoke of something completely different. Nero Nero turned to Bandeshtar and laughed smugly, emphasizing that now this artifact was only hers, which the adventurer did not like at all. But she decided to let the situation go. Bandeshtar turned to the commander of Nagi and asked if he also had an artifact, noting that she felt something similar. Nagi smiled, realizing that the adventurer meant his sword, and told him that he received it in the burial dungeon. and then he complained that unfortunately the sword was not in the best condition. Nagi, looking closely at the many cracks on the blade of his sword, explained to the adventurers that many said that the artifacts were very difficult to repair. Petra was surprised to see the problem with Nagi's sword and immediately asked how he'd handled it to such an extent. Nagi explained that just one swing had caused this and suggested the artifact wasn't so good after all. Bandeshtar was indignant, claiming that if Nagi hadn't missed, he could have cut the golem in half. Petra immediately assumed the sword was an artifact of the 44th Geats and was made of black barreloche steel, but it was still surprising that Nagi could destroy the sword in such a state with a single blow. Petra looked closely at the legs and thought that the more she learned about the man, the more amazed she became. Petra clenched her fist and thought about how Nagi, despite all his trials, continued to move forward no matter what. Having analyzed all of Nagi's talents, Inspector Petra thought about herself. It was at that very moment that Nagi loudly uttered his apologies and, indicating that his guild had a meeting scheduled, explained that they would return to the office. Petra didn't have time to respond. At that moment, she felt terrible, thinking about how I don't have the same accomplishments as some guy. Inspector Rama became interested in the behavior of her colleague Petra, whose appearance indicated that she was worried. The inspector decided not to say anything to Petra and leave her alone for now. Meanwhile, Nagi, Nero and Bandeshtar reached their guild office. Agnes Farid carefully made marks on a large map. The adventurer put crosses to mark important places. Having marked the 30th place, Agnes noticed that all the dungeons where a breakthrough had recently occurred seemed to be connected in one line and forming a certain sequence. Agnes stared at the map for a long time, as if trying to see something hidden there from other eyes. The adventurer came to the conclusion that this did not look like a coincidence, and each of the marked places was directly or indirectly connected with the Dawn Guild. Agnes tried to predict where the next breakthrough might occur. It wasn't that hard to guess which dungeon would be dangerous next. Agnes understood perfectly well that if they managed to prevent the breakthroughs before they even started, then they would not be able to avoid a direct confrontation with the Dawn Guild. Meanwhile, in the Guild Dawn, their commander was thinking about the fact that not a single mistake, not a single obstacle should be forgiven. The commander said that starting from the Crack Dungeon, where V personally appeared, and ending with the Grave Dungeon, where they were sure that a breakthrough would occur, they had already encountered resistance more than once, and each time it was initiated from the Sunset Wind. The commanders of Dawn believed that this was precisely why the breakthrough had to happen at any cost this time, even if it meant eliminating everyone who stood in the way. One of the adventurers approached the commander and asked him why he was so worried. The guild commander, crossing his arms over his chest, explained that this time you went to the dungeon and the snake had the grip of an anaconda. The commander emphasized that even he tried to avoid dealing with her. He also emphasized that, by the way, he had been personally persuaded. Then he spoke of Agnes and the spoils. Agnes knew that the Dawn Guild were skilled players and that they themselves caused breakthroughs and then heroically suppressed them so as not to arouse suspicion in the association. The only thing Agnes didn't understand was what the meaning of such actions of the Dawn Guild was and what benefit they received from doing all this. At the moment when Agnes was thinking about the Dawn Guild, there was a knock on the door of the hall where she was. Nagi entered the hall along with Nero and Bandeshtar. Nagi stepped forward, addressed Agnes, and noted that he had been informed that she had some business with them. Agnes confirmed this and said that their guild Sunset Wind was going to clear a rank dungeon. A breakthrough was supposed to happen soon. Nero and Bandeshtar were overjoyed at this news, noting that they were glad to finally receive a worthy task. But we quickly dampened their joy by noting that they were too weak and it was impossible. Nero and Bandeshtar were frozen in place upon hearing this. Agnes's words truly struck them. Nero and Bandeshtar tried to protest, reminding them that they now had special skills, but Abnisu still continued to insist on their own and say that they would not be able to survive in this dungeon. Nero even suggested that Agnes didn't want to let her into this dungeon because it had learned to control its ether. Nero, look at the window. I felt fate, that the aura that emanated from the deputy head, the difference in the level of ether was simply colossal. Nero literally felt how weak she was compared to Agnes. Nero was very upset that they were actually trying to tell her and Ban that they were useless. Nagi intervened in the conversation and noted that since Agnes had called them, it was not without reason. Agnes confirmed this and said that she and Nanit's group were going to clear out an A-rank dungeon. Agnes also said that, strange as it may seem, it was a coincidence that the perfect match for Nagi and Nero appeared in the dungeon Nero with Bandeshtar. Agnes showed on the map that this dungeon was located in the northwestern canyon. Near this dungeon, there was already a mark of Agnes. This dungeon was huge and went deep underground. The dungeon in question was also called an anthill. Agnes, having named Nagi, Nero and Bandeshtar, explained that the three of them would clear this dungeon. Agnes emphasized that this was to be their first official quest as part of the Sunset Wind Guild, which delighted the adventurers immensely. Agnes also wanted to determine who would command this cleanup. The most surprising thing is that Agnes decided to put Nagi in charge, who didn't expect this at all. Nagi confusedly reminded that he was just a courier, and Agnes was very surprised by these words, noting that what really shocked her was that he didn't know anything. Agnes said that when she invited Nagi to the Sunset Wind, she invited him not as a courier but as an adventurer. It was for this reason that Agnes decided that in this dungeon Nagi should become the group commander and lead the cleanup. This is how the first official dungeon clearing under Nagi's command began. Nagi, Nero and Bandeshtar avatar could not even imagine what awaited them ahead. The descent into the dungeons turned out to be really deep. The dungeon, which was known as an anthill, was also called so for a reason. You would expect great difficulty in any adventurer's dungeon. The adventurer from Dawn was also shocked by what he had to face. The adventurer ran away as fast as he could, looking back in great fear. What scared me most was that it wasn't that easy to escape from the huge ants. Backing away from the huge monster, the adventurer thought that this was a dungeon and did not look like his rank. The adventurer believed that this dungeon should have at least rank B. After thinking for a bit, the adventurer decided that this was definitely a ranked dungeon and nothing less. The adventurers were most impressed by the giant ant, which looked more like a mutant. It was because of this ant that the adventurer's entire team died. The adventurer no longer had the opportunity to help his friends or even get them out of the body. In the same dungeon, there was a girl who was not afraid of what was happening. This girl was sitting on a huge battle axe hovering in the air. This girl was waiting for Agnes, and it would be scary to imagine why. Nagi, while walking from his guild to get coffee, didn't even imagine that Agnes could actually appoint him as a raid commander. Soon Nagi and Agnes were left alone. They decided to have a bite to eat and discuss the details of the upcoming expedition. Nagi asked Agnes if the commander of an official raid shouldn't be at least a gold-ranked adventurer, to which she replied that this wasn't necessary, and that since the order was placed on behalf of the guild, there shouldn't be any particular problems. After trying the cake, Agnes also clarified that she had already signed everything, but Nagi continued to doubt and even suggested out loud that if this dungeon was C-class, then if the three of them went there was a high probability that they would simply screw up. Anessa smiled slightly and reassured Nagi, noting that he and his now colleagues no longer had to worry about this. Agnes reminded them that they should have known that the ant dungeon was being cleared in the format of a joint raid where several guilds participated at once, and therefore there would be many other squads, and failure was practically excluded for this reason. Anessa also reminded that Nogi had already led the raid in the crack dungeon, and to be honest, he was the leader of the group in the grave dungeon. Agnes looked at Nagi carefully and emphasized that he was the one she herself chose, and therefore he just had to believe in himself. Agnes, smiling again, also added that in Nagi's dungeon, there would be one necessary person waiting who could help everyone, although he had a character, and he had a lot of problems, but otherwise, according to her, this person was super reliable. Nagi noted that he understood everything perfectly, but added that he had a very serious question if they were already talking about clearing out the ant dungeon, to which Agnes suggested that they could be thinking about the same thing. And indeed, they were both thinking about the ranger. The ant dungeon was a veritable labyrinth, its structure constantly shifting. Without an experienced tracker to lead the team, it was unlikely they would have even managed to get out, let alone clear it. Agnes said that she also tried to find a suitable tracker, at least a hired one, but she was never able to find anyone. Without looking up from eating the flatbread, Agnes emphasized that if they could resolve this issue together, they could begin clearing the dungeon immediately. At the same time, Petra continued her work at the Adventurers Association but looked very thoughtful. Petrie had a hard time making notes, which before Nagi's arrival would simply fly out of her pen. Petra was very deep in her thoughts and didn't really hear what was going on around her. The inspector who was sitting next to her called Petra, but she did not react in any way. The inspector shouted very loudly again and called Petra, and she finally paid attention and even became a little scared. The inspector noted that Petra had been lost in her thoughts all day and hadn't even noticed that clients had arrived. Petra, seeing that 3 con artists were indeed standing before her, apologized. Petra looked up at the adventurers who had arrived and again asked them for forgiveness for being inattentive at the moment, but she immediately froze, recognizing them. Lynn stood before her with her friends. Lynn was a silver-ranked ranger and a member of the Mad Raccoons Guild. Lynn noted that she and Petra had not seen each other for a long time, and it seemed to her that the last time was back at the academy, with which Petra agreed, and noted that she had heard that Lynn had joined the guild. Lynn smiled and, noting that she was very pleased to meet her old friend, immediately stopped herself. The girl emphasized that Petra spoke to her too familiarly. Lynn looked at the confused Petra and reminded her that when they studied at the academy they were at the same level, but Petra was now only a porcelain rank, while she in turn had already become a silver rank adventurer. Lynn tapped her badge that indicated her rank. Lynn looked at Petra again and, smiling even wider, said that no matter how smart she was at the academy now, she was just a clerk in the association and should not forget her place when talking to silver-ranked adventurers. Petra sank into her chair and, forcing a smile, apologized to her old acquaintance. It seemed like Lynn had only come here to show Petra her place. The adventurer turned and hurried toward the exit, promising to see her again. Finally, Lynn noted that she could be called if someone was suddenly needed to do dirty work. Petra's colleague witnessed the whole thing, and as soon as Lynn and her friends left, she immediately asked who these losers were, to which Petra replied that they were her former classmates from the academy. A colleague suggested that Petra must have been educated in a pit of orcs. Petra replied that the prevailing opinion was that inspectors were those who lacked the talent or courage to become adventurers. The colleague agreed, but still didn't understand why she would act like a young thug. The talent of a ranger was the ability to lead a team through a dungeon and be a guiding thread, but this skill was often needed outside of dungeons as well. If desired, one could become not an adventurer but an inspector in an association in order to do equally useful things. It was possible to study ecosystems for food and investigate crimes inside dungeons. There, having the talent of a ranger, one could assess the level of difficulty of dungeons. And finally, it was possible to do paperwork in your free time. But in fact, inspectors were often perceived as those who failed to become adventurers. Petra's colleague moved back slightly in her chair and admitted that her case was exactly like that. The inspector said that she was very happy that she had discovered talent, but it turned out that she lacked both the skills and character for the real work of a tracker, and so she became an inspector. The inspector told Petra that she could become an adventurer there, and reminded her that everyone was shocked when she said she would join the association. Petra smiled and said that her grandfather was categorically against her becoming an adventurer. The inspector emphasized that she understood perfectly well that her grandfather could be strict and this could affect her career. Petra laughed and said that her grandfather simply cried bitterly, begging her to give up the idea of becoming an adventurer. The inspector said thoughtfully that she now understood perfectly well that working in the association was not entirely Peter's choice. The inspector looked at Petra and her eyes sparkled, asking what she really wanted, and told her that she had actually recently read her article, which to be honest looked more like a personal diary than a scientific text. Petra did not see any remark in these words and was not very happy that someone read her article. The inspector repeated some words from Petra's article about how Nagi's eyes when he looked at Agnes showed a desire to become an adventurer, to which Petra even shouted, begging the inspector to stop. The inspector looked at Petra again and noted that she had thought the same thing and emphasized that Petra herself had changed after clearing the crack dungeon with that courier Nagi. The inspector remembered very well what impressions Petra had after she returned from the dungeon, and with what delight she told that she had the chance to see the stone pig. The inspector also noticed that when Petra listened to Nagi and his friend's stories about how they returned from the mining dungeon, her eyes shone, and it seemed that she too would like to become an adventurer like them. The inspector's words left Petra deeply confused. She knew her colleague was absolutely right. Petra also remembered those days when she had just returned from the dungeon, and how sad she felt and could not find a place for herself. Sometimes she would wander around the association building for a long time, trying to come to her senses and simply return to her previous work. Even then, Petra began to think that she was in the wrong place and that she should change her line of work. Petra agreed with her colleague that she would actually like to become an adventurer more than anyone else. Petra said that this is why she even entered the training camp without telling her grandfather about it. Peter's grandfather still found out about her decision and started crying, which made her think. Petra decided that it was better for her to become a good granddaughter who would calm her grandfather down than to follow her dream. Petra decided to do exactly this because after the death of her parents, her grandfather was the only one who loved and protected her. Petra admitted to the inspector that this is precisely why it was quite easy for her to let go of her dream. And so I did, convincing myself every day that the dream was just a dream so that they could just dream. The inspector looked at Petra, chuckled, and thought about something for a moment. Soon the inspector laughed and called Petra silly for even being able to say such a thing. Petra was even more confused, not expecting that someone would call her stupid. The inspector stood up from her chair and emphasized that no one could argue with the fact that grandfather Petra really wanted to protect her with all his might. The inspector emphasized that despite everything, grandfather Petrie deep down wanted to see her happy and doing what she loved. Petra could barely stand upright after hearing this. After a moment's thought, the inspector said that she had indeed been doing what she loved. Petra found herself standing before a pair of enormous doors. Before knocking, Petra considered whether it was right to follow her older sister Lasha's advice. Throwing all thoughts aside, Petra still dared to knock on the door. A voice came from behind the door, allowing Petra to enter. Petra opened the door and entered the hall from the threshold, declaring that she had come for the adventurer recertification. She explained that she wanted to change her profession. The man who apparently was conducting this recertification replied to Petra that they had time to check until his coffee got cold. However, the man said that he was not sure that this was the point and said that, to be honest, Petra showed excellent results as an inspector and perhaps she should have continued working in this profession further. Petra, not losing hope, said with a smile that her sister Lasha had told her that she was lucky and that on that day they were taking the certification for adventurers, so she came to try herself. The man was very surprised that Petra was talking about it simply as luck, and waving his finger at the girl, he emphasized that it would be more correct to say that she was unlucky because he was conducting the certification. The man looked closely at Petra and introduced himself as Mr. Tak and said that he was better known as a killer of adventurers. Petra even opened her mouth in surprise when she heard about the adventurer killer. Petra had heard of this man. He didn't literally kill adventurers, but his assessments were so strict that most either failed or received low marks, which is why he was nicknamed the Adventurer Killer. Mr. Tak said that every year there were inspectors who wanted to become adventurers. The Adventurer Killer emphasized that, however, the success rate for recertification was only 5%. Mr. Tak explained that others came to recertification with the thought that suddenly during this time there had been changes in their talent or broadcast, or that a hidden talent had awakened. According to Mr. Tak, such adventurers ultimately only expected disappointment. Mr. Tak pointed to the hidden talent machine and emphasized that this hidden talent test was absolutely accurate. Mr. Tak also emphasized that the chances of his talent developing over the years were practically zero. But Petra ignored these words and approached the car. Mr. Tak explained to Petra that there was no point in delaying, and that she should simply put her hand to the device and the reality would immediately become clear. Watching Petra, Mr. Tak thought that he had seen such cases more than once and assumed that the girl would most likely fail already at the broadcast testing stage. Taking a sip of his coffee, Mr. Tak thought that if Petra could become an adventurer, she would have become one long ago. Petra, standing at the device, was still unsure whether she had made the right decision to follow her dream in defiance of her grandfather. Petra felt that the change in her heart was not only due to the dream of becoming an adventurer, and in spite of everything she reached out to the device. One day Petra asked Mr. Nye why he risked his life so much to clear the dungeons, since he had other ways to earn money, to which he answered so calmly as if it was obvious. Nogi said at that moment that they were risking their lives because someone had to do it, and smiled broadly. Nagi's words sounded trivial to Petra, but she knew the truth. She knew full well that participating in the dungeon clearing without the protection of the ether was extremely dangerous. Taking such risks was like throwing yourself into a fire with bare hands, even if you were just a porter. Naga's words made Petra feel ashamed. After turning it all over in her head, she made up her mind and touched the device. Petra thought that despite her innate talent, she had not done anything truly worthwhile. She wanted to change her life and was now ready to do a lot to feel truly in her place. The inspection ended quickly and Petra left the room. Closing the door behind her, the girl let out a heavy sigh. Petra was in a very strange state. She still felt fear, but at the same time she felt an immense sense of pride. Near the door, she was met by Lin, who was very surprised at such a quick meeting with Petra. Lin laughed at the fact that her former classmate decided to take the test after she was severely humiliated. Lin continued to laugh because Petra returned from the assessment hall in less than half an hour, which meant that the result was predictable. After the nasty things were said, the silver-ranked adventurer's gaze fell on Petra's hand, which held the golden badge. Lin couldn't believe her eyes at that moment. Sweat appeared on her forehead. She felt very uneasy. Lin immediately got angry and started to freak out, but Petra ignored her and walked past. Meanwhile, Lasha, sprawled out in her work chair, regretted that it had turned out this way. The inspector thought that Petra was a very good coworker and even regretted telling her that she could pass the certification because of this she lost another colleague. Meanwhile, Agnesa and Nagi continued their conversation. Odessa continued to devour donuts and talk about how she tried everywhere to find out about a certain girl, but ultimately couldn't find her. Nagi replied that the ant dungeon was more of a cleaning operation than a cleanup, and he heard that adventurers were avoiding it, and finding a ranger who would agree to go there would not be easy. Agnes agreed with Nagi that this was a problem and emphasized that if they wanted to make it to the raid, they needed to leave before tomorrow morning. Nagi agreed with Agnes that it would be good if a ranger fell out of the sky. At that very moment, the two of them heard a knock on the door. Petra entered the room, but she was no longer dressed in the familiar inspector's uniform. From the doorway, Petra asked if she could ask a question. Petra smiled and asked if the guild was looking for Sunset Wind and another guild member. After recertification, Petra became a gold rank ranger. A ranger was exactly what the guild was looking for. Nagi was definitely stunned by such news, but Agnes was simply delighted. Thus, a talented tracker joined Nagi's squad. At the same time, Lin and her teammates were trying to figure out what had happened to Petra. Lin couldn't accept that her classmate had outdone her again. Lin tried to ask Mr. Tak how it happened that porcelain rose so sharply to the gold rank. The woman standing near the examiner agreed with the adventurer, as it was indeed strange that one could immediately be awarded the gold rank of adventurer without going through all the procedures. Mr. Tak stated that he himself could not believe it, even though he had heard that on his part this was simply blatant unprofessionalism on the part of the Adventurers Association. No one could understand how Petra could have been porcelain all this time because it was an absurd potential and ether in her case. Mr. Tak was very confused and also angry that this adventuress had been in the wrong place for so long. Mr. Examiner stated that Petra truly deserved the gold rank and also emphasized that he was confident that one day she would reach the mithril rank and perhaps even surpass it. Mr. Examiner drank his coffee with even greater pleasure after Petra left his hall. He spoke out loud about how he had not felt such emotions for a very long time and compared it to finding a precious stone in a pile of clay. The feeling Mr. experienced was one of rapture unmatched by anything the examiner could have imagined. Mr. understood that this morning's coffee was perhaps so special. The examiner's calm was interrupted by his assistant, who burst into the hall screaming. The girl was talking about that very Petra who was recognized as a golden adventurer yesterday. The girl emphasized that the information was most likely kept secret and that it concerned Petra's grandfather. Upon hearing this, Mr. Examiner immediately understood what was being said. The unexpected news even made the examiner drop his coffee on the floor and the cup break. The examiner cursed mentally and immediately began to fuss, realizing that now he could have problems. Meanwhile, Nagi's group had already set off for the dungeon, or rather had almost reached it. Nagi was sitting in the carriage. Petra was sitting next to him, and opposite Nero were Nero and Bandeshtar. Petra was breathing heavily and was focused somewhere on her thoughts. Nagi couldn't resist asking what was happening to Petra and suggested that she might still be worried about that conversation. Petra couldn't hold back her tears. The girl began to cry, regretting that she had responded incorrectly to a situation that had already happened. She was worried about talking to Agnes. Agnes wanted to speak with Petra alone and expressed that she was an extremely responsible person, something many knew. Agnes emphasized that she simply had to ask Petra what kind of adventurer she saw herself as before accepting her into the guild. Agnes emphasized that anyone who goes to clear the dungeon is bound to encounter a monster stronger than them or an enemy who is impossible to defeat, and then asked what Petra would do if she found herself next to such an enemy. Petra was a little confused, but remembered that she had already heard the answer to this question from Naga. Petra thought that there was only one correct answer to this question and tried to remember Naga's words. Petra gathered her strength and answered Agnes that they would not neglect any means to defeat such an enemy. Anessa was very surprised by Petra's answer. She looked at the adventurer and Nagi and fell silent for a moment. Agnes answered Petra a little hesitantly. To be honest, such an answer was a little, or rather even very disappointing. Agnes immediately asked what Nagi would do in that case, and Petra was indignant that she simply repeated his words, and for some reason they disappointed Agnes. Nagi thought about the fact that the kind of opponents Agnes had spoken of were indeed not uncommon, especially for him lately. The enemy that could not be defeated was the Lich, and also Agnes herself, who was under the influence of the Lich at that time. After some thought, many responded that the most important thing was probably the will to win, and it didn't matter who the opponent was. Hearing this, Petra was indignant. This was completely different from what Nagi had told her. As a result, Petra's test for joining the guild was clearing this very ant dungeon, and she simply had no choice but to prove herself in this raid on the ant dungeon. Nero decided to intervene in the conversation, and stating that Peter's problem was not the most important, asked the adventurer to answer one question honestly. Nero and Bandeshtar were very interested in how Petra managed to become a gold-ranked adventurer before them, and they assumed that she was also hidden by Imba like their commander Nagi. Petra laughed and explained that the Pathfinders initially had a choice of following the path of an adventurer or an inspector, and she personally simply returned to the profession of an adventurer. Petra's answers greatly interested the adventurers, as they had never heard about this before. Nero and Bandeshtar still had their own answer to the question they asked Petra. The adventurers told Petra that she was after all a hidden Imba just like Commander Nagi was, and it couldn't be otherwise. Nagi said that if the Golden Ranger was with them, it would have been somehow calmer to go into this dungeon, and admitted that even from the raids in the cracked dungeon it was clear that Petra had good talent. Vetra smiled, and noting that she had little real experience, noted that she really hoped to be useful. Petra took out the book and emphasized that she was very well prepared for the upcoming raid and knew everything about the features of the dungeon and the types of ants. Nagi praised Petra for her efforts and even applauded a little, which encouraged the adventurer a little. Nagi said that he had already been in this dungeon as a porter. He said that he was a courier in this dungeon. Nagi was silent for a moment. Having remembered everything that he had managed to survive, the Nage told the others that it was impossible to be 100% prepared for this dungeon, and that there was simply an endless stream of ants that went on and on just endlessly. Petra was very surprised that in such conditions, her knowledge would be of absolutely no help to anyone. When the strip stopped near the entrance to the dungeon, Nagi asked his partners to remember everything he told them. Nero and Bandeshtar walked to the edge and looked down, surprised at how deep this hole in the ground was. Nagi asked Petra what she thought about this, and she replied that judging by the concentration of magic in the dungeon, it was indeed a C-class, as stated in the quest. Well, despite the low rank for a team raid, the scale was impressive. Nagi agreed with Petra and said that the real difficulty depended on the size and depth according to rumors, and if the entrance was already like that, then everything inside would probably be much larger, and he remembered a little saying that last time it seemed like the Nora was smaller. Suddenly Nagi and the other adventurers heard a voice demanding that they introduce themselves. The man behind Nagi asked everyone what they were doing in this place, to which Nagi, without turning around, asked who was asking them about it. He indicated that they were from the Nunzer Guild and were in charge of the main raid of this ant dungeon. The man's name was Harold. He was a gold-ranked warrior and the leader of the ant dungeon raid. The herald demanded that Nagi and his companions tell him who their commander was, and when he saw Petra, he thought that since she was the Golden Ranger, she was probably also the commander. Petra was initially confused and did not immediately understand what was required of her. But still quickly coming to her senses, Petra said that the commander of the guild was Mr. Nagi and pointed at him. The herald was very surprised to see Nagi, who was introduced as the raid commander. The herald was particularly surprised by Naga's porcelain badge. The herald looked at Nagi and his other partners and couldn't help but laugh loudly. The gold-ranked warrior couldn't believe that another commander's guild could have a porcelain-ranked adventurer. The herald noted that apparently this guild had a good sense of humor, to which Nagi replied that his reaction was quite expected. Petra intervened in this situation and emphasized that Gerald was behaving very impolitely. Petra emphasized that Gerald judged everything only by the badge, which was very ugly, and after her words, he was convinced that the porcelain commander was not a joke at all. Having decided not to drag out this conversation any longer, Harold stated that he actually wanted to make an offer to the guild. Harold invited Petra to join their group, noting that their ranger was only bronze, they could use someone stronger, and emphasizing that Ilyach's Kalpitra was very nice and he liked it. Petra was offended by these words and immediately refused this offer, emphasizing that for their team, their commander Mr. Nagi was more than worthy of such a role. The herald sighed and noted that he had met some very strange guys along the way, and with malice in his voice, he asked if it was worth showing them how to treat porters. The herald turned back and someone called him a bag. Behind him, the courier's panting could be heard as Gerald continued to tease and insult him in every possible way. The courier of the Nunzer Guild dragged behind him a huge sword that left deep furrows in the ground. The herald continued to complain that the current porters always had one thing or another wrong, and all they could do was complain. The courier, without stopping and continuing to pull the huge sword, began to ask Harold for forgiveness. Petra, looking at the unfortunate courier, said that the herald had gone crazy and his courier was clearly overloaded, to which he replied that an ordinary porter was forced to carry at the limit, so that he did not even want to open his mouth and did not have the strength to whine. The herald smiled and, looking at Petra, emphasized that this was exactly how porters should be treated, and if there was a porter commander in the team, then the steel ones were the same. Petra sighed and said that she assumed that they would not be understood, but she did not think that it would be so strong, to which Nagi asked her not to worry. I looked at the entire guild and thought that these people really were trash. The porters these raiders had dragged along were all overloaded, and such a large load should have been shared between 7 people. It was obvious in Nagi's opinion that the guild had decided to save money and take fewer people than the rules allowed. Nogi caught himself thinking that he'd already forgotten that Valia had such a routine when you as porters weren't even considered human. For most adventurers, a porter was just a bag for things, and the legs knew very well what it was like. One of the adventurers from the Nunzer Guild smiled broadly and asked Petra what difference there was to their porters. The adventurer's name was Ms. Johanna. She emphasized that the Nunzer Guild would easily carry out this raid themselves, as they were very strong. Johanna was a mercenary for the White Order. She was a bronze priest. The adventurer admitted to being afraid of dungeons and believed the more people there were, the safer they would be. The other adventurers immediately agreed with her and decided that they would all go together, well, of course, until it was beneficial to them, which they naturally did not say out loud. The herald turned to Nagi and his companions and emphasized that they could consider themselves lucky, since normally their guild would have been fined long ago for this, and the porter commander of the team should not be there. Johanna stretched and suggested that everyone begin their raid and go down into the dungeon. The girl turned to everyone and promised that this would be an interesting adventure. Nagi looked at her carefully and decided to refrain from making any answer or comment. The only thing Nagi noticed was the tattoo that was on Johanna's shoulder. The adventurer's shoulder tattoo was of a snake with a red mark on its head. Nagi immediately felt that this tattoo was not a good sign and became very scared. Petra immediately noticed that Nagi was acting strangely, but he didn't admit it, explaining that he simply had a bad feeling. Watching the adventurers from the Nunzer Guild, Nagi told Petrie that he expected roughly the same attitude from them. He decided not to touch this situation for now and suggested to his partners that they simply follow them for now as had been agreed upon. Bandeshtar was very glad that they were finally at a dungeon that looked truly dangerous. All the adventurers lined up and began to descend one by one. Soon all the adventurers found themselves in an ant dungeon. At first glance it might seem that the ant dungeon wasn't much different from others except that the main monsters here were ants. But only someone who didn't know how tough it was could think that. This dungeon even had a second name among adventurers. They called it the fucking ant lair. The clearing process was made much more difficult by the labyrinthine tunnels, which required a good tracker. In addition, this dungeon was constantly spewing out waves of ants, which did not give them a second of peace. This dungeon was simply hell, and no words could describe how difficult it was in this place. Nagi believed that in this regard his team was truly lucky to go along with the main raid. Nagi believed that if his team had climbed into the dungeon themselves without any experience, they would have had big problems. After 30 minutes of cleaning together, Nagi realized one thing. Everything turned out to be not as wonderful as it looked before descending into the dungeon. These guys turned out to be the most famous trinity of hopeless adventurers. Neither Nero nor Bandeshtar knew what was going on when Nagi told them about the trio of hopeless ones. Petra, hearing this suggestion from Naga, knew perfectly well what he was talking about. These were well-known types of adventurers. Petra explained that there were 3 types of fools who ruined any raid. The first of these types were brainless tyrants who rushed forward no matter what without thinking through a strategy. These were raiders who knew nothing but to break through, and they didn't care whether there were traps, monsters, or anything else ahead. The riders did not use any strategy but only their brute force, which caused the entire group to suffer. It was usually because of this type of adventurer that everything went very badly. Well, such adventurers could not be convinced that they were the reason for the failed raid. The second type were stubborn rams. You couldn't say anything to them or give them any advice. Petra soon became convinced that they had come across this type when she asked that they seemed to be going the wrong way and were running into a dead end. But instead of admitting her mistake, Petra received a very rude refusal and a request to shut her mouth. The adventurer emphasized that his guild was the main one and I should have interfered since they knew everything perfectly well. Such adventurers always insisted on their own way and were proud to the point of impossibility, turning any paradise into a complete nervous breakdown, never admitting their mistakes. The biggest destroyer of any raid were the pickup artists. Such adventurers always hung around beautiful girls and poked them in everything. Instead of raiding, such adventurers were always wondering if they could find love right in the dungeon. Nagi, having surveyed all the adventurers in the guild, immediately realized they had no chance with such people. Nagi couldn't understand how he and his companions had ended up in a raid with such people. The periodically appearing ant dungeon was passed not so much in the format of a clearing, but rather in the format of regular cleaning. The guilds appointed by the association formed combined raid groups, each clearing their own sector. For raid groups have already cleared this ant dungeon. Because the reward did not correspond to the efforts expended, people tried to avoid him, and usually everyone tried to somehow clear their area and leave as quickly as possible. Nogi ran after the others and continued to think about the adventurers his team had met. Nagi assumed that it was precisely because the reward was unprofitable that these adventurers had so dismounted from the cleanup. Because the adventurers rushed forward mindlessly, they created even more problems around themselves. The Nunzer Guild's porters were becoming increasingly tired. Nagi noticed how more and more often the porters began to fall behind and simply fell to the ground without strength. Nagi understood that the cleanup depended on more than just the adventurers, and that if a porter was injured it would seriously damage the squad's combat power, but few adventurers understood this. Nagi tried to help the other porters and offered to carry their loads, but they constantly refused, explaining that this was their usual job, and there was no need to worry about them. Nagi couldn't do anything about the porter's refusal. He had to simply accept it. Nagi was very keen to put the other porters' luggage into his bag, so that they could relax a little. Well, something worried Nagi even more than the remaining porters. He really disliked adventurers who, in his opinion, had a very unpleasant appearance. Nagi felt something worse was about to happen. Soon Harold stopped abruptly and began swearing at Nagi and his partners. Harold began to get indignant that the guys were hesitating, and this only made him angry. The Herald shouted to Nagi and Petra that since they had time to chat, they might as well go forward. Petra could no longer tolerate this attitude and declared that this method of cleansing was wrong and asked to pay attention to the rapists and their fatigue and wounds. The Herald ignored this and simply waved it off, stating that these guys were a disgrace to all adventurers. The Herald said that since the raid commander was a porter, that was probably why he was now standing up for the rapists, and warned him to pay close attention to who the porters were in the dungeon. The Herald took a small bag of money from his bosom and threw it forward. The Herald explained that there were 10 gold coins in this bag and promised that whoever picked it up first could take it. The porters were immediately interested. 10 gold pieces seemed like good money to them. Petra asked them to wait, but didn't even have time to finish her thought. The porters rushed to get their bag, forgetting about fatigue and wounds. In their case, this money should have been enough for the day's pay, and at that moment the porters began to fight for themselves and even fought to take the bag. Very quickly, one of the porters managed to take the bag first. The porter smiled broadly and looked at the bag of money with particular delight. It was at that moment that the ants attacked him. He was so absorbed in his money that he didn't even notice the danger ahead. The porter jumped sharply to the side, trying to dodge the bite of one of the huge mutant insects. At that very moment, the Herald arrived. He grabbed the huge sword the porter was dragging behind him. The herald grabbed the sword and using his warrior talent ran up and swung it. The adventurer watched the monsters carefully and did not lose sight of them. The adventurer also used Whirlwind of Whirlwinds and instantly cut down many ants that had already managed to crawl very close. In an instant, the entire army of ants that had crawled out of the depths of the dungeon was overthrown. Nagi and Petra were very surprised that Harold was able to kill all the ants with just one blow. Nagi even noted that unlike his character, the adventurer's skills were quite impressive. Nagi didn't say it out loud, but he understood perfectly well that the guy knew there were ants in ambush ahead and deliberately threw the coins to use the porter as bait. As a result, the adventurer easily dealt with the ants laying in ambush, but the porter was wounded. Porters were usually unable to wear proper armor due to the weight of their loads and were more vulnerable. Even if there was a priest in the raid, he would never heal the porter because he wouldn't want to waste his ether. And indeed, Johanna only looked at the porter and smiled broadly instead of trying to make this assistant's fate even a little easier. Nagi did not want to leave this matter just like that and emphasized that if something had gone wrong, the porter could have died, and asked if Gerald always carried out cleanups like this. Instead of a surprising answer, the herald only laughed. That Nagi apparently defended this porter because he was his colleague. I emphasized that Nagi as a porter should have understood that adventurers and people like him only had contractual relationships. Harold believed that the only thing standing between them was the money that had to be paid on time and nothing more. To Nagi's surprise, the wounded porter admitted that he was on the contrary grateful, and that Master Harold was the only one who had hired him as a porter. The herald smiled and looked at Nagi asking if he understood how things were and suggested that Nagi seemed to have become arrogant because the adventurers called him the raid commander. The porter's reality was different. Nagi was very angry to hear such words, but she understood that it was not time to take any revenge. One of the adventurers spoke up, noting that apparently their colleagues were very unhappy with the promotion methods. The adventurer emphasized that they had reached a fork between the first, second, and third sectors and suggested that Nagi's team clear the first. The other adventurers emphasized that this was a good idea and that they were the main raid after all, and it would be a shame if they were slower to conceive. So it was decided that they would be responsible for the 3 sectors of the Anaga, with his team specifically responsible for the first. Even in this case, Harold did not forget to joke about the fact that Nagi was a porter and even doubted whether he could handle such a task. Nagi didn't argue, thinking it might even be calmer than walking together. However, he was worried that at this rate parting wouldn't end well and there might be some catch. Soon the guilds split up. Nero, descending into the first sector along a rope with her companions, noted that everything looked like a cracked dungeon. The descent was very short, and soon the adventurers set foot on the ground again. Petra, finding herself below and looking around, said that this place was simply incredibly spacious. Nagi said that if until now these were ant tunnels, now a real lair was beginning. Nagi explained that now they would have to clear everything out with their own forces, and everyone should be prepared because it was unknown what kind of enemy was waiting for them and how many ants could appear. Besides, the guys from Nunzer could not leave them a good sector. As soon as Nagi and his friends descended into the first sector, one of the adventurers, Nunzer, laughed loudly. The adventurers decided that the girl tracker with the gold badge was also likely in the evening, because if she had carried out a proper reconnaissance, she would have realized that it was impossible to go into that sector. The herald was very glad that they managed to deceive Nagi, because if he and his friends had distracted attention to themselves, the cleanup would have been easier for them. The Nagas and their companions had no idea what lay ahead of them on their journey. The herald and his adventurers sent them into the very center of the deadly whirlwind. For a while, Nagi and his friends felt quite calm and slowly moved further along the underground corridor. Suddenly, everyone was alarmed by a certain sound that seemed to come from the walls themselves and from somewhere in front. Petra, hearing the sound, immediately became alert and looked around. Petra immediately guessed that this sound meant that Sarah was approaching a swarm of ants. The adventurer tried to find the source from which the ants would soon emerge. Petra said that the ants should appear in front, but then immediately changed her mind and said that danger should be expected from above. However, the last time Petra turned out to be right, and the ants simply appeared from the ceiling, making a hole there. Nero was shocked by how many ants there were. At that moment, Nagi thought about how he still wasn't sure whether Agnes's decision to appoint him as the raid commander was the right one, since nowhere in the world had a porter become a commander, and the guild's tetips would probably laugh at it, calling it nonsense. Well, Nagi now had nowhere to go, and he reached for his sword that was sticking out of his bag. Nogi understood that he had been given a task, and he was obliged to complete it. No matter what, Nagi had to complete Agnes's assignment. His legs rose into a fighting stance, and he shouted to all the other adventurers to be ready to fight. Nagi declared that he would go ahead. Nero and Bandeshtar instructed to prepare for a joint attack. Nagi knew very well that the most dangerous thing about the lower ants were their lightning-fast legs and mandibles. At that moment, Nagi thought that it might seem that way to him precisely because he saw the speed of Lady Agnes. He thought for a bit, smiled at his feet, and emphasized to himself that the ants were so slow that he was feeling sleepy. So far, things weren't as scary as Nagi had expected. He charged, and for a while he was easily able to dodge the ants' teeth and strike them. The ants were quite large and were eager to grab hold of the adventurers, and I was thinking that ordinary monsters could be cut down without the power of ether. The only problem was that it was usually difficult to break through the thick shell. Nogi understood perfectly well that in order to deal with them, He needed the experience of a porter based on attacking vulnerable spots. When clearing dungeons, the porter had two main tasks: carrying the adventurer's luggage and the looted loot. Porters often had to obtain trophies by cutting up monsters. The adventurers didn't give them much time to butcher them, so they had to break through the thick shell and quickly get the trophies. Thanks to his experience as a porter, Nagi learned the weak points of these ants. The ants had a very vulnerable inner abdomen. This place was so vulnerable that it could easily be cut with an ordinary sword. Another difficulty with the ants was their coordinated attack using their numerical superiority. Since ants communicated using special chemical substances called pheromones, it was necessary to use a stronger smell during the attack. Nagi decided to use stink mushrooms, which were foul-smelling mushrooms that grew in the tomb dungeon. Continuing to attack the ants, Nagi noticed that their movement slowed down significantly. The legs were getting better at dealing with the new ants. From the outside, Nagi seemed very skilled. He deftly dodged the ant bites and quickly dealt with each one. "I'll watch the commanders for a bit," Nero shouted that apparently only their commander had had enough fun. The adventurers took off their cloaks so that they would not get in the way during the battle. Nero and Bandeshtar enthusiastically rushed forward with a joint attack as agreed upon by Nagi. Nero used her fighter's talent and her recently received artifact as a gift. The adventurer's blow was very strong and hit the ant right on the head. The ant jumped back from the blow it received, which gave the adventurer only one more opportunity to swing. At that very moment, the artifact was activated again and copied the shockwave skill Ice Strike. Nero was absolutely delighted with the kind of strikes she was able to carry out. The adventurer was completely delighted and looked at her artifact as if it were something incredibly valuable. Bandeshtar gave Nero the opportunity to have fun. As soon as she dealt with one of the ants, he declared that it was now his turn and separated his fingers using the talent of a necromancer. Bandeshtar shouted that the brilliant adventurer was coming onto the stage, meaning himself and his golems. Bandeshtar used 3 of her fingers at once and turned them into golems that rushed after him. Nero was amazed at how quickly her partner's strength grew and decided to stay a little behind. Having dealt with several large ants, Nagi was happy to himself, noting that one powerful blow from the adventurer's ether was after all a simpler and faster way to clear out than analyzing each enemy. Nogi asked his partners to be careful because it was unknown how many ants were still ahead and they couldn't waste ether thoughtlessly. At that very moment, Nagi felt the ground shake under his feet. Nogi looked around, didn't understand why the ground was shaking, and noted that the sound that appeared was much louder than anything he had heard before. Nagi called Mrs. Petra and asked her to determine the location of the ants that were approaching them. Petra tried to concentrate but felt extremely confused. She told herself that a pathfinder should be a guide and lead the way. That's exactly how she'd been taught. But when she saw the enormous monster ahead, Petra began to get very worried. Petra looked at the ant's huge toothy mouth from which yellow saliva was dripping, and she couldn't move. Tears began to well up in Petra's eyes. She knew she had to act, but things turned out differently when she saw such a monster in person. Petra couldn't control herself and simply ran away from the ant right in front of Naga. Nogi was shocked by how Mrs. Petra carried herself, and at first he was even confused. The sound grew louder, the ground shook even more violently. Many looked around and became confused. Nagi's surroundings were in complete disarray. He was furious that the ranger who was supposed to be scouting the enemy was panicking and unable to do his job. Nagi was simply furious at the situation he and his team found themselves in. Nagi also emphasized that the strongest fighter of their raid had gone too far and was suddenly cut off from the others. Nero admitted to her partner that her ether was almost at 0, and Ban suddenly discovered that he had already used 3 fingers and would probably have to use his thumb. Nagi, the raid commander who was supposed to lead the group, was spending an eternity on a few ants and was unable to assess the overall situation. Nagi understood that they all needed to pull themselves together, and he especially, to avoid dying. The current situation was completely different from being a porter behind adventurers, and he couldn't assess the situation calmly. Such was the reality of Nagi's raids. There was a type in the dungeons that was more dangerous than the 3 hopeless monsters that ruined any clear, and he was a type 0. It was just a weak raid group that is the real hopeless one of the raid group was Nagi and his partners. Nagi didn't want to accept it, but it was really true. Nagi understood that no matter how much he believed in the abilities of his adventurers and himself, they turned out to be completely weak. At the most unexpected moment, he heard a voice. Turning around, he saw what appeared to be an adventurer addressing him and his companions. The adventurer asked everyone to lie down on the ground in case no one wanted to get hurt and smiled broadly. The adventurer threw forward some kind of grenade with a hook which turned out to be tied to a wooden handle in his hands. The sphere with the hook quickly flew over the heads of the other adventurers, who barely managed to fall to the ground. The stranger jerked his handle several times, causing the sphere to fly across the entire corridor. Nagi and Petra were very happy that this stranger appeared, but they were so frightened and confused that they could not clearly express their emotions at that moment. Nagi noticed a badge on the stranger's chest saying that he was a white swordsman. The stranger quickly dealt with the ants, and approaching Nagi and the other adventurers noted that they looked like the very guys Agnes had told him about. The white swordsman smiled broadly and called Nagi and his partners not weaklings at all. At the same time, the stranger said something offensive in such a way that this was not at all the case. And then he added that he was very glad to see newcomers whom he had not seen for a long time. A very loud scream could be heard from the guild office outside. felt like the building was even being planed. Naines almost jumped for joy and asked Agnes if what she said was true, namely, that the new members of the guild went to him. Agnes stood with her back to Naines and Stoneman eating her donut and was completely indifferent to everything that was happening at that particular moment. After biting into a donut, Agnes confirmed that she had done just that and sent all the newcomers to Mr. Potman for training. Naines and Stoneman began to jump for joy and quietly gloat over those who ended up next to Potman. Naines and Stoneman called Agnes, where the Valiant was noting that her actions were too cruel, but at the same time they continued to laugh and rejoice, although it was impossible to say whether it was sincere. Anessa looked at her friends and wondered if it was really that serious. Naines and Stoneman replied that this guy was the worst in their guild. Their faces no longer expressed such joy, but rather indignation. Naines and Stoneman called Potman a white swordsman a pervert, although it was not entirely clear why. When Nagi saw Potapman for the first time, he couldn't understand for a long time what kind of guy he was, since he had never heard of him before. Nagi, looking at the stranger, thought that the rank of white swordsman did not even exist. Petra approached the Naga and asked if she had seen everything correctly. The adventurer was also a little shocked. This stranger, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, destroyed so many ants with just one blow, and it seems he didn't even use his talent. Nagi confirmed what Petra had seen. The stranger had indeed finished off the ants with one blow, piercing the ant's shell with that crude fishing rod which even a sharp sword couldn't penetrate. Potman looked at the frozen adventurers and asked why they were so surprised, and explained that he was simply asked to help them, and told them about Agnes. Nagi was shocked that Mrs. Agnes asked this man for help because he himself knew nothing about it. Suddenly Nagi remembered that Mrs. Agnes had actually spoken about some important person who could help them, and now everything fell into place. Agnes warned that this person would be very unusual and that it would be possible to recognize him because of this, but she also warned that this person had a problematic character. Nagi looked at the stranger and wondered if he was the same person with the problematic character that Mrs. Agnes had spoken about. At which point the potman laughed loudly that Agnes had really said that about him. Bandeshtar came closer to the stranger, looked into his face, and noted that it seemed he had seen him somewhere before, to which Nero agreed. Potman became slightly embarrassed and emphasized that he had a very ordinary face, which the adventurers did not particularly agree with. Potman went to meet the adventurers and told them that Agnes had promised to send him some good newcomers, and he really hoped for this. Potman also openly said that he considered the newcomers to be good-for-nothing weaklings, and was very disappointed. Potman made a very pitiful face and looked at the adventurers, who had been standing there all this time looking very confused. Nero and Bandeshtar were the most outraged. They immediately started shouting and cursing at the stranger, saying they too had managed to kill a bunch of ants before he showed up. The potman only laughed at this and emphasized that the adventurers simply had firepower. The potman also emphasized that their airtime quickly ran out and they found themselves trapped, and they also thoughtlessly rushed forward, breaking the formation of the raid just like that trio of hopeless ones. Potman emphasized that it was immediately obvious from the adventurers' appearance that they were newcomers, and all of them were somewhat useless. The stranger didn't mince his words at all. Potman looked at Nagi and noted that none of his team even realized they'd walked into an ant grinder. The mention of an ant grinder immediately caught Nagi's attention. Nagi thought and finally agreed with him, remembering that the ant meat grinder was an anomalous phenomenon when countless ants lost their direction and walked endlessly in circles, and the reason for this phenomenon was pheromones and odorous traces. The ants moved following the scent trails left by the lead ant. It happened that the main ant could take a wrong turn, or several scent trails would intersect. In this case, the ants simply lost their way. The ants began to wander endlessly along the same route until they died of exhaustion. The real problem was that if an ant meat grinder formed inside an ant dungeon, it would create an area with an excessive concentration of monsters. Nagi finally realized that the adventurers they were sent here knew perfectly well that there was an ant meat grinder ahead, and did it anyway. When Petra asked Nagi why the adventurers had been sent here, he replied that even if a massacre had occurred, many ants would have fought it off. But if attention had been diverted to one side, the other would have been much easier. Nero and Bandeshtar immediately became furious upon hearing this, and began cursing at the Nunzer Guild without choosing their words, and in the end said that they were evil. Potman laughed when the adventurers called the other guild simply evil. A wide tooth-showing grin appeared on Potman's face. He asked why that guild was considered evil. Potman, having walked a few steps forward, explained that in the dungeon the truly evil one was the one who was weak and nothing else. According to the Potman, the children of the guild also took advantage of Nagi's command only because of their weakness. Potman indicated that the dungeon was such a place terribly unfair but inexorably subject to the law of force. Potman wondered what might happen if Naga's team had objected and fought that raid group. Without giving anyone time to think, Potman said there was nothing to consider and Naga's team would have been completely wiped out. Nero was indignant, pointing out that they couldn't possibly lose to such idiots. The adventurer was certain they were definitely stronger than Nunzer. Potman agreed that the methods of clearing out the Nunzer Guild were certainly crude. But on the other hand, this meant that they were strong enough to reach such a level even with such a mindset. Potman, speaking about the Nunzer Guild, noted that Nagi's team was both stupid and weak in addition, and began to laugh at this. Nero and Bandeshtar were the most enraged by such insults from some stranger that completely devalued them. Potman grinned and pointed out that Agnes had described the newcomers to him in exactly the same way, and that their spirit was good. but if they were taken along they could die because of their own weakness. Potman finally explained that he was in this place to remake, train, and educate newcomers. The most interesting thing is that Agnes allowed Potman to do everything at his own discretion, which he was incredibly happy about, which could not be said about the adventurers, and Nero was the very first to say that she was not going to train with some stranger. Potman stated that he could provide the adventurers with a compelling argument to agree to his terms. Potman revealed a shocking fact, saying that it was he who trained Agnes, which was hard to believe. Nagi and Petra gaped in amazement. They would never have imagined that such a guy could train Madame Agnes. Potman didn't want to waste any time and emphasized that the adventurers had already begun their first training session. Potman took out his strange weapon again and advised the adventurers to attack him, and he would defend himself. For an adventurer, the most important thing was attitude. But if there was no strength to implement this correct attitude, then nothing would ever work out. Agnes hoped that the upcoming adventure of Nagi's team would end well and bring success. Agnes hoped that Mr. Nagi and his companions would be able to gain greater power. Agnes knew that she no longer had any choice and had to put the adventurers in a similar situation in order to unlock their potential. For a moment, the adventurers were forced to forget they were in an ant dungeon and supposedly clearing it out. Now they were fighting against their self-appointed trainer. Potman had really good strength, high agility, and cunning. Adventurers had to keep their eyes open. At any moment, the Potman could throw out something very dangerous. The adventurers were very angry that Potman had some kind of bad fishing rod that they couldn't keep up with. Nero at some point thought that her copycat and Shockwave could somehow help against this fishing rod, or at least destroy the area around it. Potman kept teasing the adventurers, saying that they were attacking him too slowly. Potman easily dodged all the adventurers' attacks and never forgot to point out their mistakes. He believed the adventurers were using the ether too bluntly, and that was the big problem. Potman explained that it was precisely because of the too senseless use of ether that the adventurers' movements were too easy to read. Potman looked like some kind of crazy guy. The smile never left his face, and he laughed all the time. Not a single adventurer was able to land a blow on him, while he easily outpaced everyone in attack. Nero believed in her strength against this impudent man for a long time, right up until he took out his whip. Looking at the adventurer, Potman noted that he knew that she had recently discovered her special skill, and it was immediately obvious that she was spending ether thoughtlessly out of joy. Bandeshtar tried to reason with his friend, so that she would not fall for all of Potman's expressions. Bandeshtar, realizing that Nero was not coping, also entered the battle thinking that he would have to take out his trump golem. Bandeshtar detached his thumb and threw it forward. The detached finger immediately began to grow in size. In a short time, the creature grew to simply gigantic proportions. Bandeshtar managed to summon a brutal golem with the seal of the yellow golem's soul. Potman was delighted that Bandeshtar had managed to summon boss-level creatures, but he wasn't at all afraid of the golem, although he noted that it could be a little dangerous. Bandeshtar gained confidence and asked Potman if he liked it and if he was nervous. Bandeshtar wanted to tell the golem to destroy Potman, but before he could finish his sentence, he received a whip to the head. Potman Ramka laughed and emphasized that when Bandeshtar used the summoning, his reflexes slowed down, which made him much easier to attack. Potman seemed simply invulnerable. He continued to laugh and joke about all the adventurers and their mistakes. Potman attacked again, advising the adventurers to try to dodge such a blow, and used the style and sword of the great fisherman. This blow was called a net catch, and was directed at Petra, who felt completely confused and did not know what to do. Petra, instead of acting quickly, simply stood there and watched what was happening with her mouth open. The girl thought for too long and immediately fell into the fishing nets released by Potman. The harder Petra tried to break free from her seat, the more trapped and entangled she became. Potman approached Petra and laughed again, noting that she was only gold ranked in appearance, and wondered if the ranger who should have been ahead couldn't even react to something like that. Then what good was he anyway? Nagi, watching what was happening, finally believed that the words about Potman teaching Mrs. Agnes were not empty chatter, and now it was impossible to underestimate the fishing rod, which was much more dangerous than an ordinary weapon. Nagi calculated that the radius and angle of attack of the fishing rod were too great, and the Potman himself was extremely unpredictable and at the same time never missed. Nagi concentrated and waited for the Potman to attack him. Nagi told himself that he shouldn't move and needed to wait for the right moment. Nagi tried to concentrate on the tip of the line. Nagi didn't move at all and stood frozen in place. Nogi understood that he himself was the target and emphasized that if the target was known, it was easy to defend himself. As soon as the hook reached Alya's sword's reach, Nagi tried to block and parry it. But as soon as Nagi's sword touched the hook, something completely unexpected happened. At one point, it even seemed to my legs that this hook was about to explode. In fact, the leg did not appear, and it really looked like a bomb, and at the moment of contact with the ball, an explosion occurred. Potman, without removing the smile from his face, turned to Nagi and noted that it was all offensive, but praised the reaction of Mrs. Anessa and said that he had a good one. Potman emphasized that if Nagi were an adventurer with talent, he could have easily repelled such an attack. But alas, he had a wall of physical capabilities, and without the support of the ether, he was just a well-trained ordinary person. The most offensive thing Nagi heard from Potman was that he matched the brand of the porter that hung around his neck. Potman did not lag behind Nagi, and told him to get up quickly, emphasizing that Agnes said that he had a special power. Potionman noted that he knew Nagi had cut down the lich, and now he should have used the same sword style on him. Nagi tried to object, noting that it was too dangerous, but Potion Man wouldn't listen. Instead of being wary, the Potman laughed loudly because Nagi was seriously worried that he would be hurt by his blow. Nagi was incredibly irritated by the Potman's manner of speech, who did not choose his words at all and said whatever he thought. Potman stated that he can withstand any attack and Nagi can cut with all his strength, which Nagi still decided to agree with. Nagi rose to his feet and prepared to attack. Nagi warned Potapman that if he got hurt, it was completely not his fault. Potman noticed that Nagi used Baldo and chose the correct stance. Potman believed that this was most likely an exaggeration by Agnes, who tended to overestimate adventurers with the right attitude. Potman, not seeing that Nagi was actually going to attack, asked how much longer he would wait and emphasized that this technique could not be used in real combat. Nagi slowly pulled his sword out of his bag. The long blade of the sword that was hidden in the bottomless bag quickly appeared outside. The courier closed his eyes, tightly concentrating only on his goal. Opening his eyes, Nagi thought that he had succeeded. Naga's sword literally glowed in his hands. The young man was completely focused. Before attacking the legs, he warned once again that Potman could get seriously injured and should not blame anyone for this. Potman took this as childish babble and only laughed again, noting that the courier shouldn't have been so fussed. Well, then something happened that the Potman never expected to see from an ordinary courier, even an untrained one. Potman was so surprised to see this that he was simply confused. Potman realized that he had been completely wrong about the courier and had been wrong to discount Agnes's words. Nagi managed to attack Potman and convince him that he was capable of much. Everyone had their own plan, not everyone acts as they see fit. A teacher who was respected by everyone could remain so for a long time. Well, everything could change in an instant. A teacher ceased to be the kind of person that everyone respected until he got punched in the face. Potman was in a clouded state of consciousness for some time after receiving a blow from Naga. With great difficulty, Potman managed to open his eyes. The first thing Potman said after he woke up was screaming, begging them not to beat him anymore. Potman jumped up and sat down on the ground to find that adventurers were standing next to him, namely Nero and Bandeshtar. Nero, a little arrogant, asked Potman if he could really teach them anything, emphasizing that their commander had knocked him out with just one blow. Potman immediately jumped to his feet and told the adventurers to shut up calling them puppies. He explained his defeat by saying he'd simply relaxed a bit. Potman immediately began to curse the Nanagi, who, in his opinion, simply wanted to kill him. The Potman approaching the courier emphasized that the blow he dealt could have really sent him to the next world and began to regret that he got off easy. Nagi, but I remember that he warned that he would hit very hard, to which Potman emphasized that even if he said to hit seriously, it did not mean that it was worth launching an aura directly into the face. Nagi didn't immediately understand what was being discussed, which surprised Potman. He didn't immediately believe that Nagi really didn't realize that he was using aura, the same energy that enveloped the sword, or rather it was an imitation of it. Potman looked at his legs and assumed that if this guy had mastered the aura and that sword style to perfection, such a blow would definitely have been fatal. Potman believed that the power that Nagi could possess was the power of a bygone era. Potman reflected for a moment on how even with his imperfect style, the porter had achieved such a level on his own. It was all very interesting. Potman smiled and thought that Agnes, whom he considered very picky, had indeed sent Nagi to him for a reason. After some thought, Potman addressed all the adventurers, noting that he now understood the level of their strength. Potman suggested starting a second full training session and asked if the adventurers knew how he became Agnes's teacher. Nagi slowly suggested out loud that perhaps he became a teacher due to his superior skill, to which Potman emphasized that it was not without this, but still the main reason was something else. Potman's ability to become Agnes's teacher wasn't solely due to his prowess. His extensive knowledge of ether also played a significant role. He tirelessly studied its theory and principles. As a result, Potman was elevated to the rank of a Doctor of Sciences expert, and therefore he accurately and quickly identified all the problems of newcomers. Nagi was a porter with lethal equipment but no combat experience. Nero was a kitty lacking ether. Bandeshtar was a good summoner but had poor control, and Petra was a ranger with no combat experience. After some thought, Potman offered each adventurer an individual solution to their problem and decided to start with Kitty Nero. The Potman, looking at the adventurer, emphasized that she had absolutely no idea what ether was and said that it was a type of talent that gave the body a huge advantage upon awakening. Potman also explained to the adventurer that the war ether gave strength and the manga intelligence. A fighter like her, of course, had significant physical abilities, although this was only a basic effect. Potman warned Nero that if she couldn't freely control the ether flowing through her, she would remain just a copper-ranked weakling. Potman emphasized that Nero's special skill Shockwave was simply released without any control over the ether, and therefore after 2 uses its resources were already at 0 and it needed chi. Suddenly Potman smiled broadly, noting that, by a lucky coincidence, they were in the middle of an ant meat grinder. According to the teacher, in a place teeming with all kinds of ants and spaces, they were on the ideal training ground for Nero. Potman suggested calling it an escape from the endless ant room and warned that he would lock the adventurer in a tight space, and there was only one way to escape from there. Nero should have made his way through the small hole ahead, but it would be literally covered with ants, meaning that, in order to get out, he would have to destroy the ants one by one. But also, if Nero continued to spend ether just as thoughtlessly, she wouldn't be able to break through. Nero was prepared for such training and behaved quite bravely. After Nero, Potman decided to train the unfortunate summoner Bandeshtar, and noted that although unexpected, his special skill and ether movement were not bad. Bandeshtar raised his chin high and declared that it was obvious because he was a brilliant adventurer. Potman did not argue with this, noting that Bandeshtar's ether was a special ether that was passed down in his family by inheritance, and added that if Bandeshtar continued to behave this way, he would never surpass his older brother. Bandeshtar quickly became angered by the mention of his older brother, not understanding how Potman even knew this information, to which Potman emphasized that he had already said that his knowledge was quite extensive. Potman emphasized that Bandeshtar's skill in controlling summoned creatures, which was crucial for a summoner, was poorly developed. The creature's movements were sluggish, and its body became vulnerable, as if it were seasick when being controlled. Potman smiled and emphasized that Bandeshtar needed a body, and now he should not be constrained and not feel any movements or sensations. Potman explained that all this would be done by his summoned creature instead of the summoner. Bandeshtar was surprised to hear all this. He had never encountered information that he was capable of such a thing. The Potman warned the summoner that shackled as he would be thrown into the thick of the ants in the middle of a meat grinder. It would seem that Bandeshtar would have it the hardest of all, because he would not see anything with his own eyes and would not feel anything. Bandeshtar only needed to escape from the monsters by controlling his golem. Potman soon moved on to Petra and called her a cowardly tracker. After thinking for a moment, Potman found it strange that Petra, in terms of her airtime, was almost an outstanding adventurer, but in fact turned out to be a weakling. He decided that the whole problem was a lack of combat experience, and because of this her sense of smell, the most important trait for a tracker, was dulled. Potman emphasized that the whole problem was Petra and asked if she knew why her squad ended up in the ant meat grinder. Potman looked Petrie straight in the eyes and accused her of causing all the problems and of being the reason her friends were in danger because she hadn't been able to detect her in time. Potman started shouting that even a copper rank tracker would have noticed this and her work was no good, and he warned that if she planned to continue like this she should return to the inspectors. Having calmed his tone a little, Potman explained to Petra that she needed the heart and told her that in the depths of the ant and meat grinder there was a dark cave. The ant cave was a place where nothing could be seen or heard. Potman wanted to send Petra there because there one could only rely on the sixth sense. Potman explained to Petra that she had to get to the center of the cave and find what he had hidden there. Potman also warned that there were ants wandering around in this cave and that Peter should be careful. Well, no matter how hard Petra tried to be quiet and behave carefully, it was impossible. Potman warned the adventurer that the ants were very sensitive and Petra had to be prepared if they were disturbed. Petrie felt like her task was the most difficult, but it was more likely due to her inner fear that she had to face alone. In the adventurer's eyes one could see only fear, which she still could not overcome. Finally, the Potman decided to talk to Nagi, an ordinary porter. But even an ordinary porter had already managed to impress Potman, and his opinion had changed a little. Nagi was given a special task based on his skills. Potman wanted Nagi to fight him. Nagi tried to show himself to the best of his ability, realizing that he shouldn't make too many mistakes while standing in a marriage against an opponent like Potman. Potman no longer underestimated the porter who had seemed ordinary to him before. The battle between Potman and Nashi was both interesting and difficult at the same time. Potman naturally also explained to Nagi what mistakes he had made. Potman explained that Nagi relied too heavily on analysis and obsessed over his opponent's habits and patterns. This problem with analysis truly plagued Nagi and often took up too much of his time in real combat. Of course, Nagi had good fighting skills, and thanks to his analysis, he was able to avoid unnecessary clashes. Potman explained that in Nagi's case, his problem wasn't quite as dire. The dungeon was a place where the battle with the unknown was ultimately fought, and it was in such a case that Nagi's analysis could only get in the way. Potman emphasized that there have always been many factors that go beyond the usual calculations. Of course, for Nagi, who lacked talent, this was a way to overcome physical differences and limitations, and the Potman understood this perfectly well. Potman also believed that, ironically, this is what created certain boundaries for Nagi. It was precisely this overanalysis that prevented Nagi from opening up more and perhaps prevented him from acting more effectively. Nagi's problem was also evident in the fight with Potman. Potman suggested out loud that it all came from an inferiority complex sitting somewhere deep in his soul due to the fact that Nagi was unable to become an adventurer. Nagi was surprised and reminded that Potapman himself said that if he had the talent of a swordsman, Nagi would have been able to repel that attack without any difficulty. Nagi looked closely at Potman and said that he had talked so much about talent in the air that he should have understood better than others what it was like to not have talent. Potman smiled broadly and asked Nagi if this was really so, noting that he himself had once thought the same. But by studying the ether, he came to a certain understanding. Potman noted that Nagi should have known that in this world everyone could awaken the ether, and that this ether manifested itself in three possible forms. The ether manifested itself in the talent equipment and had no form. According to the Potman, in any case, having received a profession, one could achieve astonishingly rapid growth. The first adventurer who awakened his talent never held a ball in his hands, but immediately after awakening he was able to defeat an entire squad of knights. And the first type of ether talent was quite widespread, covering approximately 90% of the population. Simply put, it was when the ether manifested itself in the form of a profession. The association believed that this type was transmitted primarily through the inheritance of ancestral abilities. Potman agreed. Nugget emphasized that he already knew this, as well as the fact that most of the adventurers were almost no different from the untalented. Potman was delighted with Nagi's knowledge and stated that they would now get to the main point, and he was just about to tell about cases like Nagi's. Potman began talking about ether as equipment. From known observations, in such cases, the ether did not inhabit a person but materialized in the form of special tools or equipment. Statistically useless trinkets were the most common items that appeared, so it was considered a failure even if excellent equipment appeared and its owner was not considered an adventurer. This happened because the adventurers already had powerful equipment called artifacts. And even if they awakened the magnificent equipment, they would not be able to properly use it due to lack of physical strength. Most people thought so, and overall it wasn't a mistake according to Potman. There was one detail, though, that few knew. The discussion focused on the key difference between artifacts and equipment type ether. Both possessed special abilities, and in this respect they were similar. Unlike artifacts whose properties were predetermined, ether-type equipment adapted to the user and constantly grew. What kind of materialized form of ether this was, or rather a clot of ether itself, Nagi hadn't heard about that. Taking out his fishing rod, Potman smiled widely, noting that he had forgotten to mention something. Potman waved his fishing rod and said that he too was the owner of an ether-type equipment. That's why Potman always walked around with his fishing rod, which caught absolutely everything. Nagi was amazed that Potman was the same as himself. Nagi was shocked that it was possible to be so strong without talent. Potman smiled broadly again and emphasized that it was too early for the Naga to be happy and surprised. Potman said that this type of ether, having passed the stage of Mura understanding of its ether, and having reached the level of Ilch unity with it, was capable of something else. After swinging his fishing rod a few times, Potman got the hook stuck in the ground, but this was intentional. At some point it seemed that the fishing rod began to bite right in the ground, and the Potman pulled it towards himself. Well, what was amazing was that the Potman pulled a large fish out of the ground, noting that he also possessed the secret art of fishing. Potman was glad that he managed to get a fresh arowana and that in this dungeon he could also go fishing. The pink arowana was a fish made of ether, and when consumed by Potman temporarily granted him the talent of a fighter. Potman immediately swallowed the fish and asked the Agi to watch closely. Nagi was in complete panic at this point. He didn't understand what was happening or how they should act. Nagi's usual understanding of the world was collapsing at that very moment. Moreover, at the very moment when Potman ate the fish, a pink weirdo appeared in front of Nagi. Such metamorphoses were something crazy for Naga. Potman smiled and suggested that the Nagi move on to the next lesson. There was a rumor among adventurers about a pink veteran who helped newcomers. Many aspiring adventurers have told me that at the very beginning, when they first started clearing things out, at the most terrible moment when their squad was almost destroyed and they almost failed the mission, some pink weirdo would appear. This eccentric called himself a veteran adventurer and actually appeared at the most critical moment. This veteran adventurer instantly dealt with all the monsters and saved the survivors. The new adventurers were usually very confused and sometimes even forgot to thank him. However, all the newbie adventurers were seriously frightened by the pink skin of this eccentric. Nagi was now convinced himself that this veteran adventurer, who was Potman, looked really creepy. Potman put all the adventurers in the right environment for their training, fought with their commander, while the rest tried to deal with the ants. Nero made every effort and tried to follow all the advice of the new teacher. Nero dealt blow after blow, but each time she discovered that it was not enough. The ants never seemed to end, but on the contrary, it seemed like their numbers were only growing. Nero was very angry and screamed in irritation. All of Nero's attempts to deal with the ants ended in failure. All her efforts were futile. Nero had already realized that these creatures had too strong armor, and it was impossible to penetrate it with bare hands, and in order to break through it was necessary to use a special skill. Nero remembered that 2 times would be enough for her ether to end, and she would have to return to the starting point to recover. During this time, while Nero was gaining strength and ether, new ants would fill the gap and a vicious circle would be created. Nero understood that there was no way she could get out of this place this way, and she had to come up with a new plan. Meanwhile, Bandeshtar was also undergoing his training. His eyes were blindfolded and his mouth was gagged. The adventurer himself was tied to his golem and tried to control it to break through the ants. The golem controlled by the adventurer quickly ran, and Bandeshtar himself mentally prayed that at least someone would save him. The adventurer reached a fork in the road. He knew one of the paths was blocked, but he wasn't sure which one. After thinking for a bit, the adventurer decided that it was worth going to the right and ordered his golem to turn in the right direction. The golem stood for a while and thought, then continued running forward and turned in what seemed to be the right direction. Bandeshtar discovered that the golem had turned in the wrong direction, not the one he had intended, and tried to redirect the creature in the right direction. There was no time to change route. Bandeshtar and his summoned golem were already surrounded by ants. Bandeshtar began to swear that because of the golem they were completely surrounded, and now it was unknown what to do. Bandeshtar tried to come up with a plan of action, but each subsequent one turned out to be very bad in his opinion. For all the adventurers at that moment, their training turned out to be a real hell. Petra also tried to complete her training. She couldn't shake off her fear. Petra tried to find the most secluded place and hide from the monsters, and for some time she managed to hold out. Petra noticed that the local ants were able to conceal their presence and were also very sensitive. The adventurer suggested that the monsters had probably adapted because they had lived in this darkness for so long. Once safe, Petra began to consider what she should do next. The situation in this dungeon was too unusual, and she didn't recall any information about similar situations she might have encountered at the academy. Petra remembered the purge method but immediately rejected it. The adventurer began to consider what Mr. Nagi might have done in such a situation. Petra tried to imagine how Nagi would break through so many ants. The adventurer knew for sure that Mr. Nagi would not give up. Petra thought that Mr. Nagi would probably take out a tool from his bag to solve this situation. Petra wondered what tool she had that could help her and found a climbing wire. Dowsing wire was an unremarkable piece of equipment, but for a tracker it was a highly versatile item. Petra was using it for the first time since the full-time training camp. Petra thought about it. Of course, they said that only novice trackers used this equipment and admitted that for her current level it was optimal. Until now, Petra had relied only on such senses as sight and hearing, but she knew that they said that a true tracker was able to feel even when he saw nothing and heard nothing. This was what they called a tracker's sixth sense. Opening your eyes in such a place meant only receiving unnecessary information. Petra tried to concentrate and gather all her feelings and the ether together. The adventurer concentrated her feeling on the tip of the vine, and from this tip, she spread the ether. Petra tried to draw a map of this place, and she began to get some success. Petra began to feel one ant after another, and although the area that Petra could cover was small, it still helped her move forward. Petra moved forward step by step. She wasn't focused on speed, but on the precision of her movements. Petra managed to avoid the huge ants who were unable to notice her. She understood that she was in great danger, and therefore in general, she had no chance of making a mistake, and although slowly, she moved forward confidently. Meanwhile, Nagi continued to fight with Potman. Sprawled on the ground with his arms outstretched, Nagi laughed as he realized he was undergoing training. Judging by how much effort he had to put in and how exhausted he was, Nagi believed that this was not even training but simply a one-sided beating. Potman approached Nagi with a smile and explained that he called it training, but the guy had to be careful because in this state he had poor control over his strength. Potman warned that, in such a state, he could easily kill the courier even unintentionally. Nagi did not like the opportunity to rest even for a few minutes, and he had to jump up again and continue the fight. Nagi watched his teacher's every movement carefully. Potman skillfully showed off his tricks and approached Nagi. Potman fought without any weapons with Nagi, who was holding a sharp sword in his hands. No matter how hard Nagi tried, he couldn't even hold a small victory over Potman. Potman appeared from the most unexpected places and accompanied all his attacks with loud laughter. At some point, Nagi heard Potapman's voice right next to his ear and felt his wet breath. Potman touched Nagi's cheek with his disgusting tongue. Nagi felt the roughness of the tongue and was so stunned that he couldn't even jump to the side. Potman literally licked Nagi's cheek and quickly removed his tongue. Nagi turned around and looked at his teacher with eyes full of fear. Potman held Nagi by the shoulders and laughed because he managed to find out what the newcomer tasted like. Nagi was very angry. He was disgusted by Potato Man's behavior and shouted, threatening to kill him. Nagi jerked to the side and pulled his sword out of his shoulder bag again. Potman jumped aside and began to tease Nagi again, saying that he was moving very slowly. Nagi turned to Gluttony and asked him for help, realizing that he couldn't cope with Potman alone, and Gluttony gave Nagi a mushroom. Potman didn't notice that Nashi threw a mushroom at him. Surprisingly, the mushroom thrown by Nashi hit Potman straight in the mouth. Taken by surprise, Potman unintentionally swallowed the mushroom, but was not particularly upset about it. Potato Man seemed to grow even larger and shouted that it was delicious, which surprised Nagi and made him wonder what kind of stomach Potato Man had. Potman noticed that Nagi was becoming increasingly curious about why there was such a difference between them, even though they both had ether-type equipment. Nagi tried to ignore his teacher's cocky behavior and asked him to teach him to be the same. Potman did not respond as quickly as the courier would have liked. Potman, noting that they didn't really know, explained that the reason it was so difficult for those with ether-type equipment to become adventurers was that the path to that level of mastery was too thorny, and each equipment had its own unique approach. There was no single answer. Potman even answered with some regret that this was precisely why there was no specific method that he could teach Nagi. Potman emphasized that the only thing he could do for Nagi was to break his way of thinking. Potman emphasized that he saw that although Nagi pretended that this was not the case, he set a limit for himself, deciding that since he did not have talent, he could not become an adventurer. Potman said that he himself was like that, and therefore all he could do for him today was only to expand the boundaries of his understanding of things. Potman began to behave even more unpredictably and strangely. I asked Nagi to feel the difference in strength with his whole body. Potman started laughing loudly again, which looked terribly creepy. Nagi felt very confused, but he had a rough idea of what Potman was telling him. The subsequent training was also akin to a beating, but for some reason the legs treated it differently. Moreover, Nagi even laughed in the middle of training while lying on the ground beaten. Nagi lay and looked at the ceiling of the ant dungeon and laughed loudly. Nagi understood that everything was exactly as Potman said. Nagi knew he had denied countless times that he had decided he couldn't become an adventurer, but in reality he had to admit it. Nagi had seen countless times how those who stood with him on the starting line overtook him. The Nagas were so far ahead of everyone that no matter how hard he ran, he couldn't catch up with them. He saw only the backs of his opponents, which flashed somewhere far ahead of him. Moreover, Nagi could only watch as his rivals moved further away. For these very reasons, Nagi could not simply rejoice at the growth of his comrades. Nagi suffered from a deeply hidden inferiority complex and did not admit it for a long time. The reason Nagi laughed was because Potapman had hit the nail on the head. So meeting him was both a stroke of luck and an opportunity for Nagi. Although of course Potman really did have a character and it was hard to stand him. Potman did not let Nagi rest for too long and ordered him to get up immediately and shut his mouth every time he tried to protest. So under the guidance of Potman, Nagi began his hellish training. Nagi went from sparring to real combat and immediately back again. The rookie cleanup squad, full of problems, began to move forward and overcome their shortcomings. The problem was that all these newcomers had almost no time left. When they weren't rushing to clear another area, Potman thought about how Nagi was a really funny guy and Agnes had found a good nugget, and even suggested that the courier could achieve the same as he did. Potman believed that Nagi would be able to achieve unity with the thing, and that this would be his salvation. Soon the group reached another part of the epidemic where there had not yet been a cleanup. The Potman stopped and was very surprised. Potman couldn't understand when the dungeon had managed to change so much, and he was left with an unpleasant feeling of deja vu which was filled with disgusting energy. Nagi also felt it and turned to Mr. Potman and asked what that terrifying aura was. Nagi emphasized that this pressure was as if they were in a high-ranking dungeon, to which Potman replied that he himself certainly did not know anything about it. I looked to the side. Potman saw the guys adventurers from the Nunzer Guild and was surprised that there was anyone there at all. Nagi said that they were adventurers from the Nunzer Guild and the ants should not have been a threat to them. To everyone's surprise, the adventurers from the Nunzer Guild were terrified and huddled in a corner. Even the bravest of them, Commander Gerald, sat motionless, covering his head with his hands and staring at the floor. When Nogi asked the adventurers what had happened, one of them replied that they had been very scared and mentioned a monster that was definitely supposed to come. The herald threw himself at Potman's feet and grabbing him begged him to help them and save them. The herald shouted that the monster that was about to arrive would certainly kill him. Johanna, who was also with the Nunzer Guild, on the contrary, didn't look so frightened. The priest smiled strangely. Potman noticed the girl standing in the distance and immediately realized that danger emanated from her. Potman immediately grabbed his fishing rod. I think he should have defended himself. The herald didn't even try to let go of Potman and again tugged at his clothes, reminding him that he had asked to save him. Potman jerked sharply from what he saw and immediately realized that he was too late. Suddenly blood spurted from Potman's hand in which he held the fishing rod. Potman tried to dodge the blow, but his reaction was poor. The huge battle axe turned out to be much faster than Potman. Potman closed his eyes tightly, experiencing severe pain. Nagi froze in place from horror and surprise. On the ground lay Potman's hand, which continued to firmly hold the handle of the fishing rod, but now separately from the rest of his body. Potman held tightly to the stump of his arm. Johanna was very surprised. The girl explained that she had been aiming for the neck, but the Potman had apparently been lucky enough to dodge. Johanna smiled, noting that apparently Potman was quite strong. Johanna was from the Dawn Guild, and even though she came to the dungeon with other adventurers, that didn't mean she intended to be friends with everyone. Something was also happening in the White Order that was hidden from many. The temple was quite spacious and very bright. Nothing disturbed the silence. A girl in a cloak and with her head covered walked down the corridor, and seeing another servant noted that she had been unable to find her for a long time. The girl noted that no one had seen the High Priestess at the service. This made everyone nervous, to which the High Priestess smiled slightly, noting that she had apparently made everyone nervous. The High Priestess held a bird in her hand. She turned to the attendant and explained that the girl had gone to community service, so she was looking after these children in her stead. The attendant noted that she heard that Johanna went to the ant dungeon on a volunteer basis, although everyone avoided this place. The High Priestess was surprised because she considered it commendable that she herself had volunteered to take on a task that everyone avoided, and this made her an example for all the novices. The High Priestess emphasized that like these girls, they should already be busy with their duties as priestesses, but they still brought sick children here to heal and care for them. The High Priestess believed that Johanna not only had outstanding abilities as a priestess, but also a beautiful soul, and that she was destined to be the next saint. Johanna, who had carefully concealed her affiliation with the White Order all this time, finally began to put her plan into action in the ant dungeon. She volunteered and went into the ant dungeon herself without any support. It was in this dungeon that she met Potman and cut off his hand with one swing of her weapon. Johanna was very pleased with herself and the results of her attack. Nagi, looking closely at the priestess, remembered her name and also that she was a priestess accompanying the Nunzer Guild. Nagi quickly realized that this priestess was the one who had done this to them. He sensed a similar aura emanating from her. Nagi turned to the Potman and asked if he was okay, immediately noting that he would look in the bag for something to provide first aid. Potman loudly declared that he was perfectly fine, which was quite surprising. What bothered Potman most was that this priestess girl was damn strong and he didn't like it. Potman emphasized that even though he was stopped, it was very commendable that his hand was cut off so that he didn't have time to react. Potman caught his hand on the hook of his fishing rod, a secret technique of a fisherman, after which the Potman used the sticky line technique. Thanks to the sticky line technique, Potman got his severed arm back. It turned out that it was enough to simply stick the severed arm back on, and it functioned again. Potman, of course, kept silent about the fact that this was only first aid and his right hand would no longer be able to work at 100%, and he doubted that he could cope with the priestess in such a state. Potman was a little worried, not knowing what this fight could lead to. Johanna grimaced when she saw that Potman was not a priest but was pretending to be one, and noted that his method of treatment was very ridiculous. Johanna smiled and noted that she would heal Potman properly, and used the talent of the priest of blessing great healing. All the energy that the priestess released was directed at Potman. Potman felt that the structure of the ether was undoubtedly healing, and the priestess's behavior was just like a carrot and stick. As soon as the energy touched Potman, the blood spurted out again. Potman was very surprised by what the priestess was doing. There was a powerful explosion of energy and smoke rose to the ceiling. The Potman was visible through these clouds of smoke and stood motionless. Potman emphasized to himself that at first the energy directed at him was definitely a healing type of ether, but right before it touched him, its properties changed. The Potman turned to the priestess and said that she had mixed something up since no one could be cured with such things. Johanna Christie wrapped her arms around her chest, emphasizing that she should have asked and explaining that she hadn't launched the kind of attack that someone with a porcelain rank could have dodged. Potman immediately emphasized that the white swordsman did not exist at all if the priestess latched on to this, but Johanna responded by saying that she was not going to dwell on someone who would soon die. Potman knew that it was generally accepted that priests were a class far removed from battles. Potman also realized that such mossy stereotypes would not work with the priestess who was opposite him. This girl was accustomed to carnage, because that was exactly the smell that emanated from her. Potman decided that in order to understand what was happening in this dungeon, All that was left was to fight the priestess, and he grabbed his fishing rod tightly. Potman pulled the fishing rod, and the hook slightly furrowed the ground, drawing a line. Potman addressed Nagi, calling him fox-eyed, and warned him that no matter what happened next, he should not cross that line under any circumstances. Nagi wanted to be indignant that Potapman had a wounded arm, but he emphasized that it was not he who should be worried about. Potman advised Nagi, since everything had worked out well, to simply watch closely from behind as those who had reached the heights fought, and explained that this was supposed to be the third lesson. Potman emphasized that he had not encountered such a stubborn fish as the priestess for a long time. Potman decided that he would have a lot of fun and rushed into the attack. Potman again cast his fishing rod into the ground, and the fish started to bite. The secret fishing technique was used again, and the Potman brought out a large blue fish. It was a blue marlin, a fish composed of ether, and this could temporarily utilize the spearman's talent. While eating the fish, the Potman was slightly upset that he had caught a blue marlin because it was a shame for him to use this talent when one hand was not in order. Johanna laughed at the fact that she was underestimated and didn't have a snack right under her nose. But as soon as the Potman ate the fish, the priestess was surprised because his ether suddenly seemed to explode. And indeed, the next moment happened as if there was a frosty explosion. Potman again changed greatly and turned completely white as if he had spent the whole night in severe frost. Potman changed class and took the form of a spearman. Johanna laughed and said that Potapman was a handsome man and should have taken off his ridiculous mask from the very beginning, without which she might have spared him once. Potman didn't immediately understand what the priestess was talking about. Explained that it was clear to everyone that the current form was a mask and the previous one was his real face, and calling it ridiculous was very rude. The Potman decided not to waste any more time and twisted the spear in one of his hands, noting that he really hoped that the priestess was ready for their fight. Johanna also took up a fighting stance and was ready to meet Potman's attack. The Potman rushing into the attack emphasized that he did not forgive the adventurers who interfered with the clearing of the dungeon. Johanna was very confident and warned that Potman might be a little scared. And then she explained that it was a joke. Johanna threw her battle axe towards her enemy. Much to his surprise, the Potman managed to intercept Johanna's battle axe without being harmed in any way. Simply dodging the battle axe, the Potman continued to rush forward. Once close enough, the Potman jumped up and swung his spear. The next moment, one could see the priestess's battle axe flying to the side. Having flown to the side, the battle axe turned around and flew back towards Potman. The Potman carefully watched the movements of the battle axe and was ready to repel the attack. Potman ran forward again, dodging the axe, surprised that I was dealing with a weapon that moved on its own. The priestess's battle axe was very annoying to Potman and interfered with his concentration. But that was what made it fun. Potman fiddled with the battle axe for a long time and could not get close to the priestess. Johanna, meanwhile, was focused only on her strength and controlled the battle axe from afar. The girl raised her head and looked at me and said that the adventurer had relaxed too early, and that she hadn't even used her priestly talent yet. Just with the next attack, the priestess used the priest's talent, the blessing of holy light. She used her talent as a priest only on Potman, who nevertheless agreed with it and decided not to touch the other adventurers. Potman thought that in a fight with a high-level adventurer, the most important thing was to understand his talents and skills, and judging by the broadcast, Johanna was definitely a priest. Potman held up very well and did not allow himself to be seriously injured or knocked out of the fight. The only thing that raised questions for Potman was the hovering axe, and he assumed that this was the ability of the artifact itself. Potman knew he had to use all his skills, and he used his spearman's talent to climb the waterfall. Using his talent, Potman managed to repel the priestess's battle axe attack again. Potman didn't like the flying axe and the attack magic that pretended to be healing ether. He thought that their combination was flawless. Potman continued to watch the priestess closely and noted that she was methodically capturing space and compressing it. Potman had long since realized that the fight with this girl would be very difficult. The fight with Johanna did not tolerate carelessness and on the contrary required high concentration and high-quality application of skills. Nagi was shocked by what he saw. He might have wanted to fight, but he was strictly following his boss's advice and hadn't yet decided to step over the line. At some point, Nagi became very worried about the state of his teacher, even though he was incredibly disgusting. Nagi had difficulty standing still, and he had already wanted to rush to the aid of the Potman many times. Nagi was indignant why the battle of those who reached the heights looked exactly like this, and he really scolded Potman. Nagi thought he would help Potman as soon as he saw a gap in Johanna's defenses and kept a mushroom at the ready. But at some point, everything changed, and Nagi dropped the mushroom from his hands. The mushroom didn't really react to what was happening around it. The mushroom was slightly surprised, but more because it was taken out of the bag and thrown. Potman shouted at Nagi and advised him to keep his eyes open. The Potman warned that if his leg was distracted even for a moment, he could miss everything. At that very moment, the mushroom stopped, having reached its target. It was at that very moment that the Potman lost sight of the priestess's battle axe. And you noticed it too late. Potman managed to regroup and hoped that he would be able to repel this attack. The adventurer grabbed his fishing rod tightly and swung it. As soon as the axe reached Potman, he pulled a huge fish out of the ground. Blood spurted again. Potman remained standing, trying to fend off further attacks. There was real chaos on the battlefield, and it was difficult to figure out what was actually going on. Potman looked confident enough and acted clearly. Johanna, while watching what was happening, at some point smiled broadly, as if she was happy about something. Potman's knee was pressed into the ground. Nagi had a hard time keeping up with the movements of his teacher, who found himself in the most unexpected places. Nagi quickly turned his head, trying to keep track of everything that was happening, but he understood that this was already on a completely different level. Nagi understood perfectly well that he couldn't help in any way, and if he awkwardly pushed forward, he would only get in the way. For a long time Nagi hesitated to cross the line that the potman had drawn for him, convincing himself that he shouldn't do it. Nagi had a hard time watching what was happening on the battlefield and what situation his teacher was in. Nagi understood that the priestess and the potman could sort things out themselves, but he was worried that something might go wrong. Potman felt the priestess pressing on him insistently, as if telling him not to come closer. Potman thought that the priestess was acting in this way and was shouting about her weakness, and in that case the method of cleansing was obvious. Potman once again applied his talent to the spearman and used the turtle shield. The head of a huge turtle suddenly appeared over the battlefield. Potman made a breakthrough at one point. Johanna didn't even imagine that Potman could somehow get to her and remained in one place the whole time. Seeing what skills her opponent was using, the priestess noted that it was a commendable decision to think that since she was a priest she was weak in close combat, and in a normal situation such a choice would be good. The position emphasized that this was a stereotype and used the skill of the water-earth wave. The girl instantly found herself above Potman's head and was ready to attack, calling all his decisions a miscalculation. Finding herself floating in the air, the priestess once again used the priestess talent with the blessing of strength into power. Nagi again had difficulty watching her movements, which were too fast. Now the potman and the priestess were very close to each other and attacked with completely different attacks. Johanna kept a smile on her face and found the situation amusing. Johanna concentrated and attacked Potman with all her might, but he was momentarily confused, but he quickly came to his senses. Potman was surprised that he met a priest who was capable of close combat using self-enhancement. Potman couldn't even imagine this before the start of this fight, but he still considered it magnificent. Potmanu managed to repel the priestess's attacks and dodge her fast feet. The priestess was really wearing Potman down and was really good at close combat. Potman even thought that if he increased his physical abilities, the foundation that is his combat skills would remain amateurish. At some point, the Potman discovered that his body was not moving at all and that he could not be heard. The Potman simply froze in one place without the ability to do anything. The priestess laughed loudly and noted that I had been caught as an enemy. The priestess wanted to take advantage of this opportunity by killing Potman. The girl jumped up and swung the guillotine. Potman was seriously scared at that moment because he didn't expect such a turn of events at all. Potman was already saying goodbye to his life, but suddenly everything calmed down. Johanna smiled and looked at Potman, noting that this time she really was going to kill him, but he turned out to be definitely not a simpleton. Potman replied that the priestess could praise him as much as she wanted, but he had already turned into a pile of rags, and there was not a single place on him that did not hurt. The potman thought that he had already collected the harvest, the priestess said, and it seemed that he now saw her skill. He emphasized that the priestess's artifact ignored gravity. The healing she cast turned into pain. The blessing that the priestess used turned out to be a curse, and her skill turned out to be one that reversed everything and was called inversion. The priestess laughed and, agreeing with Potman, asked what he got out of it. While Nagi's squad was training with Potman during the clearing of the ant dungeon, Agnes's squad went to clear the Queen's Ant Dungeon. The Queen's Ant Dungeon was a high-ranking dungeon incomparable to the ordinary one. The Queen's Ant Dungeon was a challenging dungeon where one had to wage a full-scale war against the ant soldiers led by the Queen. Sunset Wind prepared carefully and threw all his best forces into the battle, but for some reason the clearing of the dungeon ended up being ridiculously simple. Agnes, in particular, never expected that everything could come to this. Agnes, Nanes, and Stummen stopped near the descent into the ant dungeon and first looked around. Nanes laughed because the Queen's Ant Dungeon without a queen was just hilarious, and Stoneman wiped the sweat from his forehead and admitted that he was worried and was glad that everything ended easily. Agnes, hearing that Nanes was happy that they had won, looked at him angrily and emphasized that they had done nothing especially. He, to which Nanes, a little agitated, replied that he would definitely have won because this time he had taken his Elizabeth Lovest. Agnes turned to Pharaoh and asked why in her opinion there was no boss in this dungeon, and she replied that something was definitely strange. Pharaoh looked around and thought for a moment. Pharaoh started talking about how she felt unstable remnants of the ether, and she had the feeling that it was all done artificially, as if the Queen Ant had been kidnapped. Pharaoh explained that the remaining ether was injected into a deep hole below and emphasized that the Queen's abduction was just a guess. Having also looked around a bit, Pharaoh said that the remnants of the ether that filled the cave seemed to be waiting specifically for their group. Pharaoh felt the energy in the dungeon activate and awaken. Agnes and Pharaoh both felt it and were very surprised by what was happening. Pharaoh immediately explained that they had received a message left via ether. Right in front of the adventurers, a huge snake appeared and opened its mouth. The snake spoke to Agnes, stating that it knew for sure that the adventurer would come to this place. The snake also said that in her opinion Agnes was not yet ripe to be eaten, and the adventurer immediately guessed that the message was left by Johanna. The snake said that it had decided to start snacking and began to wriggle along the walls of the dungeon. The snake asked Agnes to just stand and watch what her wrong decision led to. Agnes warned all her friends that they were trapped and must stick together. The snake used its venomous fang, rising high almost to the very ceiling of the dungeon. The entire dungeon shook. Stones from the ceiling began to fall to the ground. Huge chunks of rock were falling off, and adventurers had to move to avoid being hit by one of these pieces. After the piece of rock collapsed, Agnes asked her comrades if everything was okay with them, and Stoneman was the first to respond, saying that everything was okay and immediately noting that they would need time to get out. Agnes agreed that things were bad, and the dungeon in which Johanna was going to make a breakthrough was not the one they were in, but the one where Lord Nagi was. It was no coincidence that Johanna found herself in an ant dungeon, and it was in this dungeon that she was planning to make a breakthrough. Meanwhile, the fight between Potman and Johannats continued, with Potman darting across the battlefield. battlefield. The priestess's battle axe flew everywhere behind Potman. Potman reflected that the priestess was definitely a difficult opponent, although the axe itself was about as strong as a decent adventurer, and it was impossible to engage in close combat due to the weakening curse. Nagi continued to watch Potman but did not dare to intervene in this fight for fear of getting in the way. Nagi saw that Potman, due to his recent wounds, was although little by little inferior in strength to the priestess. And probably if this continued, even Mr. Potman could die. Just as his legs were about to lunge forward, he immediately remembered the line. Nugget thought about what could have changed if he'd had the strength to step over that line. Soon Harold came to his senses a little and rose to his feet. His teeth were chattering either from anger or fear. Nagi asked if the gentleman had come to his senses and began asking what had happened and whether Johanna had brought him to this state. It only seemed to Nagi that the gentleman had come to his senses because here he simply muttered something unrelated about big ants and how everyone would die. The ants tried to listen to the master's words and asked which ants he was talking about. Johanna watches as all the adventurers get scared and starts laughing, wondering where she went and what confidence she had. Potman shouted that running away was absolutely not an option and emphasized that he would fight to the end. Potman decided to use one of the methods he was confident in, remembering that in close combat he had little chance. Potman ran and attacked the priestess again. Potman used the spearman's talent, specifically the blue strike skill. Johanna didn't expect such an attack and was even a little confused when she saw what was flying at her. The spear thrown by Potman should have pierced Johanna in an instant. Well, to the great misfortune of all the adventurers, Potman missed again, or rather the priestess managed to block his blow. Johanna smiled broadly and reminded him that she had said that she could not be defeated. Johanna emphasized that even if Potman understood her skill, it didn't change anything because she had excellent compatibility against people like him. Potman was not going to give up and objected to the priestess preparing to attack again. Potman looked at the priestess and emphasized that everything would definitely change, and since he knew the problem, all that remained was to find a solution for it, and she was wrong. Potman grinned, noting that this was a good opportunity, and asked Nagi to watch carefully. Potman explained that the dungeon was a battle with the unknown, and an adventurer who encountered a powerful enemy that was difficult to defeat must find a way to break through. Potman smiled, which was surprising for the other Avantunists who remained on the sidelines and even in fear. Potman was preparing for the attack and said that it was at this moment that the decisive part of this battle was to begin. At that moment, it felt like the Potman had been waiting for exactly this time. The Potman suddenly rushed forward straight at the priestess. The Potman held his ice spear in his hands. The Potman controlled his energy and directed it not towards the priestess. Johanna stood motionless, her own warhammer slung behind her. The priestess doubted her opponent would be able to harm her in any way. Johanna, on the contrary, laughed, noting that Potman had made a disappointing decision, and that the plan to crush her with speed before the curse worked was banal, since it was enough for her to turn the blessing from the very beginning. Johanna did as she was warned and used the blessing of the power of might, which turned into the curse of the power of exhaustion. Potman noticed that the priestess's inversion skill worked like a curse, twisting the very structure of physical enhancement. Potman understood that he would only have one chance in that very world when her strengthening would become weakening. The blue marlin had one special ability. Ethereal fish video only Potman. Potman's secret fishing technique was an unpredictable skill, and he never knew what he would catch beforehand. With the help of the blue marlin's harpoon, Potman could catch exactly the fish he wanted. At that very moment, the Potman used his harpoon fishing skill and caught a fish called a purple tem. This fish was composed of ether, and the Potman could use its magic talent. Potman knew that this was the fish that he desperately needed at that very moment. Johanna looked at Potman in surprise, not expecting such a move from him at all. All of the Potman stats have been increased, namely strength, agility, and dexterity. When changing to a mage's talent, physical characteristics that should have fallen on the contrary increased even more. Potman simply turned into a huge beast and said that no matter how strong the curse I had placed on him, his strengthening would be much greater. Then the Potman took the form of a power mage and with renewed strength rushed to attack the priestess. Potman laughed, noting that he had used the double inversion technique, to which Johanna remarked that it was disgusting. Johanna was definitely unhappy with this turn of events that was not in her favor. Nagi was even more shocked that the Potman used the priestess's ability against her. At that moment, Nagi realized that Potato Man was not just strong, but he was an adventurer with a fighting sense, ingenuity, and the ability to improvise. Suddenly, the same magical snake that Agnes had met appeared next to Nagi. It was the witch's talent that struck the herald, who was completely defenseless at the time. Nagi, seeing the herald, jumped to the side and immediately felt the same feeling, the same ominous aura that emanated from Johanna. Nagi tried to put all the pieces of the puzzle together and see the whole picture. Nagi was ready to repel any attack, and he knew that the attack would come from the enchanted herald. The herald approached Nagi slowly but surely. The enchanted adventurer clutched the earth in his fists. The witch controlled all his movements. Clouds of dust rose around Nagi. It was difficult for him to see anything in front of him, but he continued to hold his ground and maintain his defense. Nagi began to swing his sword to prevent the enemy from suddenly getting close. Even though the herald might have been stronger, Nagi only thought about living and tried to block the blow with his small sword compared to his opponent's. The Naga sword that withstood the herald's blow seemed like the blade was about to break. Nagi hoped with all his might that his weapon would hold up. In the end, Naga ran out of strength. Herald's pressure was far greater. Nagi fell to the ground. Harold managed to slightly injure him. The herald, seeing the result of his attack, giggled loudly, rejoicing at his success. The herald walked forward, dragging his huge sword behind him. The herald had gained much more strength, and he thought only of Johanna's praise. The herald was completely subservient to this witch and was ready to do anything for her praise and also for her salvation. The herald accelerated and threw his sword forward, trying to protect his mistress. The sword had to reach its target just at the moment when Potman could reach the priestess's mistress. Potman didn't expect that the priestess would be able to think so far ahead and use her charms to subjugate the adventurers who would threaten his life. Potman never expected a huge sword to fly at him from such a great distance. Potman was already tensed and felt that the sword had wounded his hand. Well, to his great surprise, the sword bounced to the side without causing any more harm to Potman. Potman used his power mage talent and returned to the attack. Potman was already very close to the priestess, and there was very little time left for the fight to end. The staff in Potman's hands was just waiting to be used. Potman was very close to Johanna, who continued to remain motionless. Potman looked into the priestess's eyes and shouted to her. Potman used the skill of magical destruction, and a powerful explosion occurred. Many tried to crawl forward with their last strength. The courier was seriously wounded and blood was pouring from his mouth. Despite having no strength left, Nagi continued to move forward. He cursed the smoke, making it hard to see, and hoped that Potapman was still alive. Nagi admitted that he had made a big mistake and that he should have helped Mr. Potman at all costs, ignoring his request not to cross the line. "I'll make one more dash with my legs," thinking that it was not too late to change everything. Nagi grabbed his sword from his bag and thought that his sword style could definitely come in handy. Nagi only thought about how to help Mr. Potman and for a moment forgot that danger was still right next to him. At that very moment, Nagi received another blow to his leg and screamed loudly in pain. The herald smiled broadly and advised the courier not to interfere, surprised that he could not distinguish when it was necessary to intervene and when not. The herald, calling Nagi a bag, emphasized that if he would sit quietly, then maybe Mrs. Johanna would sit for him because he was just a worthless person who wasn't even worth killing. Nagi didn't give up and asked the herald what had happened in his absence. Nagi wanted to know what Lady Johanna had been planning, but the herald assured him there was no point in pursuing that. The herald's pupils suddenly lit up, and he said that after he sent Nagi's team to the first sector, their assault squad was destroyed by this. Taking advantage of the opportunity to clear the dungeon while Nagi and his team were distracted, Herald and his adventurers headed to the third colony. It was at that moment that Gerald was faced with the fact that Lady Johanna showed her true face. The herald sincerely did not understand why the lady priestess was pointing her battle axe at him. The herald did not understand at all why the priestess had deceived him and was now trying to kill him. Johanna asked in surprise what Gerald was talking about and emphasized that she had never deceived him. Johanna stated that she came to this dungeon as a priestess to take care of the sick. The priestess's eyes flashed with flame, and she said that the sick person was definitely not the herald. The herald saw his team members impaled on a giant ant claw. Mrs. Johanna called this monster a child and said that from the very beginning she came to this place to take care of it. The priestess turned to the ant and asked if he was enjoying the meal. Surprisingly, the ant didn't bother her at all. The priestess promised that her child would soon reach perfection. The herald, conveying everything he saw with his own eyes, smiled broadly to Nagi and said that he would soon find out what they were all up against. The guild commander's gaze was simply insane. It wasn't just the spell, perhaps he had truly gone mad from sheer fear. Nagi was wary of the herald's words because he had not at all assumed that a monster was hiding somewhere very close. Nagi tried to look around, examining the area through the smoke. Peering into the darkness with apprehension about whether there was anyone there other than Yokana Nagi, you could not see anyone and decided that everything was fine. Nagi turned his thoughts to Potman, for whom he was deeply worried. Nagi hoped the master was all right and had already dealt with the priestess, but unfortunately the priestess was still alive. For a moment there was no smile on her face. The girl stared straight ahead. Suddenly, an evil smile appeared on the priestess's face again. Her gaze remained in the same place. Potman seemed to be floating in the air, and a large pool of blood formed under his feet. Johanna laughed loudly because she was about to die, and she was watching Potman, who was pierced by ant claws. Johanna looked at her opponent and hoped out loud that he hadn't intended to make any pompous speeches about a fair one-on-one fight in such a place. Potman replied that he hadn't expected anything like that, and that everything that had happened to him was truly an unexpected turn of events. Potman asked to explain what kind of creature he saw before him, to which Johanna smiled, and said that she regretted that her role was only to stall for time until this creature finished its preparations, and until the ant mother was completed. Potman couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at the enormous monster before him, not understanding what it all meant. Potman also understood that things were worse than ever, and not only had another problematic guy appeared, but he was also mortally wounded at that moment. Potman decided to tackle his problems one by one, and decided to start with the ant sting that was holding him back. Gathering all his strength, Potman tried to free himself and remove the ant sting from himself, even though it brought a lot of pain. In an instant, Potman simply jumped off the ant's huge sting and found himself on the ground nearby. The first thing Potman did was reach for his magic staff, which luckily turned out to be nearby. Potman was seriously injured, but he tried not to pay attention to his wounds because he needed to defeat the priestess and stop what was happening. Johanna looked at Potman and wondered out loud if the ant's power would work on someone like him, emphasizing that she was extremely interested in seeing it. The creature darted forward, its claws and teeth reaching toward Potman. Potman saw in front of him a multitude of ant legs and sharp stings. Potman had to use his staff very actively to repel the attacks of this terrible creature and not fall into an unpleasant trap again. Potman tried to reflect the attacks and thought that even taking into account that the inversion increased his strength, blocking the monster's attacks was still very difficult. There was no doubt that the creature the priestess had summoned was insanely strong, and perhaps he would need help to defeat it. This creature was controlled by a girl with something resembling an ant's head mask on her own. At the girl's command, the creature moved and attacked Potman, who was unable to repel all the attacks and received a new wound. Johanna didn't want to just watch what was happening and laughing said that she shouldn't be forgotten, summoned her battle axe and also entered the fight. On one hand, Potman had to fight a huge ant monster, and on the other hand, a priestess attacked him with a battle axe. It was really hard for Potman at that moment, although he didn't want to admit it and tried to keep a smile on his face. No matter how strong and agile Potman was, it was practically impossible for him to stand up to such powerful enemies. Not keeping an eye on what was happening on the battlefield, the Potman dropped the priestess's battle axe and was struck by it. Potman was thrown back, but he managed to slide his foot and stop. The ant monster followed immediately after him with its unusually high speed. Potman said out loud that he was finally beginning to understand what was going on, and that in front of him was the queen of ants who should not have been in this dungeon. Potman immediately assumed that she had been artificially kidnapped from the queen's ant dungeon, since powerful adventurers would have simply killed her there. The queen ant's dungeon had at least a wound, and in Potman's opinion, if this creature was in this place, then all the adventurers in the dungeon would be killed. But Potman also realized that the real problem wasn't the queen ant at all. Potman knew that only this creature would be here. He would definitely cope, but it was also about Johanna. Potman understood that Johanna was not just a priestess, although I most likely did not reveal all my secrets yet. After a couple of clashes, Potman realized that Johanna was not simple and would never have thought that she had a dual class. Johanna is very surprised that her peculiarity was noticed. The priestess emphasized that Potman was absolutely right about her, but did not explain that she did not want to use her second power, and did not know that an adventurer like him would end up in such a dungeon. Approaching Potman, Johanna said that he should honor her words for the compliment and be grateful. As she drew closer, the priestess used class inversion, her body becoming enveloped in dark matter. The priestess instantly transformed into a witch and acquired the appropriate appearance. She continued forward with a smile indicating that Potman was indeed very strong enough to reveal her secret. Potman was not at all happy that his assumptions turned out to be correct, and looking at the witch he thought that he was being thrown straight from the fire into the flames. Potman also felt that the strengthening effect from the inversion technique was wearing off, and he was slowly losing his luxurious form and strength. In just a few seconds, the Potman had noticeably lost weight and his mountainous muscles had disappeared somewhere. Potman was initially upset, but immediately decided that perhaps such changes were for the better. Potman wasn't very confident in his talent as a magician, so he had to transform into someone else too. It was time for Potman to change his class, and a bright snowy sphere formed around him. Potman acquired another form of a magician, thinking that in such a battered state as at that moment, it was better to be a magician. And even if his body was broken, it would not greatly hinder the fight. Potman turned to Nagi and again called him fox-eyed, asked if the third lesson had been of any use to him, noting that it was over. Nagi still hadn't reached the designated line and watched what was happening from the sidelines, barely keeping himself in check so as not to intervene. Potman continued to teach the lesson, told Nagi that the mage's form had a wide attack radius and he could not guarantee the courier's safety, and advised him to leave. After warning the courier, Potman used his magic talent to create a protective bubble on Nagi. Nagi was indignant and asked Potman to stop, saying that it was dangerous to be alone, but Potman Ailish laughed at the fact that they should have been worried about him. Potman explained that he still had plenty of aces up his sleeve and there was no need to worry about him. Nagi was indignant to the last and did not want to leave the battlefield, believing that he could be useful at any time. Finally, the Potman told the Naga that he should remember one thing, namely that everything began with understanding one's own ether. Potman advised the courier that if he wanted to get involved in battles of this level, he should at least prepare better. The witch, having listened to her opponent's stories, said that all of this was pointless, and that she could have killed him at any moment, and added that Potman had been very clumsy in his dealings. The witch noted that she could clearly feel the ether enveloping Potato Man's body, noticeably weakening with each transformation. Johanna was surprised that Potato Man still intended to fight her in such a state. Potman cursed at being found out and immediately burst into laughter. Potman didn't really react to the witch's words because he knew that he needed to concentrate as much as possible on the battlefield. Potman said that he should at least try to fight, and at that very moment a huge fish appeared from the ground and lifted him high to the ceiling. The Ant Queen and Johanna even felt the splashes from the waves that suddenly appeared in the dungeon due to Potman's magic. Johanna wasn't worried about her strength at all and smiled broadly, realizing that things would only get more fun from here. The girl who controlled the Queen Ant also set her goal. The witch's full forces entered the fray. The battle took on a completely different format than it had at the beginning. At that very moment, the ant dungeon began to close. Very quickly, going underground was no longer possible as it was sealed. It seemed that this dungeon was simply turning into hell, and it would become impossible to get out of it. Johanna accompanied the entire fight with her loud laughter, which made it even more frightening. Johanna turned to Potman and asked if he knew that it was said that in the old days the monster that killed many adventurers was named by its creator himself. The witch emphasized that such people were called by their names. According to the witch, this was the greatest honor for the monster, and she emphasized that if the creator were in this dungeon, he would probably have given the queen of the ants such a name. The witch called the queen of the ants Mother Miravyova, and she believed that the chosen name suited her very well. The time has come for the queen ant to finally gain strength and wake up. The witch named the queen of the ants Antvina. Now this creature was even more dangerous and was capable of the most terrible things, and the dungeon was in danger. However, in the depths of the thickening despair, a weak movement was born. Nagi sat to the side, completely dejected, blaming himself for the fact that in the end he couldn't help in any way. Nagi was beside himself and scratched the ground in anger. I think that Lady Agnes was right, and in the high-ranking dungeons he could simply be killed. Nagi convinced himself he was simply useless and would become not even a courier but a mere burden. Nagi didn't know what to do. The voice of the swallow was heard from the bags asking if Naga's power was needed. Nagi touched the edge of his bag and said that he was not ready and not at all in the mood for Gluttony jokes. Gluttony's voice was heard from the bag again, howling and demonstratively shouting that he had been exposed and asking how Nagi had figured this out. Gluttony warned that he would put Plan B into action, and the bag suddenly bent down and covered the courier's head. Nagi tried to resist and shake off the bag, shouting that he was not in the mood for such jokes. But Gluttony turned out to be quicker and managed to drag Nagi inside his house. No one knew what kind of waves this weak movement could generate, which no one could even think about. Once again, the loud laughter of the witch Johanna was heard, and the words that she was sorry were heard. The witch said that Potman was simply very unlucky because he was not one of those adventurers who lost easily. The witch emphasized that Potapman should have known that she too had tried very hard to recreate the missing names. The witch said that she personally fed him countless adventurers, ground them into food, and carefully raised this monster on them. The witch advised Potman to be glad that he would become part of her child because that alone gave his end at least some meaning. It seemed that Potman had truly resigned himself to his fate and no longer fought. The only thing Potman said was to advise the witch to change her mind, pointing out that he was tough and that if you ate it incorrectly you could choke. Potman understood that the girl was thinking very dangerously and that she needed to be stopped somehow, but now he could only hope for Nagi, whom he had removed from the battlefield. At that very moment, Nagi was in the depths of his own bag, where he was dragged by Gluttony, who in turn was trying to fix the whole situation. Nagi found himself in some kind of endless sea and at first couldn't figure out which direction he should move in. Suddenly the bag began to tighten even more tightly around Nagi, even though he asked Gluttony to stop it all. Gluttony didn't even try to help his friend and simply waited until he dragged him even deeper into the swamp. Soon Nagi found himself near the entrance to the deep layer. Nagi realized where he was and noted that he hadn't been in this place for a long time. Nagi looked at Gluttony and reminded him that he told him not to go into this place because it was very dangerous, because if you got lost from here it was impossible to ever get out again. Gluttony replied that he remembered perfectly well that such a space could absorb Nagi, and she immediately announced that now everything had changed and that this should on the contrary help. Gluttony asked Nagi to just trust him and forget about everything. Nagi had nowhere to go and he tried to relax, after which they entered the deep layer of the bag together with Gluttony. The space inside the bag gradually increased while Nagi worked as a courier, and the ratio of items to the weight of the bag also became more and more efficient. Once the bag had enough space for everything he needed, Nagi stopped paying attention to it. But he was definitely aware that the space continued to grow. Although Nagi stopped watching, he didn't think that the space had grown so much. Looking around, Nagi was amazed and asked Gluttony what all this was. Nagi couldn't believe that he was actually in the space inside the space of his own bag, to which Gluttony replied that Nagi couldn't even imagine how much he wanted to show him this. Gluttony said that he had effectively allocated this space specifically for Nagi. Gluttony, as a constant user of the bag, constantly observed the changes, and then that the space was expanding randomly in one area. Gluttony decided to take this on and divided it into sectors and categories. Gluttony set aside a living sector for the gnolls to allow them to live in comfort and not interfere with the rest of the things that were in the bag. Nagi understood the order of the tools perfectly well, but he couldn't believe that in his bag there was a place that looked like a village, and he asked when Gluttony managed to build it. Gluttony said that he collected materials for his things and all sorts of junk and built it together with the gnolls, who worked very well. Nagi said that now it was no surprise to him that the bag was becoming heavier, and now it became clear to him what was the cause of the pain in his shoulder. Nagi found himself in sector number 7 in the mycelium. Gluttony smiled and emphasized that he didn't just tidy up, but that when he arranged the space for its intended purpose and placed them, a significant positive effect appeared. Gluttony noted that Nagi was spending expensive mushrooms too recklessly, so he could end up broke. Therefore, Gluttony entrusted the sector to the one with the most sensitive sense of smell. Using his sense of smell, he cultivated the finest mushrooms and herbs. Gluttony emphasized that this was still an experimental stage, but they might soon be able to achieve self-sufficiency, and showed off some mushrooms they hadn't grown. Nagi was very impressed and incredibly happy because there really were many more mushrooms than he bought, and there were even explosive expensive mushrooms in the boxes. Gluttony was very pleased with himself and the fact that Nagi really appreciated his efforts. Nagi emphasized that Gluttony was simply amazing for having come up with the idea of growing mushrooms inside a bag. Gluttony noted that it was too early to be surprised and promised that Nagi's next place would be liked even more. Gluttony created a forge sector and explained that Nagi was too reckless with weapons, while the Stone Marsh tribe was especially skilled in or mining and blacksmithing. Gluttony said that the gnoll blacksmith melted down the old weapon and reforged it. Nagi took a closer look and was very surprised that the quality of the weapon had indeed become an order of magnitude higher than it had been before. The gnoll blacksmith began to shout loudly, and Gluttony explained that he had said that it was not worth comparing his weapon with the weapons of people, and also that if Nagi did not mind, he would try to repair his black blade as well. Nagi did not deny that his black blade was indeed in very poor condition. Nagi was surprised and noted that the artifacts were very difficult to repair, and looked at the blacksmith, and Gluttony said that he would do it for just one magic stone. They said that artifacts were difficult to repair because they were made using a special technology, but usually artifacts were found in dungeons. If you thought about it, perhaps the inhabitants of the dungeons were even more familiar with the artifacts than people. The gnoll was very skilled in his forge, working with a sword. The gnoll blacksmith worked for a while in his forge and soon presented Nagi with his repaired sword. Nagi was even more impressed because the sword really looked like new. Gluttony offered to give him a name in gratitude, which would definitely make the blacksmith happy. Nagi looked closely at the gnoll blacksmith and wondered what name he could be given. Nagi noticed that the the knoll was very fluffy and nothing came to mind except one option. Nagi called the knoll a fluffball and introduced him to his name. The knoll blacksmith named Fluffy began to rapidly increase in size. Nagi was shocked and asked Gluttony why Fluffy had suddenly grown so big. At that very moment Nagi heard a hissing voice calling him a fool. The head laughed at Nagi, bestowing the knoll's name on him for such a trivial matter. The courier, turning at the sound, saw the monster's head in a jar. Nagi was taken aback by the sight of the lich's head, which was obviously alive. The lich was indignant and tried to force Nagi to immediately reverse his decision. Nagi approached the table with the jar and asked Gluttony what this creature was doing in his bag and in such a state. Gluttony replied that he himself didn't know this and explained that after the lich died in the burial dungeon, it began wandering around the bag and had to be captured. He had forgotten who he was, although he possessed a wealth of useful knowledge and answered any questions and helped with the construction. Nagi was surprised because the lich was something sinister, but he did not become indignant because there was only one head of him and it was sealed in a jar, and in theory there should not have been any problems. Nagi decided to ask the lich why it was impossible to give the knoll a name, and he would answer that when the owner gave the monster a name, it was not just like that, and he became a named one, and the higher the merits and the more understandable the name received, the greater the power he hoped for. The lich was indignant that he did not understand why it worked from a simple person like Naga. Gluttony emphasized that becoming a named person was truly a great honor, and that it was necessary to give names only to those who achieved real results in order to motivate others. Gluttony also emphasized that it was worth being careful because becoming a named one meant becoming more independent, and Nagi immediately shared that he had already wanted to give names to everyone else, but now of course he would not rush. Looking at the knoll, Nagi smiled at him and assured him that he definitely deserved his fluffy name. So Nagi looked around the world that Gluttony had arranged inside the bag. Nagi realized how little he knew about his own equipment and what he carried on his back at all times. Gluttony led Nagi to the antiquities sector, and he immediately found a wooden sword that he had long ago put in his bag and forgotten about. Nagi was very curious to explore everything else in this world, but some sectors, such as the gravity sector, Gluttony forbade visiting for now as they were poorly explored. In front of another space, Nagi stopped and wanted to enter as he found it interesting, but Gluttony stopped him. Gluttony said that a knoll once entered that space and came out already fully grown. Gluttony waved his hands and said that he simply did not know what else could happen and therefore forbade absolutely everyone from entering there. In addition, a cooking area was also found in the bag where the gnolls were actually preparing food. Gluttony also showed Nagi the potion brewing section. The world in the bag had truly undergone profound changes. Nagi was still not satisfied with Gluttony's achievement and asked how he did all this, to which Gluttony replied that it was not his ability. Gluttony said that when the split dungeon broke through, he gained the ability to control the space inside the bag, and he suggested that the bag probably absorbed the energy of the split dungeon. Gluttony emphasized that the most important thing this space was to absorb everything. Gluttony emphasized that this bag changed and existed in accordance with Naga's needs, which was previously unknown. Nagi was simply shocked and thought about how she still thought she couldn't become an adventurer because of this bag. Nagi believed that this bag, on the contrary, was a huge hindrance to him and could not help him in any way. Nagi was overjoyed to learn the secret of his bag and thanked Gluttony, saying that he was simply amazing and did a wonderful job. Nagi stroked the animal like a pet and it did not resist. Nagi warned Gluttony that this was not the time for tenderness and that he could no longer sit idly by. Now Nagi understood that his limits were not set by the bag but by himself. Nagi remembered what the potman said about how to surpass the limit of ether-type equipment. Gluttony showed Nagi something that went beyond the bag that had previously only served to store things. Nagi understood that now it was his turn to break the limits of his thinking. Nagi realized that his bag could store sound and even store air currents. What they had in common was that Nagi could not see them with his eyes, but he could accommodate them because he realized them. Now Nagi understood that, in this case, what he had to put into the bag next was obvious. Nagi knew that the ether-type equipment could not accumulate in the body, and from this came something interesting related to the bag. Nagi decided that, instead of his body, he would accumulate ether in his bag. Nagi sat on the floor and crossed his legs in front of him, trying to calm down and concentrate. Thus Nagi challenged a new possibility. The world inside the bag came into full swing. The second phase of Nagi's squad had begun. Nagi should have hurried because Johanna was not slow and was preparing the Queen of the Ants. Antwina was soon full of strength and ready to carry out Johanna's further orders. The witch was overjoyed that she was about to fulfill her goal. Johanna turned to Antwina and said that they would arrange a breakthrough of the dungeon. The witch's words spurred Antivina into action. A loud roar was heard. Antvina used the hive tremor skill, and the entire dungeon shook under its influence. The ants' eyes lit up with a red flame. The terribly heavy aura grew many times over. The dungeon was seething. An army of ants began to emerge from the depths of the dungeon. At that very moment, Nagi learned that the dungeon clearing had failed. Johanna managed to start breaking through the dungeon, and no one could stop her. Now the dungeon's estimated difficulty had risen to a plus or even higher. Nagi knew it was incredibly difficult. Now the dungeon was named after the ant dungeon of the Foremother and had an overly strong boss. Johanna walked forward slowly, not with confidence. Johanna emphasized that all preparations were coming to an end and Antivina should know about this. Johanna promised that soon Antwina's ants would fill the entire world and kill countless people. The witch wanted humanity to remember a long-forgotten horror amidst all that was happening, and for Antvina to help with this. Antvina listened attentively to the witch and after listening completely agreed with her. Antvina saw how the powerful will that descended from the beyond incessantly Shambhala spoke to her, as if commanding her in the ear. Antvina did not want to resist the order to exterminate humanity, and she understood that this should not be done. Antvina believed that she was born precisely to end people. But Antivina had no intention of submitting completely to Johanna, who had not even imagined such an outcome. Aunt Vina suddenly attacked the priestess without even thinking that she shouldn't have done it. Looking at Aunt Vina, the priestess was surprised by such an action. Johanna managed to defend herself and used her battle axe as a shield. Looking at Aunt Vina, the priestess wondered what such an act could mean. Aunt Vina emphasized that she had been ordered to exterminate humanity, and waving her hand smiled. Aunt Vina's smile widened, emphasizing even more that Johanna was also supposedly human, which meant she too had to be exterminated. Aunt Vina laughed loudly, looking at the priestess, who literally revived her. Johanna was amused by Antoina's games and asked if she could defeat her. Aunt Vina agreed that I was a strong priestess, of course, but it was important that she had already spent too much energy. Johanna agreed that she was indeed exhausted, and Antoina had hit the nail on the head. Johanna, looked at Aunt Vina alone, said that she was sad that she was now the creator of her own children rejected by her, and this feeling was very unpleasant. Johanna was not going to take this seriously, and straightening her shoulders declared that she could forgive Antoina for this. Johanna has already managed to achieve her goal and emphasized that the name was already born and the breakthrough began with her. Johanna, with great self-confidence, asked Antoina not to forget this enthusiasm and to go wild for her own pleasure, and promised that she would root for her. With words of support and confirmation that they were on the same side, Johanna disappeared. Antoina was a little confused because she didn't even imagine that Johanna could escape like that. The ant dungeon of the Mother, the name alone confirmed that its difficulty was at least rank A, and it was a place that required an organized cleanup by squads of high-level adventurers. This dungeon was a carefully controlled danger zone, but at that moment a squad of ordinary adventurers gathered under the rank of. For adventurers who expected something completely different, the changes that occurred in this dungeon were too sudden. None of the adventurers understood what was happening or why the ants were so furious. The adventurers were cut off from the exits and did not understand where they should run. The group's pathfinder, having studied the map, shouted that all escape routes were cut off. The adventurer also felt an aura coming from behind the ant wall. The pathfinder didn't have time to escape and was suddenly pierced by a huge ant sting. The pathfinder couldn't move due to the intense pain. There was a hole in his chest and he was impaled like a shish kebab. Aunt Vina approached the tracker as close as possible and looked at him without any pity. Aunt Vina looked at the ranger, who was writhing in pain and screaming loudly. The pathfinder, seeing Aunt Vina, called her a creature and shouted that he would not give up so easily and would not surrender his squad. The adventurer really wasn't going to give up and decided that from such a distance he could get the most out of his composite bow as revenge for his squad. Aunt Vina was not at all afraid of what might happen. The queen became interested in the ether that she suddenly felt in her body and decided to use it. Thanks to the ether, the ant queen was able to use some skills and was very surprised herself. The most surprised was the adventurer himself, who could not believe that the monster could really use ether because he knew that this could not be. At that very moment you realized that he would not be able to do anything and had to say goodbye to his life. The queen ant's attack killed the adventurer, leaving him no chance of survival. Aunt Vina spared no effort and directed a stream of burning energy at the adventurer. From the outside it seemed that such attacks meant nothing at all to the queen of monsters. Having no chance to respond or escape, the adventurers had to face Aunt Vina. There was no way for the adventurers to resist her furious power. The Naga squad found themselves in the same situation as these adventurers. Nagi's squad had been fleeing for several days now, and everyone was exhausted to the limit. Nero noticed in another fight that her ether was no longer even coming out. Ban Deshtar complained that he was almost out of fingers and the ants kept crawling out of their holes. But even during the moments of contractions, Gerald managed to communicate at least a little and at some point made Petra's prefixes. The herald confessed to Petra that he wanted to sacrifice her to that lady, but he felt very sorry for her. Petra is not at all delighted with this communication with the witch-enslaved adventurer, who seemed to have lost his mind. The herald asked Petra to accept his offer to become part of his squad and said that they would serve the lady together and then Petra might possibly survive. Peter refused until the very end and hinted that Gerald apparently did not have the pride of an adventurer at all, since he could say such things, but Gerald said to hell with pride, emphasizing that there was no talk of this when his own life was at stake. Petra turned to Ban Deshtar and shouted to him that they and the squad should leave as quickly as possible. Ban Deshtar threw just his last finger and cursed to himself for doing it at the wrong time. The herald stood and held his huge sword in his hands and was ready to attack the Naga squad that resisted his proposal. After the explosion caused by Ban Deshtar, Herald looked around and discovered that there was no one else nearby. The herald was very angry that these bastard adventurers managed to escape right from under his nose. The herald stood for a moment and looked around, but soon he laughed loudly, surprised that the adventurers still had not realized that running away was useless. The herald shouted loudly that the adventurers in this ant dungeon simply had nowhere to run and they would not be able to hide from him. The Naga squad ran as fast as they could, trying to hide as far as possible from the herald and the ants. Petra, having brought the others to a quieter place, said that perhaps no one would notice them here for some time, so they could at least rest a little and regain their strength. Petra decided to take a look, and suddenly her gaze fell on something interesting. Petra saw the bag of Mr. Nagi, whom they had not seen for a long time, and was very happy, thinking that they had finally met. Petra turned her gaze to the porter and discovered that it was not Mr. Nagi at all, but some other porter with his bag. Petra was very upset when she received confirmation that she and Nagi were indeed lost. The courier who met Peter and the others, on the contrary, was very happy that he finally met the adventurers and even shed tears. The courier said that he was running away and found the bag and hid in this place, hoping that there would be food inside, but the bag turned out to be completely empty. The courier also said that no matter how long he waited, Mr. Nagi, in whom Petra spoke, never returned, and suggested that he might have been eaten by ants. Petra was horrified by the courier's assumption and immediately began to deny it. Petra was certain that Mr. Nagi wasn't one to give up so easily, but a feeling of unease was brewing within her. She understood that, in this situation, nothing could be certain. At that moment, when everyone was desperate and exhausted, Nagi tried his best. Right from the bag that the porter from another guild was still holding on his shoulders, Nagi began to slowly climb out. Well, the one who appeared with the bag smiled slightly. The adventurers were overjoyed to finally meet their commander and make sure he was okay. Nagi was also very glad to see his comrades, who thank God were safe and sound. Petra, Nero, and Bandeshtar began to jump for joy when Commander Nagi came out of his bag. Nagi explained that he had some business in his bag and proceeded to crawl out of it completely. Looking around, Nagi emphasized that everyone didn't look very well, to which Petra said that they had been running from ants for several days, and Nero added that in addition they had lost the dried meat for training and hadn't eaten anything. Nagi didn't keep his friends waiting and immediately reached into his bag and offered them some treats. Petra, while eating her long-awaited lunch, said that they were all very worried because they couldn't find Nagi for a long time and asked what happened and how he got out of the bag. Nagi smiled and explained that it could be said that it was some kind of special training, and looking around asked Petra what was going on in the dungeon. Petra said that the dungeon had gone crazy and ants were swarming everywhere, and in addition Mr. Potman had disappeared. The adventurers weren't allowed to finish their sentence. The ants appeared again. The adventurers had to abandon everything again and start fighting. The ants were quite large, and there were quite a lot of them. Petra shouted and warned the others that the ants were back again. Nero was outraged that they didn't even give her food, and she didn't have the strength to fight, and Bandeshtar warned that even his fingers hadn't recovered. Nagi immediately tried to stop his comrades. Nagi declared that he would deal with the new ants himself, while the rest were supposed to continue eating and gaining strength. Bandeshtar warned Nagi that these were unusual ants, but the courier asked him not to worry about him. Nagi explained to his friends that he just wanted to test something in a real fight and reached into his bag. Nagi wondered if it seemed to him that these creatures looked much more ferocious than usual. The ants' shells appeared to be slightly thicker than those of ordinary ants. Now Nagi had a whole arsenal of completely intact weapons, and he could experiment with them. Nagi ran up and swung his now whole sword, which the fluffy one was able to fix. Nagi thought ahead about how he should attack despite the fact that it was some new kind of ant. The courier still decided to aim for the lower back, and the blow was quite successful. Nagi managed to cut the ant's abdomen in two. Bandeshtar and Nero obediently continued to eat and simultaneously discussed the changes in the style of their commander's ball. Petra also agreed with them, though she remained silent. The adventurer clearly saw that something had changed in Nagi. Petra noticed that Lord Nagi's sword style, due to the lack of ether, was built to push the body to its limits in order to survive with maximum pure strength. Now Petra saw that, for some reason, Naga's movements became much easier, and the ants Nagi fought were completely different. These creatures were much more sensitive and also had a special connection with whoever controlled them. The red, almost glowing eyes of the monsters were visible from the deepest darkness. It felt like someone was definitely controlling these monsters. Nogi examined the strange ants and noticed their lower backs. The courier noticed that the ants had strengthened their shell on their lower backs where their vulnerable spot used to be. Nagi was very surprised by this fact because he had never encountered anything like this before. Suddenly Nagi heard Petra's voice screaming and warning him about the danger and the difference between the ants and the previous ones. By that time, Nagi himself had noticed that there was something wrong with these monsters and was on guard. Nagi watched the monsters' movements closely. The courier could literally see his reflection in their bloodshot eyes. To the surprise of all the adventurers, Nagi was able to cut the ant in half. Nagi made a very strong and sharp blow, and it seemed like he himself did not expect this. The courier stared at his sword, which was covered in ant blood, and realized how much power he now wielded. Petra was very impressed by Naga's story that everything was terrible, and the priestess Johanna turned out to be a traitor. The adventurers sat around the fire, and Legs said that he hadn't seen anything else, but emphasized that he was sure that a master like Mr. Potman had to get out somehow. Nagi also emphasized that the problem was that if the ants started to act up like that, it meant that nothing had been resolved. Nagi turned to the little porter and asked him to tell him in more detail what had happened to his squad. The porter began to tell that the cleanup was going smoothly, and since Nunzur's detachment was well known in the area, there was no doubt about their strength. The rapist soon began to come to the place where, in the middle of his detachment's journey, strange things began to happen. The adventurers began to say that an ambush was expected ahead, and decided that since they didn't know, they wouldn't have one. The herald decided that the best solution would be to send this very porter forward and ordered him to get moving. The porter wanted to be indignant, but the herald, calling him a puppy, reminded him that he had received his 10 gold and would now remain silent and follow orders. The porter understood that the squad wanted to use him as bait again, since they often did that. The porter hoped that this time he would avoid injuries, and gathering his strength went forward. Well, surprisingly, the ants did not attack the porter, but appeared from a hole they had gnawed in the ceiling and attacked the adventurers. The adventurers were very surprised that the ants appeared from above. They were waiting for them far ahead of the tunnel. At that moment, chaos erupted in the dungeon. Ants attacked the adventurers who hadn't managed to escape. The herald was very angry because his squad had encountered only the most common monsters and had already suffered losses. The herald shouted to his men not to get into trouble and tried to resolve the issue with the ants that had appeared on his own. After the ants were defeated, the herald remained indignant for a long time. The squad leader didn't understand what kind of creatures they were or why they had set up a double ambush. It was as if they were reading the adventurers' minds, and it couldn't be that some ants were using such a complex tactic. One of the adventurers turned to the priestess, and noting that he was a little worried, asked the girl to heal him a little. Johanna smiled a little and noted that she was obliged to help him, but asked if he was sure of this since her treatment was a little painful. The priestess directed her spell at him, and the adventurer began to scream loudly as soon as the magic touched him. The herald was shocked by what was happening. He understood that the priestess intended to hurt his people. The herald looked at the priestess with apprehension and understood that now, he would have to fight with her too. It was clear the adventurer was quite happy with what she was doing. The priestess began to flirt with the squad leader, and in every possible way attract his attention, distracting him from the real horror that was happening. Geralt couldn't take his eyes off the witch who was smiling at him with all her might, but no longer hiding who she really was. Geralt saw that next to the priestess there was a huge queen ant, and he guessed what was going on. The herald did not dare approach the priestess, as she had fenced herself off thanks to her magical abilities. The herald tried to find out what the priestess was doing and why she was doing this to him and his people. It all happened in an instant. Nunzur's squad was defeated. Neither Screams nor Malboy helped the adventurers save their lives. The porter, thanks to being on the sidelines, was able to hide and not be seen. The porter said that his squad was defeated by a sudden attack from the priestess Johanna, who was initially on their side, and an unknown giant ant. The porter emphasized that fortunately he was small and was just a courier, and it seemed that no one paid any attention to him, and that he was the only one who survived that hell. The porter said that he simply ran without looking back until he found Nagi's bag, and soon met other adventurers. The porter finished his story and assured that this was all that had happened to him. Nagi thought about the same giant ant that he and the porter boy had seen. After thinking for a bit, Nagi had one guess, but he didn't want to admit it until the very end. I think it was practically impossible. Petra looked at Nagi and asked him point blank if he had suspected the existence of the ant queen. Nagi agreed with Petra and explained that the problem was that there couldn't be an ant queen in a normal ant dungeon, to which Petra replied that she thought so too, and that she checked several times before entering, and that the dungeon was rank C. Nagi emphasized that all the circumstances indicated that there was an ant queen in this dungeon, while Nero asked Petra why they were so worried about the ant queen. Petra explained that as the name suggested, this was the queen who ruled the ants and the boss of the queen's ant dungeon, which was an order of magnitude higher than the usual ant dungeon. And they said that when the queen's dungeon was activated, the usual ant dungeon began to swarm with ants. The queen's ant dungeon was very complex, and the fact that there were ants, there was only a similarity, but the decisive difference from an ordinary ant dungeon was the collective intelligence and learning. The intelligent queen ant communicated with the common ants through pheromones and constantly trained them, turning them into a single army. Petra emphasized that judging by the available evidence, there was a giant ant, presumably the queen, and the ants learned to use traps and then suddenly attacked the Nunzur squad. Petra also noted that in response to Mr. Nagi's attack, the ants showed that they had strengthened their weak spot, the lower back, and then Nero and Bandeshtar understood what they were talking about and that ordinary ants were not capable of such a thing. Nagi immediately emphasized that this was only a hypothesis and there was no precise evidence for it. Nagi thought about what he saw only from afar and could not be sure, although that monster defeated even Mr. Potman. If it was the real queen ant, then things were bad. Moreover, Nagi was haunted by an unpleasant feeling of deja vu, and for some reason he felt an aura of a breakthrough from the depths of the dungeon. Having decided to end the conversation, Nagi stated that in order to verify all the guesses they would have to go to the problematic third sector in any case. Peter was indignant, reminding them that there were too many ants in the third sector, and if even Nunzur squad had fallen there, this place would have been very dangerous. Nagi asked the adventurer not to worry, telling him that while he was in the bag, he was occupied not only with training, and he prepared something useful for clearing this place. Nagi took an ant mask out of her bag and put it on her head, saying that she had used this method in the burial dungeon and that it should work here too. Nagi also gave the same masks to the other adventurers, explained that if they used this, at least they would not be detected by smell, and asked Miss Petra to focus on detecting pheromones. Petra was able to spot the pheromone trail very quickly and pointed it out. Nagi took out her huge brush from her bags and dipped it in there again, as if I was picking up paint, or rather some kind of pink pollen. Nagi knew that the ants had no doubts about their path and decided to use this method against them and artificially create an ant meat grinder. Nagi explained to the other adventurers that they would advance by luring the ants to one location. Nero stated that she could go and destroy monsters and could show the results of her training, but Nagi immediately emphasized that this was not allowed. Nagi explained that they didn't know what lay ahead, and it was best to conserve their strength as much as possible. And very soon all the adventurers saw a dazzling trail ahead in the tunnel. The closer the adventurers got, the brighter the light became, literally blinding their eyes. When the adventurers ran out into the huge hall, they saw the herald, and next to him a multitude of ants. The herald spoke to the ants. He literally became the commander of the ant army. The herald pointed out where the ants should go and warned them that the queen was waiting. Nagi, watching what was happening, noted that as expected the herald did not disappoint, to which she once stated that he was the ideal person to sort out the situation, although it was difficult to approach him due to the many ants around. At that very moment, a gnoll crawled out of Nagi's bag and licked his cheek. Glatoni followed and explained to Nadia that it was a pheromone analysis and turned out to be a concentrate. A detailed analysis revealed that the pheromones had been modified to enhance certain functions. Nagi, having thanked Glatoni and the fluffy one, turned to Bandeshtar and asked if he was ready. Bandeshtar, he had to create golems with which it would be possible to distract the army of ants. It soon turned out that the ants actually responded to the strong pheromone and moved away. The herald was very surprised that the ants scattered right under his nose and he could no longer control them. Nagi realized that it was time to act and asked the adventurers to leave the matter to him and stepped forward to go down. Nagi used his soft landing courier technique and parachuted down onto his bags. In a few moments, Nagi found himself down below right next to the herald. The herald immediately noticed Nagi, but he wasn't particularly happy about his appearance, even suggesting that he had buried himself in some hole out of fear and only now decided to crawl out of there. The herald immediately began to threaten that he would sacrifice Naga's squad to the ant queen, and she should be very happy about this. The herald looked simply repulsive. From the honorable commander of the squad, He had turned into a mad creature subservient to a monster. Without wasting time or opportunity, the herald immediately grabbed his huge sword and rushed into the attack. Nagi was expecting just that. The courier ran ahead, already convinced they couldn't reach an agreement. Nagi wasn't worried, believing that the herald was a very suitable opponent, and this was a chance to see if his training would pay off in a real fight. During the time spent in the bag, Nagi's ambitions to accumulate ether encountered great difficulties. Nagi immediately noticed that some spaces were very heavy, while in others time stood still. Each space had its own characteristics, but it was dangerous to check each one. Nagi still needed to find the right one among all the spaces, even though it was very difficult. He spent some time considering what he should do. Gluttony, as always, came to the rescue and advised Nagi not to worry, just create a new space. Nagi was very surprised that he could create space and was outraged that Gluttony did not tell him about it right away. Nagi immediately set about creating a new space that would help him. Nagi discovered that he was indeed able to create space, and he was very happy about it. Having finished creating the space, Nagi began to jump for joy due to the success she had achieved. Well, it turned out that after creating the space for ether accumulation, there was an even bigger problem, which lay in the ether itself. Nagi couldn't control the ether, couldn't sense it, and since he couldn't sense it, he couldn't accumulate it either. Nagi tried to guess what was needed when he came up against a huge wall and couldn't find the answer. Nogi understood that this was his lesson and he had to learn it. Suddenly, Nagi saw a lot of bubbles around him. The courier remembered that these bubbles were the team that appeared when he was covered by Mr. Potman's magic. Nagi noticed that the bubbles were moving to take some form. Nagi was in complete shock when he realized that it was the ether. Nagi couldn't believe his eyes that he was actually starting to succeed. Suddenly, a fish of this color appeared from the bubbles and somehow resembled Potman. The fish really did have a head like Potato Man's and suggested starting an additional lesson. The big fish class pot fish asked Nagi to follow her. Gluttony was always nearby and happily caught the bubbles that appeared nearby. Then the fish swam along the small waves and carried us along with it. The reason why Nagi couldn't defeat the adventurers until now was because of the difference in physical ability due to talent. The decisive difference was that the sword was filled with ether and Nagi's sword did not even have time to collide with their swords before it cracked. Nagi didn't even have to put much effort into his attack, and even the merch that was an artifact was cracking. Time after time, Nagi found his sword breaking too easily. Nagi had not yet found the final answer, but he wanted only one thing in the bag. Nagi desired Kel, a sword capable of cutting down monsters. This sword was supposed to be equal to the adventurer's balls. Nagi was very pleased when he managed to block the herald's blow and his sword withstood it. The herald, on the contrary, was very surprised that some courier could resist him. Herald immediately admitted that he had greatly underestimated Nagi. The herald used his talent and immediately his strength increased. The herald, already with renewed vigor, attacked Nagi again, whose blow we again managed to block. The enemy was a gold-ranked warrior who easily wielded a two-handed sword, and competing with him in strength was pointless. Nagi knew full well that he should have used completely different methods in such fights. The herald attacked his legs again, and he managed to dodge, no longer trying to block the blow. Several more times Nagi turned away from the adventurer's blows, even jumping over his huge sword. Nagi had to be very agile and focused, but now he had more opportunities anyway. Nagi chose the right moment and managed to attack Herald, who barely dodged but still managed to get a scratch. Herald Shakirov that some courier was able to cut his skin protected by the iron body skill. The herald did not believe that this could be possible and that the courier could really possess such power. The herald himself did not notice how he assumed a defensive stance and continued to be surprised by this. The herald had to defend himself against the courier he so despised. Nagi did not calm down and continued to attack again and again, simply flying around the adventurer. With each blow, the herald found it increasingly difficult to dodge the attacks. Nagi almost literally hovered around the adventurer, trying to get to him from different sides. Nagi occasionally glanced into the herald's eyes, trying to discern any answers there. The herald looked at Nagi and felt a mixture of fear and anger. Nagi did not give the herald a second to rest and continued to attack from all sides. Nagi chose his moment and attacked with a series of blows, driving the herald into a dead end. Nagi did not give any opportunity to doubt his powers. Nagi only moved forward, repeating his attacks. The herald tried his best to block the courier's blows and couldn't believe he was fighting a porcelain rancor. The herald could not allow himself to be so disgraced and did not understand what had changed. At the most inopportune moment, Nagi's sword cracked completely again. The cracked blade broke in half. Nagi was very disappointed. Nagi noted to himself that he lasted 3 minutes in his bag, but in real life he couldn't last even a minute. The herald, seeing that his opponent's sword had broken, stopped and began to laugh loudly. The herald shouted that Naga's sword was broken and that he was apparently a fool to have gotten involved in this fight at all. The herald used his talent as a warrior of the hellish wind of the underworld and swung his sword over Naga's head. Nagi suddenly straightened up. His gaze remained resolutely confident. He knew he should have believed in the coal. Nagi's sword was whole again, and he could continue the battle. An explosive mushroom appeared at the end of the sword blade. Nagi launched an attack, and a very powerful explosion occurred. The herald looked at his sword and discovered that it now had a huge crack. Clouds of smoke rose high into the dungeon's ceiling, obscuring a good view. The herald did not immediately see Nagi among the smoke, who was not going to retreat. Nagi called Kel again, and I hid among the smoke. Immediately after Nagi's words, another powerful explosion followed. Nagi saw a bright flash of light in front of him and realized that it was his doing. The blow delivered by the the leg was so strong that the herald could not stay on her feet and fell. The herald felt a strong pain and screamed loudly. Petru watched the fight from a cliff and was amazed at how much Mr. Nagi had changed. Petra didn't understand what happened to the Nagi she knew. Petra immediately noticed that the sword leg was enveloped in some kind of energy and guessed that it was ether. Petra couldn't believe that Naga now actually had an ethereal blade. Nagi was thinking about how he had previously lost to the herald because he was weak, but he had no resentment or anger. This was always the case in the dungeons. Nagi didn't feel anger, but he wanted Gerald to admit that he was wrong. Nagi looked at the squad leader Nunzer, who was trapped, and asked him who he now considered weak. The herald was very angry and literally moaned with displeasure. The herald, realizing that he was now in danger, warned the Naga that he would not get away with what he had done, and that he could not even hope for it. The herald warned that Nagi would still not be able to defeat Lady Johanna and the Ant Queen. Nagi looked at Gerald and asked if he had sided with Johanna and the Ant Queen and attacked Mr. Potman of his own free will, ignoring his duty as an adventurer. The herald, hearing about some debt, laughed. The herald said that an entity like a courier could not know anything and said that he himself was not one of the last adventurers. The herald stated that your adventurers were also on a completely different level and they should have thanked him. The herald stated that thanks to him, the adventurer learned early on that a breakthrough was beginning, and now they had to unleash it and escape because the place they were in was about to turn into hell soon. Petro realized with horror that the hypothesis about the queen ant was correct and said that when she came to the central part she understood this even without seeing her. Petra noted that in the depths most of the ants gathered around the key individual. Petra also explained that the ants were around that terrible creature that was in the very center as if preparing to perform. Petra sighed and noted that she wanted to examine that area more closely. The adventurer used her talent as a tracker, eagle vision. The flame of Petra's energy immediately began to spread throughout the dungeon. Energy seeped into the most hidden places to find out everything as best as possible. Nagi noticed that Petra's search skills had improved, which was immediately noticeable. Nagi was surprised that apparently Mr. Potman's training even helped Mrs. Petra. Nagi was not going to lag behind the herald and asked him what had happened to Mr. Potman. The herald called Potman the rabbit and replied that he himself did not know for sure and only carried out minor tasks that the priestess and the queen gave him. The herald said that the last time he saw Potman was when he freed himself from his bonds and tried to counterattack. Gerald, I would like to emphasize that Potman was truly cool. Even after everything that was done to him, he resisted until the very end. The herald did not expect such strength from the stranger who could resist the power of the priestess for so long. The herald also noted that of course the Potman did not hold out for long, and that at that moment when he clashed with Mrs. Johanna for the last time, a breakthrough occurred. Herald said that the smoke from the explosion filled the entire hall and everything in it disappeared. At that moment it was impossible to see anything in the hall. The herald said that when the smoke disappeared, only the priestess remained in that place. The herald smiled, noting that Potman in that state would not have been able to cope with the priestess and the queen, and decided that he was probably torn to pieces. The herald, after thinking for a bit, also emphasized that it was possible for Potman to avoid the moss since there was no trace left of him. Nagi listened to the adventurer and decided that they would probably have to break out of here themselves without Mr. Potman. The sweatfish was just a pet, and she didn't know what had happened to her owner. The herald shouted that he was not guilty, hinting that everyone should have known about it. The herald began to scream that he was simply trying to survive, and at that moment the same magical snake appeared on his neck. The herald was told that his words were no excuse, and at that very moment the snake attacked him. The snake grabbed Herald right by the head, and he immediately fell silent. The snake simply crushed the adventurer in an instant. Nagi was shocked by what he saw and froze in place. Having dealt with the herald, the snake turned its attention to Nagi. The snake spoke to Nagi, surprised that he was still alive because she thought that newcomers like him and his comrades had long since become food for ants. The snake, without waiting for an answer, noted that the fact that the newcomers were alive was for the best because they were from the sunset wind. The snake wondered out loud what kind of face Agnes would have when she came to this dungeon and saw her friends dead. Nagi controlled himself and decided to hear the snake out. The snake, however, suggested he stop what she had started. The snake said that it had begun to break into the dungeon and it was already too late to change anything. Nagi only answered her that these conversations were sickening to listen to. Nagi suddenly reached into his bag and pulled out a weapon. Nagi used Kel and delivered a sudden blow to the snake. Nagi promised that when he deals with the Ant Queen, the next one will be the snake that is Johanna. The snake laughed at the ambitions of an ordinary courier and promised that it would wait for him. The snake immediately disappeared somewhere in the herald's body. Petra finally decided to speak up and immediately commented that the death from which Gerald died was simply terrible. Petra told Nagi that she felt there was a long tunnel behind the snake. Petra told with horror that this tunnel was very deep and long and an entire army could pass through it. Petra understood that the breakthrough in each dungeon happened completely differently, and this made her even more scared. Petra also knew that ant dungeon breakthroughs were rare, but if they happened it would be hell. It was said that the breakthrough in the ant dungeon took the form of an underground invasion. The ant tunnels reached right into the human territory. Petra noted that it was not for nothing that she was horrified when she discovered this tunnel. The tunnel stretched for about 5 kilometers straight to the village of Najak. A young courier, who was clearly frightened by this information about the village, intervened in this conversation. The courier said that this village was his home. The courier also said that this village was very visible, and they did not even have a garrison of adventurers. The porter's village was very far from the association. This meant that if this village were attacked, everyone there would die, which further worried Petra. Petra thought that, according to the records, the most frightening thing about the breakthrough of the ant dungeon was that the invasion began from underground. It was impossible to prepare for it until the very beginning of the invasion. and so the ant dungeons were the ones the association regularly monitored, forming joint cleanup teams. If the queen ant was involved in this invasion, this village was in even greater danger. Even the porter understood this. The courier knelt before all the adventurers and began to beg them to help his village. The porter was completely terrified and did not know what to do, so he kept repeating his prayers. The porter began to cry, shouting that he was powerless because he was an ordinary courier. Nagi, looking at the porter, understood perfectly well what he meant here. Until recently, Nagi also considered himself an ordinary courier and believed that he could not help those who were dear to him in any way. Nagi remembered himself, who was also in exactly the same situation. A long time ago, Nagi also stood on his knees before adventurers, begging them for help. The adventurers laughed at him and only humiliated him by boasting about their talents when the porter had none. The adventurer's legs gave out, deciding to go where the reward was greater. Nagi, looking at the porter, remembers very well his feelings many years ago. Nogi literally saw himself from the outside and understood that he could not refuse this boy. Nagi walked up to the porter and took him by the shoulder. Nagi smiled and told the boy not to worry, noting that the adventurer's duties were to protect the dungeon and stop breakthroughs. Nagi tried to convince the boy that the adventurers would save his village. The porter looked at Nagi and noted that he too was a courier. Nagi laughed at the boy, who didn't know what the couriers were capable of, and turned to his friends, asking if they would agree to help the village. Nagi emphasized that where they were all together, ants should soon appear. They should hold him back and kill the queen so that the trees would not be harmed. But Nagi also warned all his friends that they were too weak and would most likely die. Nagi emphasized that he would not have tried to persuade them or insist, since he understood perfectly well that they valued their lives, but everyone supported him and did not let him finish showing their support. Nero said that until this moment she could not fight properly because she was hungry. But now she was full of strength, and Bandeshtar noted that it was time to show the results of her training. Petra said loudly that their situation was the same as in the split dungeon. Petra reminded that last time they didn't have any abilities, but now everything was different. Petra was confident that together they would be able to stop the army of ants. Petra looked at his comrades and reminded them that they were all adventurers and would cope with the breakthrough. Nagi was very happy to hear such words and feel the support of his friends. Nagi took out his sword and thrust it into the ground in front of him. Like Potman, Nagi drew a line on the ground. Nagi asked all the adventurers to look at the line he drew. Nagi noted that no ant could cross this line. The courier was more than confident in his words. Soon the ants appeared in the tunnel and the battle began. The queen ant walked behind all the others. Johanna accompanied Antoina in the form of a snake and asked her in her ear what would await her. Johanna ordered the ant queen to destroy everyone and spare no one. Aunt Vina laughed, and noting how annoying Johanna was, emphasized that she was going to do this even without her noisy speeches. Johanna addressed all her subordinates. Aunt Vina secreted pheromones with which she controlled the army and ordered the ants to move forward. A whole army of ants ran forward at great speed. Petra heard and felt that this ant was ordered to exterminate all of humanity. Petra warned all the other adventurers that the ants were already very close. Nagi asked Petra if she knew the difference in methods for clearing a regular dungeon and a dungeon during a breakout. Petra said that at the training camp you taught her that the decisive difference between them was that the dungeon toothpick was an attack that required the adventurer to move forward. The breakthrough was a defense in which it was necessary to hold back the monsters. Nagi noted that Petra was absolutely right, but he would add something else to this. Nagi, moving forward a little, began to talk about adventurers and dungeon clearers who encountered the unknown. Adventurers had to take all the risks and dangers upon themselves. This meant that the Nagas and others had to meet so many ant armies. Nagi emphasized that this was an attack in which it was necessary to break through a prepared enemy and traps. Nagi explained to his comrades that this time it was the ants' turn to break through them and not the other way around. Nagi just stood there and watched as the army of monsters rushed towards him and waited. Nagi prepared and set traps throughout the tunnel. Nagi used explosive mushrooms. As soon as the ants got too close, the mushrooms exploded. Everything in the tunnel was ablaze. But some ants survived and managed to break through the flames and explosions. But as the surviving ants moved further, new explosions awaited them. Nagi watched the results of his preparations with a smile. It was time to prepare for the next stage of the battle, and the courier reached for his sword. A good part of the ant army had been defeated, and now all that remained was to finish off the rest. Nagi emphasized that they were the Sunset Wind Guild, and from that moment on they were beginning an operation to clear the ant dungeon breakthrough. Nagi immediately indicated that their target was the queen ant. Nagi shouted that he and the adventurers would be able to kill the ant queen and stop the breakthrough. Gluttony was also involved in this battle, and at the right time gathered a ding-ding squad of gnolls. Gluttony sounded the alarm and rallied the gnolls. Gluttony explained to the gnolls that they all had to use all their reserves to avoid losing to the monsters. Fluffy worked hard to forge new weapons and repair broken ones. Gluttony controlled all processes and made sure that everything went as it should. The gnolls worked in unison under Gluttony's command and passed the mushrooms from the bag to the exit. Right next to the exit from the bag, there was another gnoll who was handing the mushrooms directly to Nagi. Nero boldly rushed into the attack. The adventurer wanted to show herself from the best side and try out all the options for demonstrating her strength. The adventurer was not afraid of the huge ant monsters that were attacking her from all sides. The adventurer had to run as fast as she could to avoid getting hurt, but that didn't frighten her. The adventurer shouted that if it were up to her, she would kill all the ants behind her with a shockwave. Nero at some point began to feel that the ants were catching up with her and could grab her at any moment. Nero heard the sound of their paws closer to her. The adventurer looked back and discovered that the ants had become faster. At that moment, Nero began to worry that the monsters were about to catch up with her. Nero for a moment felt a small fear that she might not cope. Looking around, the the adventurer saw that the knoll was waving his paw at her. The knoll didn't stop waving his paw at the adventurer until he was sure that she had definitely noticed him. Nero looked at the knoll and asked him if everything was ready. The knoll nodded his head to the adventurer, confirming that she need not worry. Another knoll was a little higher up and thrust a pickaxe into the rock. The knoll hit the rock several times with his pickaxe until he felt it crack. When the ants reached a certain point, the knolls collapsed the ceiling on them. Stones began to fall on the ants and thus reduced the number of their army. The knolls were versatile. Turning this place into a defensive fortress was a simple matter for them. The knolls had already set numerous traps, but the ants quickly learned and memorized them. The ants' legion enhancement was triggered and their visual range was expanded. The knolls had to change their traps more frequently to prevent the ants from evading them. The knolls used avalanches and huge rocks to sweep the ants aside. The traps had to change one step faster than the ants could remember them. It was difficult to fight such monsters that had the ability to learn as well as to escape from them. The knoll activated the trap and ran quickly but suddenly tripped over a stone. The animal couldn't stay on its feet and fell sprawled on the ground. When the little animal got up, he saw a huge ant right in front of him. The ant had already opened its mouth to swallow the unfortunate animal. That nervous moment was corrected by Nero, who ran past and picked up the knoll in her arms. Nero had already managed to pick up several of these little animals and assumed that they must have eaten their fill since they were so slow. Nero did not slow down and insisted that it was necessary to break through as quickly as possible. The adventurer ran a little further and saw a rope hanging from above in front of her. The adventuress immediately grabbed the rope tightly. At the top, the rope was held by knolls and she felt the tension and began to pull it up together with Nero. Nero held the rope tightly with one hand and with the other she supported the animals that were on her back. Turning around, the adventurer discovered that they had managed to chase the monsters away. Well, no matter how you look at it, in this narrow tunnel, the most effective means was not the imagination of adventurers or gluttony and traps. The most important thing was the variety and quantity of mushrooms. The butter mushrooms grown in a bag on a mushroom farm were very helpful. Explosions and fire were very effective against ants. After heating up the dungeon, Nagi and the other adventurers could only watch as the ants burned. According to the records, ants easily lost their fighting ability if their exoskeleton was dehydrated and most importantly their pheromone communication was disrupted. Nagi said that the queen's collective mind worked through pheromones and the blow to them should have been strong. To stop the army of ants, it was necessary to destroy their collective intelligence and learning. Nagi thought about the fact that the ants under the queen's command were constantly learning and evolving, and this was training. Superficial learning was not a weapon but a poison. Nagi assumed that if the ants did not know fear, they would simply rush forward with reckless courage. The ant, having experienced fear, began to hesitate at the sight of danger. Nagi decided to outsmart the ants a little and used fake mushrooms, also because there was a shortage of expensive explosive mushrooms. Petra, who was watching the ants, shouted to everyone else that the monsters were huddled together. Thanks to the fact that the advance guard of gnolls drove the ants, the main forces gathered in one place. Petra was amazed at the huge number of ants that were in the tunnel. Nagi explained that in order to carry out an underground invasion, the ants would have to go through this tunnel, and if the adventurers managed to hold it, they would be able to protect the village. Petra, agreeing, also noted that they in turn would try to break through the traps at any cost, to which Nagi had already responded that the Queen of Ants, having studied the entire situation, should make a choice in favor of evolution. Aunt Vina noted to me throughout the entire situation that the man was well prepared for the meeting with her. The Ant Queen understood that in her current state it would be difficult to break through his traps, but she decided that even if she had to spend too much effort, it was time to strengthen the Legion. The Ant Queen resorted to the hive mind and forced everyone to strengthen the Legion. The Queen Ant turned to her children and commanded them to break through the flames and begin the attack. The ants heard their queen's message. The entire army immediately began strengthening armor, heat dissipating spikes, and everything else. The army of ants grew stronger and stronger. Petra saw what was happening and immediately told others that the ants had evolved, thickening their shells and trying to withstand high temperatures. Nagi replied that, as expected, the queen ant chose evolution. And then she emphasized that now a mystery awaited Petra. Nagi noticed that the ants' shells had become thicker, which meant an increase in mass, and asked what that meant. Petra replied that this meant that the weight of each ant increased. Nagi smiled and emphasized that Petra was absolutely right. Nagi explained that the increase in weight meant that gravity was acting more strongly on the ants. Nagi emphasized that such massive creatures had accumulated in one spot, and moreover, due to frequent explosions, the earth had already received significant damage. Nagi paused for a moment and explained to Petra that the ground under the ants' feet could no longer bear the weight. Petra was left to watch as the ground beneath the ants' feet began to crack. It all happened so quickly that the ants wouldn't have had time to escape. Very soon, the ground beneath the ants collapsed. The ants began to fall down into the huge hole that had formed. All this was accompanied by new explosions and fires from explosive mushrooms. The Ant Queen was angry when she discovered that the connection with her ants had disappeared. The Queen Ant could do nothing more. Aunt Vina felt like she could control fewer and fewer individuals. Aunt Vina also felt that her children were dying. The Queen Ant felt the death of countless ants approaching like a wave. Aunt Vina now understood that this was not just a trap, but the courier found out that he would force the ants to evolve and used it against us. Petra analyzed the whole situation and became even more amazed. Petra realized that if this tunnel had been on level ground, it would have been impossible to stop the ants. It was obvious that Nagi had achieved a tactical advantage by collapsing the earth. The value of the height advantage in close quarter combat exceeded all expectations. Petra realized that Mr. Nagi had thought of all this, creating ideal conditions for adventurers. Nagi made it clear to everyone else that evolution no longer worked and experienced the reverse effect of evolution. The queen could no longer dare to undergo another mutation. Then it was time to destroy the collective mind and the time for the Zinzin squad to act. The gnolls managed to create a fortress on the last line of defense. The gnolls were very organized and quickly went from anticipation to action. Gluttony was in command and having waited for the right moment sent the animals into attack. The gnolls used their oiled logs to attack. Fire arrows were added to the oiled logs. The gnolls also used mushroom firecrackers that were launched from small catapults. All this fell on the ants that were below. The monsters had nowhere to run and found themselves in a burning cauldron. The gnolls' fiery arrows flew without stopping. The ants were burning in the hot flames and could not escape from there. The queen ant felt that her connection with the ants through pheromones was weakening. Aunt Vina thought that all this was useless against ants who already had countermeasures. It shouldn't have worked. Nagi knew perfectly well what the ant queen was thinking and laughed because his goal was completely different. Naga's target was not the ants but the pheromones that connected the ants with their queen. Nagi only wanted to destroy the collective mind that worked through pheromones and was glad when the flame, the smell of mushrooms and pheromones mixed and everything turned into complete disarray. Nagi emphasized that in this place the queen's collective mind would not be able to function properly, and in that case these conditions were even more favorable for his reinforcements. Nagi thought about the ants that were already underground and were now not subject to anyone. Nagi spoke about the individuals who were completely covered in special pheromones while fleeing with Ban. This pheromone was a chemical compound created by mixing the scent of other species of swarming creatures other than modern ants. Nagi noted that in a situation where the queen's command system was weakened, this smell was the very embodiment of chaos, and they already considered each other enemies. Nagi noted that for his team, which lacked defensive forces, the ants would be powerful allies, and stopping so many ants with only his tools was no easy task. After Nagi, I thought he would need confusion. Nagi was very happy to welcome the ant queen to his ant underworld. Aunt Vina was very disappointed with how everything turned against her. The ant queen considered Nagi a pathetic adventurer until the very end, although he had outwitted her well. Petra, looking at Nagi, you thought that even in the split dungeon you felt that the master was as if born to clear dungeons. Petra thought the worst thing was that Nagi hardly used his fighting power and was saving his strength for the battle with the boss. Petra was very worried that Naga had a very sad face and she could not guess what was going on. Nagi watched the situation and saw that everything was definitely going smoothly and thought that if they took the defense seriously they would be able to hold this line for hours. Nagi also knew that in the end this battle could not be won simply by holding off the ants. Nagi knew perfectly well that he had to kill the queen to end all of this. Initially Nagi planned to reliably strengthen the defense here and then at the right moment go to the queen, but after encountering them in person he realized that the rate of reproduction of ants is much higher than he expected. Nagi understood that if he and his team left this line, the fortress in the tunnel would quickly fall. Even if the Nagis and their team had killed the queen, the village would have been attacked and there would have been no point. The gnoll who had taken part in the defense approached Nagi and began to say something in his own language. Nagi did not understand this language and asked Gluttony to translate it. Gluttony explained that this gnoll said that he removed the protection of the passage and the adventurers should go and kill the boss. Nagi was outraged because it was too dangerous and the gnolls were too young to cope alone, but Gluttony was surprised why Nagi was worried because the animals said that they were descendants of the great gnolls. The gnolls were originally a warlike race and Gluttony convinced the Nagi of this and that they were worth trusting. Gluttony also emphasized that most likely this gnoll, when he successfully defends the place, will ask to be given a name. Of course, each of the gnolls wanted to rise to the next level and be more independent. The name would also give the gnoll my advantage in the eyes of the Naga. Nagi thought about giving him a name right now, but Gluttony immediately forbade it. Gluttony explained that it was impossible to give a name to just anyone, especially at such a moment. Nagi didn't understand the connection then why they should trust these gnolls, to which Gluttony explained that even a young man could easily deal with the ants. Even the Lich intervened in this conversation, having heard that Nagi had decided to hand out names to anyone again, but had been asked to mind his own business. Nagi remarked that he understood and trusted the gnoll. Instead of a name, Nagi decided to give the gnoll a sword and artifact called the Crusher. Nagi smiled at the gnoll and handed him the sword, saying that he thought it would definitely help. Nagi asked the gnoll to defend this place for exactly 1 hour. Looking at the animal, Nagi again doubted whether this was possible for him. The gnoll took the sword and spoke again in his own language. The gnoll promised that he and his squad would be able to protect this place. Nagi stood up and addressed his team. Petra was tense but felt the responsibility on her shoulders and was ready to fight. Bandeshtar always showed courage no matter what the situation and was also happy about the upcoming fight. Nero jumped up happily and shouted that she was looking forward to when they would go to the boss.